Actually, Matthew went to the city for college while I stayed back to learn farm management, but we stayed in touch. Then one day, I got a text from Dad that left me worried. "Kayla, I need you. I know I've been a terrible father, but I'm in a crisis right now and need you. Please don't abandon me." I tried calling him, but his number was switched off. When I told Mom, she insisted I leave immediately to see what was wrong. So I packed my bag and caught the first train to the city. I'd just settled into my seat when I heard some noise from behind. I turned around to see a very handsome guy who seemed to have misplaced his ticket. "Give me a new one. Here's my credit card." "Sorry, sir, we only take cash." "But I can pay for your ticket if you don't mind." "That'd be great. Thanks. I'll pay you back." He gave me a big dimpled smile and it made my heart flutter. When we reached the city, I found the stranger asleep, so I left quietly. I had to walk to Dad's mansion now since I didn't have enough money left to take the bus. As I was walking down the street, a fancy car pulled up beside me. "Hey, why didn't you wake me up?" "I didn't want to disturb you." "Well, looking this handsome can be exhausting, so I was kind of tired. Anyway, here's the train fare, and as a thank you, I can drop you wherever you're headed to." When I gave him Dad's address, he looked really surprised. "You were gonna walk to this place? That's like 3 miles away." "I know, but I'm sort of short on cash right now, so..." "And you still bought me a ticket? You sure you're not Mother Teresa's daughter or something?" On our way to Dad's mansion, the guy introduced himself as Trevor and talked non-stop about everything under the sun. It was quite an entertaining ride. But when I reached the mansion, I was shocked to see Dad in bed, looking sick. "Dad, are you okay?" "Kayla, my love, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me." Dad told me he'd had a heart attack and the doctors had advised him to rest completely. He'd called me to take care of his business until he was healthy again. "But I don't know a thing about your business." "I'm here to help you, honey. It's not rocket science. And here's my credit card. You'll need some decent clothes to attend the meetings." I wasn't too thrilled about staying back, but Dad's poor health left me no choice. I called Matthew to tell him I was in the city and went shopping with him. When I told him about Dad, his jaw dropped. "Why didn't you tell me your dad's so rich? He's pretty famous. That makes you famous too." "Wow, my friend's a celebrity." "Stop it, I'm only here until he gets better." I'd almost forgotten I had a dad. If I had a dad like him, I'd make sure he never forgot me. That evening, Dad told me to attend a dinner with a business associate. I reached the restaurant on time, but when no one turned up for an hour, I was about to leave when I bumped into something rock solid. "Kayla, I'm here. What are your other 2 wishes?" So Trevor was the business associate I was meeting? I want to use the restroom." "That's your second wish? Try something more creative, like, I want Trevor to pluck the stars for me, or I want Trevor to buy me a mansion on Mars." The entire evening, Trevor kept flirting with me. "Feel my shirt. Know what it's made of? Boyfriend material. I think there's something wrong with my phone. Your number's not in it." This is supposed to be a business meeting, not a flirtathon. I know, but it's just so hard to concentrate when you're sitting there looking so gorgeous. That night when I got back home, Dad called me to his room. He was excited to know how the meeting went, and I lied to him that it went fine. I had to attend business meetings with Trevor almost every other day after that, and not a word of business was discussed. Trevor bombarded me with flowers, chocolates, and gifts, and I had to accept them for Dad's sake. And then one day, Dad dropped a bomb on me. "Kayla, I want you and Trevor to get engaged. He's rich, handsome, and I've even talked to his dad." "What? Engaged? I think you're expecting too much from me now." "Honey, I'm just thinking about your future. Trevor can give you everything." "I don't care about money. Don't you know me at all?" "How would I when you shut me out of your life?" "Kayla, I'm just an old man who wants the best for his daughter. I know I won't live long, and I want to see you well settled before I..." "Dad, please. You'll be fine. Okay, I'll date Trevor, and we'll see how things go from there." Although I had agreed to date Trevor, I had no intention of getting engaged to him. In fact, I was gonna make him reject me. So the next day, when Trevor came to pick me up in a frickin' helicopter and took me to a restaurant in London, I ate like a pig and burped right in his face. "Your burp smells like sunflowers." "What the fudge?" As we were walking out, I purposely stepped on his expensive white shoes. "This beautiful stain shall always remind me of you." Then he took me shopping, and I purposely bought the most expensive clothes I could find, but he didn't even flinch.
You only spent 0.001% of my wealth. That's insulting.
What's the matter with you? Can't you see that I'm not interested in dating you?
Give me one solid reason why and I'll back off.
I don't like you. You look like poop.
I'm used to girls falling all over me since I hit puberty, so try something else.
Okay, don't tell Dad, but I'm into girls. Suddenly, Trevor pulled me in and kissed me. When his lips touched mine, I felt my heart explode.
No, you're not.
What?
You're not gay.
Actually, the truth is, I like someone else.
Who?
And I said the first name that came to my mind. Matthew, my childhood best friend. He's studying here in the city and we meet often.
If that's the case, I'll tell your dad things didn't work out between us. But I want to meet this Matthew first.
That day I called Matthew and told him everything. He assured me he'd act so convincingly as my boyfriend that Trevor wouldn't suspect a thing. So the three of us decided to meet for a movie. Matthew kept holding my hand and calling me his sweet dumpling every 2 minutes.
Your ears are so perfect, my sweet dumpling. My sweet dumpling. Do you want some more popcorn?
God, he was the king of overacting. If you call me sweet dumpling one more time, I'm gonna kick your butt.
But I'm just trying to be convincing.
Just do as I say. When I nudge your arm, you lean over and kiss me on the cheek, okay? A few seconds later, I nudged Matthew's arm, but that made his popcorn bucket fall. As I bent to pick it up, Matthew ended up kissing Trevor instead of me. Ultimately, Trevor figured out Matthew wasn't my boyfriend. With no other excuses, I had to date Trevor. But it wasn't bad at all. The more time we spent together, the more I started to enjoy his company. One day, we went on a hike to a lake and swam for hours and had a picnic, and it was kind of amazing. A few days later, I was in my car at a traffic light when I spotted Trevor, and I called him. Hey, you free to meet up for coffee?
Not right now. I'm just on my way to meet my other girlfriend.
Don't you get tired of being sleazy?
I love how jealous you sound right now.
Okay, bye.
Wait, I was kidding. But yeah, I can't meet tonight. I'm at Dad's office right now and I have lots to do.
Right. See you later. The jerk was lying. What if he actually was seeing someone else? I asked the driver to follow his car, and to my surprise, Trevor led us to an orphanage. When I crept in behind him, I saw a bunch of kids running towards him as he handed them all toys. One girl leapt into his lap, and he was so sweet to her it melted my heart. And suddenly, he looked straight at me.
So, you caught me with my girlfriend. Meet Lizzie.
After spending some more time with the kids, we both left, and I asked him why he'd lied.
It's always been my little secret. Even Dad doesn't know. I just really like spending time with these kids. Maybe I thought you'd think I'm some sort of softie.
And why is that a bad thing? Do you really know anything about girls? Suddenly, I leaned in and kissed him. He looked surprised and then kissed me back. Things were great, but 2 days later, I got a shocking call from Matthew.
Kayla, I saw your dad at a restaurant today with someone, and he looked perfectly fine. They were laughing, smoking cigars.
What? But Dad can hardly get out of bed. But Matthew was pretty sure he'd seen Dad, so I fished out his doctor's number to ask him about his health.
Mr. Smith is great. He came in for his annual checkup last week, and he's completely fine.
Dad was lying to me all this time? When I went to confront him, I found him in his bed as usual.
Honey, can you please take me for a walk outside?
Drop the act, Dad. I know you're perfectly fine. I just had a word with your doctor.
Smart girl. You're my daughter after all.
How I wish I wasn't. I'm packing my bags and leaving right away.
Don't make that mistake, or your mom might lose her farm.
Dad then told me that Mom's farm had been running in losses for months.
Apparently, she's been giving out stuff to the poor folk for free. Your mom's an emotional fool, but I'm not. I need you to get engaged with Trevor to get his dad to invest in my business. We have a deal.
So, I'm nothing more than a business deal to you?
Don't take it personally, honey. I'm just a practical man. Now, your mom's taken some loans, and I can pay them off if you agree. Otherwise, the bank will be going after her very soon, and she'll lose everything.
That came as a punch to my gut. I stormed out of Dad's room and ran straight into Trevor. You knew about this deal my dad made with yours?
I can't lie to you, Kayla. My dad's been after me to settle down, and he threatened to cut off my inheritance if I didn't get engaged to you.
Stop. That's all I needed to hear. That day, I packed my bags and left. I knew Dad could ruin our lives, but I was too heartbroken to care. When I reached the village and asked Mom about the farm's finances, she revealed something shocking.
Our finance boy.
She didn't know what a big fat liar he was. Why are you here? What's your plan?
The plan is to make you forgive me so we can date again.
After the way you've treated me? No chance.
Listen to me, please. It's true, my dad asked me to date Mr. Smith's daughter, but I had no idea that girl would turn out to be you. I fell for you the moment you rushed into the train that day. Trust me, Kayla, you're unlike any other girl I know.
Why should I trust you, Trevor? It could still be your dad's sick plan.
I've parted ways with Dad. After you left, he wanted me to date another girl, and when I refused, he cut off my inheritance. And just so you know, your dad's gone bankrupt. He desperately needed my dad's money to revive his business, but when things didn't work out, the bank sold his hotels.
Well, my dad totally deserved it. Trevor kept working hard at our farm for weeks, but I still felt too scared to trust him again. One day, I found him sneaking out of the farm and followed him. He'd gone to the bank, and when I later inquired why he was there, I found out he was the person who deposited money in Mom's account. When I asked Trevor about it, he told me the truth.
I overheard Mr. Smith threatening you that day. I had some savings and decided to help you out, just as you did that day on the train.
I couldn't help hugging Trevor, and when he hugged me back, my life seemed perfect.
I was screaming when the enormous black dog started running after me. I should keep on running. I have to think about my mother. I opened my eyes and tried to speak, but instead of words, a bark came out of my mouth, and that's how I became the dog woman. Hi there. Sorry, I got caught up in the moment while reading this weird story from the internet. I'm Erica, a certified bookworm. I have a huge collection of books in my room, from textbooks, encyclopedias, to all kinds of fiction. There's just something addicting about learning new stuff and stories. But one day, my world crashed when my mom lost her job and she could no longer afford to buy me books. And online books hurt my eyes. I couldn't stop whining about it. My mom should find another job as soon as possible, or else I might go crazy. I have been rereading my favorite novels for the past 2 days, but I can't be satisfied. I badly need new books to read. One night, my heart broke when I saw my mom crying inside her room. The first and last time when I saw her crying was when Anna, her partner and my other mom, died 10 years ago when I was just 8. And now she's crying again. So it means that she's miserable. Mom, I called her. She turned away to wipe her tears as I entered her room. Are you crying? No, I'm not, silly girl. She chuckled a little. I just chopped some onions. In your bedroom? I sarcastically replied as I lovingly hugged her. Go get back to sleep, she said. I promise I'll find another job as soon as possible so I can buy you a new book already. I should be looking forward to what she said, but I felt terrible instead. I realized that I had been insensitive about the situation. I kept asking for the books when her savings were just enough for our food and bills. She didn't even get her last paycheck. I just realized how stressful it was on her part. I'm worried about our unpaid loans and bills. I've applied for 10 jobs and was unsuccessful, and I'm just really tired, Erica. Tired of what, Mom? I felt some warmth building up in my chest when I looked at her face. The lines and wrinkles have become more prominent, making her look older than she really is. I'm tired of being alone in this. I just wanted you to always be happy. She sighed and blinked the tears away again. Forget about the books, Mom. I can go to the library and read for free. How can I help you? I offered. I couldn't stand seeing her like this. She's the only treasure I have.
I can't just sit here and watch my mom in misery. I have to help her. I have to be strong. I have to find a way to make her smile again. But first I have to read a real book again. I needed to recharge, so I went to the local library the next day. So many books, so many stories, I gasped as I looked around. My moment of wonder was broken by the noise of the people around, followed by the old librarian enforcing the rule of silence. In all the commotion, my gaze was drawn to one woman sitting among the piles of books. She was just typing on her laptop, seemingly unbothered by the chaos around her. I spent my whole day reading and marveling around the library, and I couldn't help but worry about my mom. Even the stories couldn't help me with the peace of mind. If only I could do something to help. An idea came to my mind. I wanted to ask her if there were any vacant jobs here so I could apply, but I didn't know how to approach the librarian. She looked very strict and scary, like she was always ready to hit me with a stick. She reminded me of Edna Mode from The Incredibles. What if she'll turn me down or shut me up even before I could say something? I needed more time to gather up some courage for this. I came back to the library for the next 3 days and experienced the same scenario, but with a different set of people, except for that beautiful lady who was nonstop typing on her laptop. Every time I looked at her, she was always typing with her eyes seemingly glued on her laptop screen. I was reading my 5th book of the day, which was written by Rainbow Girl, my favorite author of teen fiction. Reading 5 novels in one day is quite impressive. It was Mrs. Anderson, the librarian. I didn't notice her presence approaching me. How did you get such passion? I rarely meet people like you nowadays. Most people now are all over the internet and prefer ebooks. There was a smile on her face as she spoke, so I felt at ease. It was my first time seeing her smile. I immediately stood up to answer her questions. It was my chance to inquire about the job. My other mom used to collect books, and I kept on reading them. It has become an addiction ever since. A bookworm, I see. She eyed me closely. I didn't know what to say next, so I awkwardly struck her up with some random trivia about books. Did you know that the longest title of a book has 3,777 words? She dropped her jaw in astonishment. You must be joking, my dear. No, I'm not. Then what is it? I bet you can memorize it. Yes, I do, but do you really want me to recite it here? It would take us years before I finish it. I could have read about 1,000 books by that time. You can check it in the Guinness World Records by yourself. To my surprise, she started chuckling. I think I like you. Why don't you help me manage this library as a part-time job? I suddenly saw some imaginary fireworks blasting right before my eyes. I couldn't be more relieved and thankful at her offer. They say don't judge the book by its cover. And I say, yes, indeed, Mrs. Anderson is one perfect example of it. She may be strict at times, but if you think about it, she was just doing her job. She actually seems nice. I think you're my fairy godmother. I was about to ask you if there was any vacancy here. My mom's lost her job and I really wanted to help her. Well, you can help her now and actually do what you like at the same time. Just help me around here. I think that's the best offer that I have ever heard in my life. I wanted to surprise my mom with my first salary at the end of the month, so I decided to keep this as a secret first. It was like heaven for me. This is actually what I wanted, to become a librarian or a book editor. Mrs. Anderson just made my dream come true. I have another dream that I wish to happen, and that is for my mom to be genuinely happy again. She hasn't been in the dating game for a long while now. The world is not all about money anyway. It's about following your passion and finding your happiness. Mrs. Anderson then started orienting me about my job responsibilities as her assistant. All I have to do is help her with some paperwork, assist the readers here, and make sure that they are following the rules of the library. On my first day of work, a guy came in with a blender and started doing his banana smoothie. Excuse me. I cleared my throat as I approached him. This is a library, not a kitchen? Yeah, I could tell by the books, he casually replied while he continued doing it. The loud whirring sound of the machine was scraping in our eardrums. Do you mind stopping it? Some people are studying, while others want to read in peace and solitude. Thank you. Do you want some? To my surprise, he offered me a glass of smoothie and a cheeseburger. I suppressed the urge to give in as they looked delectable. My mom cut down my school allowance and the budget for our food, so we'd been eating less for a week now. Please read the rules about food consumption inside the library. I pointed to the board with a list of rules with a serious face, but my stomach betrayed me. It growled so loudly in anticipation, and everyone must have heard it. The guy just started munching the cheeseburger in front of me, obviously teasing me. I was about to give in when Mrs. Anderson suddenly interrupted us. What is this all about? She asked sharply. The guy stood up and bowed apologetically. I'm sorry for the disturbance, ma'am. We were just doing a prank video for our YouTube channel. He turned to me again. Do you mind if you're in it? There was another guy at one corner secretly taking a video of us the whole time. So it means that everyone will get to see my face on YouTube? No, I don't want anyone to see me online, especially my mom. My job here will remain a secret until my first salary. I politely declined the vlogger's offer. As soon as they left, Mrs. Anderson then pulled me to her office and gave me her breakfast. I'll handle the library for the next hour. Just have a rest and eat. You need it. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. You're the best. I couldn't resist her offer now after what had happened a while ago. She just smiled at me before closing the door. While I was eating, I thought about how wonderful it would be to have her as my grandmother. Both of mine were dead already. Days rolled so fast, and it was Friday already. It was a day before the weekend, so I expected to see less people in the library today. Mrs. Anderson didn't come, so she left all the responsibility to me. The library was totally empty when I arrived, except for the laptop of that beautiful woman on the table, where she always sits. Did she forget this here? I walked up to the table and started cleaning it. A part of me wanted to open her laptop and check what was making her busy all the time, but it's not good to touch other people's things without their permission and spying on them. While I was wiping the table, my elbow accidentally touched her mouse, and her screen suddenly lit up. It was just in sleeping mode earlier. Out of curiosity, I leaned down to see what was on the screen. It was like a manuscript. So she was a writer after all? I have been dying to meet one. I read a few paragraphs and just then found myself digging into the story. It was very fascinating, and her writing style is quite familiar. Do you like the story? I fell on the floor and hurt my butt when the beautiful lady suddenly appeared in front of me with a couple of books pressed against her chest. Oh my God, I'm so sorry for frightening you. Are you all right? She offered her hand and helped me get back to my feet. Sorry for sneaking into your laptop. I was cleaning the tables when your manuscript caught my attention. That's one nice story right there. I'm Denise, by the way. Denise and I became the best of friends in an instant. She was a 35-year-old aspiring author living in the city alone and was working at a publishing company. Over the next few days, I would help her out by giving her some books that could help her improve her story, and then review every chapter. I was enjoying this at the same time. Oh, and your mom died? I thought she just lost her job, she asked when I told her about my mom, Anna. Oh, I mean my other mom, I clarified. So you have two moms? She seemed confused by the setup. Yes, they were partners. I cleared it out for her. Oh. She looked down and I noticed the blush that crept across her face. Her reaction made me wonder for a moment, but I just brushed it off. I'm sorry about what happened to your mom. She must have noticed the sadness on my face and hurried to change the topic. So how was it, your early childhood? Well, whenever I had to ask something to one of them, she'd always be like, go ask your mom. And when I'd ask the other mom, she'd say again, go ask your mom. They'd keep at it until I gave up. It was hilarious, but it was a long time ago. But now I think we are okay. Life's not fiction where you can manipulate things according to your desires and create your world, like awakening the dead or changing your mom's life in an instant, I bitterly said. We can always turn fiction into reality, Erica. Only if we believe that we can do it. Always remember that. Denise's words stunned me. A month had passed and I finally got my first ever salary. Mom got a job as a babysitter next door last week, but what she was getting was really low. I surprised her with a very delicious dinner that night. Surprise! I handed her an envelope with money inside. What's this? What are you up to lately, sweetie? My mom asked me with surprise and curiosity all over her face. I've been helping Mrs. Anderson in the library. I have been working as her assistant for the past month, and that's my first salary. Erica, this is huge! Her eyes widened when she finally opened the envelope. It's just enough for our bills and food. I'll look for more jobs. I'm also helping out my new best friend, Denise, an aspiring author who I met at the library. Why don't you invite them here for dinner so I can thank them? That's a great idea! The thought of Mom meeting those equally wonderful women made me excited. It's time for her to meet new friends and have a social life again. The next day at the library, Denise finally submitted her first manuscript to her editor, and it got approved right away. But what caught my attention was her pen name written in her final manuscript. Rainbow Girl? Your pen name is Rainbow Girl? That famous teen fiction author? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Was it just a coincidence? Since you're so special to me now, I wanted you to know it. But just keep it a secret, okay? She winked at me, and I almost fainted at the revelation. She really wanted to keep her identity anonymous so people could judge her stories without any bias. Oh my God, I can't believe it. You're actually her. I can't thank you enough for this, Erica. My work on this novel got easier because of you. What can I do to make it up to you? I acted like I was thinking for a moment before finally inviting her. Just have dinner with my mom and Mrs. Anderson later at our house. She looked like a snake had bitten her neck for a moment. With your mom? She's blushing again, and it gave me the impression that she's a generally shy person. I went home early to prepare for our dinner date. Mom had already prepared all the delicious food on the table, and she was currently doing her makeup. Wow, I barely recognize you. You look so beautiful, Mom. She stood up and twirled around to show off her pretty dress. The look of excitement on her face was overwhelming. They will be here any minute now. Minutes later, the doorbell finally rang, and both women were now waiting at our front porch. Denise was wearing a beautiful black dress and makeup tonight, and her beauty made me speechless. She looked even more stunning now. I hugged them both and happily introduced them to my mom. I elbowed my mom when I noticed that she was not speaking. She was just staring at them, specifically at Denise, and so was Denise at her. I smirked when I realized something. How could I be this slow? Sorry, I was just... My mom stuttered, but I was able to get a grip right away. I'm just thrilled to finally meet you two. Erica has been talking endlessly about you. My heart leapt with joy when I saw the sparkle in her eyes as we chit-chatted with both women over dinner. I was so happy to see that Denise and Mom were like best friends right away. Mrs. Anderson was also cheerful all night, and I was delighted that I got to know her even more. Things got more interesting when Mrs. Anderson revealed that she'd actually brought some wine. It was one of the best nights of our lives. My mom looked happier ever since she'd met them. Denise offered her an essential position at her publishing company, which was actually the biggest one in the country, while I continued to work as Mrs. Anderson's assistant at the library after school. When I arrived home one night, I heard some voices from the kitchen. I discreetly headed there to check who was Mom's visitor. It was Denise. Why was I not surprised? My mom was cooking food for dinner while Denise kept on tickling her. As revenge, my mom smeared mayonnaise on her nose, and they ended up in fits and giggles. It eventually faded when they stared at each other with some sort of tension. They took about 10 steps apart, as if they were allergic to each other upon seeing me. "Sweetie, what are you doing here?" I laughed upon seeing how my mom's face became red as the ripest tomato in town. Denise just turned to her laptop on the table and pretended to be busy typing. "Don't mind me. Pretend that I'm invisible," I said with a wide grin before leaving them. The smile never left my face until I reached my room. The look of happiness on my mother's face felt so satisfying. Well, I guess fiction and reality aren't that different after all.
Hey, beautiful people. I'm Taylor from Beverly Hills. Please like and subscribe. In a world obsessed with looks, I've always reveled in the glamorous world of beauty pageants. Mom got me started the moment I could walk, and with beauty, grace, and a bit of humor, I won every time. Even as a toddler, Mom gave me facials and painted my nails. She'd even squeeze my nose to keep its cute button shape. Ow, Mom! You're leaning too far forward, honey. Shoulders back and head held high. See these perfect dimples? Honey, suck in your cheeks like a vacuum cleaner, so you'll have perfect dimples. She'd do anything to ensure I kept my sweet features that won all the pageants. It was all about being perfect. Walk perfect, smile perfect, sleep perfect, 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 perfect. And those fancy gowns I'd don on stage, 2 sizes too small. I'd have to wear shapewear to keep a perfect waist when I was only a teenager. Even in school, everyone looked up to me thinking I was perfect. I took pride in making people feel seen and appreciated. And I also tried to be a good friend and mentor. Once, I even fished a phone out of the school toilet for my best friend, Renee. Did you just? Let's not mention this to anyone, okay? I don't want people to know I stick my hands in public toilets. You're so perfect, Taylor. I wish I could be like you. Yeah, but she didn't know that along with perfection comes stress. I couldn't chew gum, gossip, laugh like a hyena, or dress funky. And I felt the stress growing every day. When I turned 17, I had had enough. So I finally told my mom how unhappy I was with beauty pageants. You don't want to do this anymore? I need a break, Mom. And let's be honest, the pageant world needs a break from me after my last epic faceplant on stage. I never thought I'd see the day. Well, we can always find a new outlet for you. How about synchronized swimming with inflatable flamingos? Or maybe ballroom dancing? Singing? All this hardly leaves me time for normal teenage things. I want to live a happy life. She didn't understand, and for the next few days, she hardly talked to me. But I still tried. Mom, what do you think of this Eras Tour outfit? You think it's Tay-Swift approved? Huh? Whatever you like. We'd always been close, but I think I broke her dreams with my pageant withdrawal. School wasn't any better. Whispers about my huge loss at the pageant ran through the halls. I had to pick my head up and put on my it girl facade. As if that wasn't enough, a few days later, rumors echoed through the hall that Liam Bennett returned. They expelled Liam from school when we were kids for being a bully. And guess who he liked to pick on the most? Me. He was relentless. making me the butt of his jokes and playing horrible pranks on me until I'd cry. And now he was here, older and hotter, staring at me from across the hall. Ew, did I just say hotter? Anyway, I did what I could to avoid him until 5th period, when he sat next to me in class with a stupid smirk on his face. Oh great, it's the prodigal bully, Liam Bennett. What'd you do? Pay the school to bring you back?
Aw, come on, Taylor. You've got to admit, my pranks were legendary, but I'm a changed man now. No more pranks.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Whatever, beauty queen. Don't be surprised, but I just want to see a smile on that pretty face of yours.
Did he just call me pretty? Ew. Really, the day you make me smile, I'll personally crown you king of comedy. I just wanted him to buzz off and stay out of my life. And with all the hostility built up from his endless pranks as a kid, there was no way the guy was gonna get me to crack. With pageant life behind me, I had time for dating. One weekend, I checked my online dating profile. Hey, don't judge. None of the guys in school fit the bill for Prince Charming. As I was browsing, I saw a message pop up.
Hey, beautiful. I came across your dating profile and thought we'd make a good match.
My heart swelled when I clicked on his profile, and he looked like a real-life Harry Styles, only more obtainable. I messaged him back, and we spent nights texting one another. My heart was full of hope that I'd finally found a guy who met all my requirements. You know, perfectly imperfect. He was the kind of guy who loved tacos, but didn't worry if his jeans didn't fit. Who was brave, but never afraid to admit that lizards made him quiver. Who loved sports, but never had the knack to catch the ball. And the more I got to know him, the more I fell for him. He knew how it felt to feel pressure from a parent and want to be your own person. It felt great to be understood. And a few weeks later, when I woke up, I finally got the message I was waiting for.
Hey, beautiful. I think we'd be a match made in heaven. How about I take you out for a day you'll never forget?
I wasn't gonna let this opportunity pass me by. A weekend away from Mom's melodrama was what I needed, and a date with a hot stranger sounded like the cure. Yeah, I chose this dress. Not perfect at all, but considering skipping makeup, no way. My dark circles would make Draven run for the hills, so I gotta keep it light. Draven showed up on a motorcycle, and I swear I saw Mom's eyes bug out of her head. He was so sweet to hand me a bouquet of... Are those flowers from our front yard?
Yeah, sorry. I had a nicer bouquet, but it got ruined on the back of my bike. It's a few neighborhoods back now.
He was even cuter in real life, and he smelled amazing.
You ready to be swept off your feet, beautiful?
I hopped onto his vintage ride, which was so old, I had my doubts about it even working. But the way he grabbed my arm and pulled me to him sent waves of warmth through my body. Oh no.
Hold on tight, Taylor.
Draven parked at the local fairgrounds and held my hand as he guided me through the crowds. He was so gentle. We ate all the greasy junk food and even played carnival games. Just as Draven turned to face me, the clouds rolled in with a huge storm. Everyone went running for cover, but he kept me there in the rain. Without warning, I kicked up a puddle, splashing him.
What was that for?
Are you afraid of a little rain? Care for a little dance party, Draven? I don't know what came over me, but I started dancing.
You've got some skills, Taylor. Where'd you learn to dance like that?
I've got years of dance skills under my belt, thanks to pageants. I felt so free, and Draven even joined in. He couldn't dance to save his soul, but he tried, and I had a blast showing him all the moves. I don't think I've ever laughed so much. After the rain cleared, he took me to a gazebo adorned with twinkling lights. There was a basket of fries waiting for us at the table. It was honestly adorable, and I was starving. He really opened up, talking about all the pressure he felt from his dad, and I related to everything he said, and he sounded sincere. But that wasn't all. He was hilarious.
You've got a little something on your face.
Oh my god, where?
Nope, still there. And maybe a little worse, but have no fear.
As my cheeks turned redder than the ketchup smeared all over my face, Draven took a glob from his plate and spread it under his nose like a ketchup mustache.
We'll really turn heads now.
I let out a belly laugh as we both helped each other clean the mess off our faces. After dinner, Draven was about to take me somewhere, and I was looking forward to it, but my mom called.
Taylor, I'm so sick. Can you come home and make me some soup, honey?
Ugh, my mom. I didn't listen to her, so now she comes up with this.
As far as I understand, she's worked hard doing 2 jobs and still took the time to make sure you looked your best for pageants. That's because she loved you a lot and wanted to give you the best future. I think you have to understand her too.
Draven was right, and he was so sweet about the whole thing and took me right home. When he dropped me off, he seemed hesitant to leave.
So, I guess this is the end of our date.
Thank you for a fun day, Draven.
I hate to say goodnight, but it's getting late. How about we end the night with a movie-worthy
Just then, Mom came to the door in her robe and a box of tissues.
What took you so long? I swear I'm dying, Taylor.
Mom, seriously? With the theatrics? I'll be right in. With Mom back inside, I grabbed Draven by his jacket. He leaned closer to me, but as I gazed into his deep eyes, I felt my breath catching my throat. Is that
Taylor? Gotta go.
He sprinted off, and I stood there, confused at all the emotions rolling through me. Liam Bennett, you little jerk! He'd even disguised his voice. If he thinks he can prank me and make a fool out of me after all these years, he's got another thing coming. Knowing that Liam went out of his way to do this, I was fuming. But then I decided I'd go along with his plan and call him out when the time felt right. Two can play at this game. I went back to school Monday. I was livid, but somehow I had fallen for him. And then I was thinking of my plan to knock him out.
If it isn't my favorite beauty queen.
Oh, please. Beauty pageants are so yesterday. I've moved on to dating hot guys.
Is that so?
He looked so proud of himself, pulling off his little stunt this weekend, but I had my own plans. I wish more guys were like Draven. He was perfect. It's like we were a match made in heaven.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, honestly, I've fallen in love with him. He's all I thought about all weekend.
In love?
Absolutely. Draven is a total dreamboat. He's picking me up after school today. Do you have a jacket I could borrow?
No.
Before Liam could stop me, I opened his locker where he had Draven's jacket and wig all ready to go. Time to use my acting skills. Is that Draven's jacket and wig? Liam's eyes bugged out as he tried to shove his locker door closed. I don't know what came over me, but I grabbed Liam by his shirt and shoved him into the locker. Tell me why you disguised yourself as Draven. Was this all some huge prank to embarrass me in front of the whole school? I knew the whole time, you moron. Liam didn't answer as a slow smirk crept up on his lips. And then he did the unthinkable. He kissed me in front of the entire school. And just when it ended,
ow, what was that for?
As if that wasn't enough, school security came over and started pulling me away, threatening to expel me for abusing a classmate. Let me go! You've got the wrong troublemaker! I was angry and deceived and headed for the principal's office. I could picture Mom pulling me out of school and making me endure countless hours of beauty treatments as if I were preparing for a never-ending beauty pageant. My whole life would be one big show.
Hey, hold on a second. Let her go. This is all a big misunderstanding. Well, kind of.
Liam, what's going on here? I need you both to resolve whatever issue this is, or you'll both get detention.
I can explain everything.
Leave me alone long enough with this creep, and I'll have his face rearranged.
Miss Anderson, you are way out of line. It's okay. I deserve that. Come on, Taylor.
Liam took me by the arm, leading me out of the office and into an empty classroom to talk.
I know you're upset. Please, let me explain without rearranging my face or any other parts.
Oh, I'm sure this'll be good.
After they kicked me out of school a few years ago, my parents got me a mentor to help me turn my life around, and I really changed. The school gave me another chance on the condition that I don't pull any more pranks.
Oh, really? Because it looks like you're still making my life miserable.
It's not a prank, I swear.
Then explain, Draven.
I wanted to apologize to you, but you've been so hostile toward me, which you have every right to be. So when I found out how sad you were feeling those days, and then I saw your dating profile online, I made up Draven.
You're sick, Liam, and you're not very good at disguising yourself. I knew the moment I looked deep into your eyes.
Really?
You're such a... I can't even say the words out loud.
I deserve that, but I wanted to make up for all the times I made you cry. I wanted to help you see the beautiful person you are on the inside, and I wanted to see you laugh, and Draven made you crack. I'm sorry for deceiving you. I wanted to be honest with you from the beginning, but the way you brushed me off made it impossible to get through to you. But Draven got through. He is me. We're one and the same.
I felt confused, upset, and heartbroken that I fell for my enemy, and it took me a whole month to cool down and let Liam's explanation absorb me. But maybe Liam isn't my enemy. When he came up with ridiculous ideas to try and win back my forgiveness, I just had to roll my eyes. One day, when I entered the classroom, he came in with a guitar and started singing like a dying cat. And then the strings were snapping one by one. It was all I could do not to burst out laughing. And gosh darn it, those sweet eyes were doing me in. But that doesn't excuse the fact that you lied to me.
You're right. I messed up. Seeing you sad broke my heart, and that's too much for me. Please.
I could kick myself for caving, but all I could think about was how happy and carefree he made me feel. I liked being myself and not living up to anyone's expectations. We'd have a long way to go, but I guess I could forgive him.
Do you think I could steal another kiss?
You have a lot of making up to do first.
What was that? A lot of making out?
A lot of making up!
Hi, I'm Kelly. Since Dad left soon after I was born, it's just always been me and my mom. And I realized quite early on that she wasn't quite normal. On my 3rd birthday, Mom suddenly started running around like crazy and pulling the curtains shut. Then she blew out the candles on my cake and pulled me under the table. They're coming, Kelly. Who's coming, Mommy? Aliens, of course. We giggled quietly as we ate cake in our hiding spot. I thought she was pretty cool to make up funny games for me. Once when I was 5, we were at the park when suddenly she pointed excitedly at a man on a bench. Oh my God! See that guy, Kelly? He's your dad! Go hug him! I was so happy that I ran and threw myself at him, but he freaked out when I called him Daddy and quickly left. Just then, Mom came running after me, screaming, "How many times have I told you not to talk to strangers? And you're hugging one? Are you stupid?" "But Mom, you just told me to." She dragged me home and I was so confused. What kind of a game was this? Well, things just got worse. Mom was getting crazier. When I was 14, I had a high fever once and she took me to the hospital. The doctor was about to give me an injection when suddenly, Mom went bonkers. "Oh my God, are you trying to drug my daughter? I'm calling the cops right now, you kidnapper!" And then she attacked him. He had to call for help and it took 3 people to calm her down. The doctor told me Mom might have a condition called schizophrenia, and I'd have to keep an eye on her as much as possible. I knew I couldn't look after her while I was at school. Since Mom had a teaching degree, I asked her to apply as a teacher at my school, and thankfully she was hired. But to be honest, I didn't want anyone to find out we were related. The next day at school, I was running off for a big baseball match when I bumped into Mom. "You're gonna be great, honey. I love you." "Thanks, Mom." And I ran off before anyone saw us. But 5 minutes later on the field, I heard someone on the megaphone, and I turned around in horror. "I said I love you, and you said thanks? That's all I get? I was in labor for 20 hours with you, you ungrateful jerk." Who's that crazy lady talking to? No idea. Come on, let's start the game. "I need to hear those words, Kelly." Everyone stared at me, and I wanted to disappear. "Fine, I love you too, Mom." As everyone laughed, I felt really flustered, and I played my worst game ever. Later at home, I was so mad at Mom. How could you embarrass me like that in front of the whole school? And now everyone hates me for losing the game. Kelly, I don't know what you're saying. What did I even do? Are you embarrassed of me? Do you want me to quit? Fine, I'll quit. And she burst into tears. I sighed. "No, Mom, I don't want you to quit. I'm sorry, okay? Sometimes I felt like my mom's mom, and it was exhausting." The next day, as I was having lunch alone, the meanest girl in class, Linda, came over. "Wow, your mom's quite the freak show. My uncle runs a circus. Want me to ask him if he's got a spot for her?" "Shut up, Linda. Don't test me." "Jeez, can't you take a joke? Looks like crazy runs in the family." I pushed aside my tray and attacked her. But suddenly, someone literally picked me up and took me outside. It was a boy from my class, Jake. "You should have let me break her teeth." "Kelly, she's the principal's niece. She'd just get you and your mom in trouble." I just need a break from everything. "Well, how about we get out of here and do something fun?" I looked at his kind eyes and my heart raced a little. How had I not noticed he was so cute before? After that, we were hanging out together all the time, and soon enough, we started dating. One day, Jake and I were making out in the science lab when suddenly, Mom walked in on us. I was so sure she'd kill me, but instead, she smiled broadly. "Oh, my baby girl has found such a cutie. I'm so happy for you. But anyone can walk in here, guys. The janitor's closet is a much better place." "Wow, your mom's so cool. Let's go to the closet then." We'd only been there 5 minutes when Mom barged in with the principal. "See, I told you they were up to something. Didn't your parents teach you any morals?" "Mom, what are you doing?" Thanks to her, Jake and I were scolded by the principal in front of everyone and given a week-long suspension. But Jake had a party planned at his place the next night, and nothing was stopping me from going there. I sneaked out, and my jaw dropped at the size of his mansion. It also looked like he'd invited the whole school. But as I walked through the crowd looking for him, I saw something even more shocking. Jake was dancing with Linda, and they were looking deep into each other's eyes. What's going on here, Jake? He suddenly pushed Linda away.
Kelly, you're here, babe. I didn't know if you'd be able to come.
So what? You thought you'd just have some fun behind my back? What a jerk move!
Keep it down, Kelly. You're embarrassing me. And we were just dancing. Why are you acting crazy like your mom?
I can't believe you said that. We're done, Jake.
Kelly, I didn't mean...
But I didn't let him finish his sentence. As I walked out the gate, suddenly my shoe's heel broke. As I flung it aside angrily, I heard someone behind me.
Whoa, are you okay? Can I help you?
I turned to see a boy who was my senior at school.
I'm Ron, Jake's older brother. I've seen you two around. You're his girlfriend, right?
Not anymore! Ron listened quietly as I told him everything and offered to drop me home. On the way, we stopped for ice cream and sat on the car's bonnet, talking and laughing. He was really easy to be around. When he walked me to my door, he suddenly took my hand.
I had a good time, Kelly. And this may seem fast, but I've been really wanting to do this all evening.
And he suddenly pulled me close and kissed me. It felt amazing, and I kissed him back. Later that night, I suddenly sat up in bed when I heard someone tap on my window, and I was shocked to see Jake outside. What are you doing here? Go away!
I'm not leaving till you listen to me.
I was afraid he might wake Mom, so I let him in.
Listen, I'm really sorry. You're my girlfriend, and if Linda bothers you, I promise I won't go near her again. And I really shouldn't have said that about your mom. Please, give me another chance.
He looked so sincere, and I just couldn't refuse. As we hugged and kissed, all I could think was, oh my God, I just kissed my boyfriend's brother an hour ago. The next day when I went to school, I saw Ron walking towards me, and my heart skipped a beat.
Hey, Kelly, I was just thinking about...
Just then, Jake turned up and slipped an arm around my waist.
Oh, hey, bro. I see you finally met my girlfriend. I can't wait for you two to be buddies.
Ron looked taken aback, but he quickly managed to smile and walk away. But one other person looked really unhappy to see me and Jake together. Linda. After that, Jake and I would hang out at his place often, and Ron always seemed to be around, which was driving me crazy. This one time, we were all playing video games, and Ron was sitting so close to me. He smelled so good. I could barely focus. Another afternoon, Jake and I went to their pool, and Ron had just stepped out of the water. I was so distracted when I saw him shirtless that I slipped. But Ron leapt forward and caught me just before I hit the ground, and I could swear there was electricity between us. If he felt the same, he didn't let it show. A week later, Jake and I had tickets to watch a big baseball game, but he felt really sick. I said I'd miss it too, but he insisted I go with Ron instead. And secretly, I didn't mind that at all. We were having a great time at the game. During the interval, we suddenly noticed people looking our way, and we realized that the kiss cam was on us. Guys, we're not together. But as the crowd chanted louder for us to kiss, Ron turned to me and smiled.
This is for the crowd, right? I don't know about you, but it wouldn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, me neither, duh. I'm not into you, like at all. Let's do this. I pulled him towards me and kissed him. The crowd's noise was drowned out for me because I was totally lost in this magical moment. All night, I kept feeling guilty about these feelings for Ron, but it was about to get a lot worse. As I walked to my locker the next day, I saw posters of me and Ron kissing stuck all over the walls with cheater written over my face. I saw Ron across the hall, and just then, Jake walked in. Oh, Jake, I'm so sorry you had to find out this way. It's not like it's even a secret. They were kissing publicly. Seriously, your girlfriend has no shame. Jake turned to Linda.
Why would you do this? I know it happened at the game. Ron told me. It's just a baseball game thing. Take down these posters.
I thought a major disaster had been avoided, but suddenly, Mom turned up.
Well, that's not the only time she's kissed that boy.
Mom, you're confused.
No, I'm not. This boy dropped you home one night and you two kissed. Wait, I have it in my notebook. Ah, yes. 21st August. The night of my party? You kissed my brother? And then you kissed me? And said we were all good again?
Jake, let me explain. But before I knew it, he charged straight at Ron, and the two were wrestling on the floor. As two teachers rushed forward and pulled them apart, Jake shouted at Ron,
"You backstabber! I'm never, ever gonna forgive you!"
As the two were taken off to detention, I ran out of there crying. I felt terrible. I'd broken Jake's heart, and worse, I ruined the brothers' relationship. I didn't go to school for a few days, and Mom kept asking me what had happened, but I couldn't even be mad at her. It was my fault, and I had to fix it. The next day, I went to see Jake. He looked surprised to see me, but not angry. Jake, I'm here to say that I'm really sorry. I know I've hurt you, but I never meant to, and neither did Ron. It was a stupid thing we did, but please, don't let it come between you guys. And then, Jake said he'd had time to think about everything, and he didn't even love me. He only felt competitive with his brother at first, but now he just wanted to end things himself.
I know you're pretty, but you are crazy, just like your mom. And I am kinda into Linda.
I gave him a hard slap on the face and left. The next day, I skipped off to school happily, looking for Ron everywhere. I finally found him, and I ran straight towards him and kissed him. Suddenly, we heard Mom speaking into the megaphone.
You didn't even invite me to your wedding? You ungrateful jerk!
Well, Ron and I are dating now, and it's the happiest I've ever been. We also took Mom to the doctor together and got her onto meds. And she's doing a little better.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy. Like and subscribe to hear my crazy story. Growing up, I had a happy life, and I basically had it all. Only one thing was missing: siblings. And since my parents were always busy, I felt lonely. So I came up with new ideas every time. Once when I was 4, I asked my driver to push my life-sized doll in a stroller to my dad's office.
Oh no, she pooped. Dad, can you please change my baby sister's diaper?
Oh, honey, I can't do.
Remember when you cleaned my bum in the middle of the forest with a leaf?
My dad looked horrified.
You've got this.
You can imagine my dad's embarrassment in the middle of the meeting. When I turned 8, I'd grab the neighbor's kids and beg my parents to bring them home, but they weren't convinced. So I did everything to let them stay with me as long as I could, until stop trying to kidnap my kid. Put down that Prada bag filled with jelly beans and get your butt home now. As they left, I started bawling, and my parents had enough embarrassment. So the next month, they adopted 6-year-old Harrison from foster care. I was ecstatic.
Welcome to your new house.
Whoa, it's so big. Is it an orphanage?
He was so cute, but he didn't play with the toys our parents bought for him. Instead, he picked up the cans from the bin and played with those. He also kept wearing the same clothes until they got worn out. My heart just swelled. So I stepped up and decided everything for him since then. But outside the house, his innocence quickly made him a target for bullies. Like in primary school, this one kid, Finn, kept picking on him. Once, when he made Harrison wipe up his shoes dipped in dog poop, hey,
Gross.
I went full demon mode on this kid and sent him packing. But the teacher caught me giving him a black eye.
Lucy Godot Raffaelli, my office now.
I was in deep trouble, and I got detention for 3 weeks, and Mom had me doing chores for twice as long. But it was all worth it. Finn never messed with Harrison again. But when Harrison turned 12, he bought ponies for all the pretty girls to get their attention.
This one's for you. Her name is Chestnut, and she loves carrot-flavored ice cream.
Gosh, oh my gosh, thank you! As a responsible sister, I'd have to go around to all those girls' houses later to fix the damage. Chestnut's coming back with me. Hey, is that scarf cashmere? Give that to me. Stay away from Harrison, understood? I was genuinely worried that if a girl bats her eyelids at him, he'd buy her Prada bags and skirts from Miu Miu. In high school, the stakes got higher. There were more bullies who'd trick him, but the biggest threat was the hotties trying to charm him. Thankfully, my boyfriend Justin was 100% genuine. He was handsome and the best basketball player. Harrison is totally gonna get his butt whooped.
And you're going to follow him around with the baseball bat beating up anyone who tries?
I wish, but I have my own stuff going on too. But maybe, if you could...
Nuh-uh, no way. You can hire someone like Nathan. It's not like you don't have the cash for it. I was kidding, Lucy.
I sprinted off looking for Nathan. Oh, meet Nathan, the editor of our school paper. He's your typical dork, but don't underestimate him. This guy knows his work best. I remember in middle school, someone was smearing boogers on all the walls, and it turned out it was our cruelest teacher, Mr. Wobblebottom, and Nathan caught him in the act.
Say cheese!
So that meant if I wanted the inside scoop on any girls digging their claws into Harrison, he was the guy to ask. But when I went to the school newspaper office to find him, I didn't see him. I saw this muscled blonde guy with a nose piercing. Then I realized that it was Nathan. Wow, Talk about a glow-up. Puberty did him wonders.
If it isn't the queen bee, what are you doing
I
here?
wanted you to keep me updated on any girls getting close to Harrison, and I'm willing to pay anything. I slid an envelope bursting with cash across the table, but Nathan just laughed.
An info for an info. Tell me more about Justin.
Justin, why?
Guys want to be him, girls want to be with him, so you feed me the info on his lifestyle, and I'll help spy on your little brother. Deal?
I wanted to smack Nathan so bad, but now I'm stuck. Spilling the tea about Justin isn't a big deal, and it might even get him more fans. For the next month, I got the inside track on any girls who had their eyes on Harrison and shut him down early. And all I had to do was listen to Justin a bit more when he started gushing about his new protein powder or whatever. But things got messy when the first article on Justin came out.
Gains come my ways.
He stopped me at my locker and shoved his phone in my face.
Do you know anything about this?
Your special no-carb meal plan?
In the school paper. How'd they find out about that? I eat my lunch in the gym storeroom just to keep it a secret. Only 2 people know about it. My trainer and you.
Don't get so worked up. It's just a diet.
Meal plan. This is what determines if you're Olympic level or a local league scrub. You just don't get it. You never did.
He stormed off, and before I could say anything, out of nowhere, Nathan peeked from behind.
Don't worry about it. I heard something else that's going to blow your mind.
He told me that Harrison and this girl, Natalie, have been secretly meeting up after school.
And just today, she got a new iPhone.
Okay, what's the big deal? Nathan said Natalie was on a scholarship, and there was no way she could afford the latest iPhone. That leech!
This would be a huge scoop if we can prove that she's using Harrison
for his money. Oh, she definitely is.
And since you're Harrison's sister, I thought you could get in close and help me expose Natalie.
Deal. The first step was to figure out just what Natalie had been scamming my brother out of. Nathan got Natalie's locker code, so I snuck into the locker room during my free period and took a look inside. Books, gym clothes, stationery, nothing I could pin on her. On the back of the locker door was a picture of her and Harrison with a big love heart drawn around it. Blech. And then, what really stood out was a folder called Operation Moolah. Bang! Just then, the door slammed shut in my face. It was Natalie. Find anything you like, thief? Funny you say that, when you're the one who's been eyeing up my brother's wallet. Oh yeah? And what did I take from him? And then, as I looked at her hand on the locker door, I saw Natalie was wearing a glittering diamond ring. Ah! Get off me! How'd you get this then? Dumpster diving? The crowd started murmuring, and I waited to see Natalie crumble, but she didn't. She looked more confident than ever. Harrison did give it to me as a promise ring. He gave this to me because he wants to go steady from now on. And before I could react, a couple of girls squealed, running out of the crowd to cheer for Natalie. I went back to Nathan to tell him what happened.
Not gonna lie, this is still great stuff for me.
Not helping, Nathan. I need a new way to expose Natalie. Just then, he pulled out a drawer filled with cables, microphones, and cameras. How do you have all these?
My friends lent it to me in exchange for information.
So this was how he got his info for the gossip column. Over the next week, we tried to follow Natalie wherever possible, but she wouldn't let us get close at all. Until one day, we saw her and her friends go to a primary school's playground. We brought a long-distance microphone with us. He helped me with setting it up. I can really hear them.
Wow, what's that?
I threw the headphones off before my eardrums burst. Some snotty kid was yelling right into the microphone. Go away from here. It's not cotton candy. I immediately realized my mistake. The kid started bawling his eyes out. Natalie and her friends whipped around at the voice, and they started walking towards us. Oh God, what should I do? They kept walking closer to us, so I pulled Nathan close and kissed him. I can't have her thinking I'm following her, can I? Ugh, get a room. I pulled away from Nathan, startled. Just then, Natalie and her friends turned around and walked away.
Wow, that was great.
Not another word. I was bewildered as I was still with Justin. So when I got home, I texted and called Justin, but he didn't respond or return any of my calls. But it's not like I wanted it. I just did it to show Natalie that we have better things to do than stalk her. I hesitantly shoved the feelings away and moved on to the next plan. Harrison was taking Natalie on a date to a street festival. Nathan had an interview with some of the staff there and scored us a mascot costume. Unfortunately, they only had one spare, a Chinese dragon made for 2 people. adorable. I called dibs on the front because, let's be real, I didn't want to be stuck staring at his butt all the time. We followed them around for 2 hours, but the most he bought her was some cotton candy and a hot dog. What a waste of time. This is pointless. She's not gonna scam him with so many people around.
Come on, another hour. She's about to crack. Look, they're sneaking behind the fire breather stage.
We sidled up next to the stage, and I peered my giant dragon head slowly around the corner. Oh my god, no!
What? What's happening?
I think they're going to...
Well, duh. They are dating.
Ew, I won't watch.
You have to. She'll give him a big smooch, then ask him to buy her something. I'm sure.
I looked again, but Harrison and Natalie were staring at each other with stars in their eyes. I thought I might throw up. Harrison put his hands on Natalie's waist and pulled her in closer. It was too much. I jumped back suddenly, tripping over Nathan.
Watch it.
And just then, we crashed into the fire breather's tent pole, knocking down his backdrop. The whole thing came down just as he spit out a huge plume of flame.
Get up. We need to get out of here.
Ah, get it off! I threw the costume off and realized things weren't quite as crazy as I thought. There was a small stage fire, but it was quickly put out with nearby fire extinguishers. The only people panicking were us, and everyone had noticed.
Lucy, what are you doing here?
See? I told you. They've been following me around everywhere. No. We were just here enjoying the festival.
You and that gossipy writer Nathan from the paper?
I have other friends too.
I hope you're not counting me as one of them.
What?
I'm your brother, but I don't think I can be your friend anymore. You don't even trust me.
Trust? You shouldn't have trusted her. Ask her about Operation Moolah. OMG! That was about those rich kids I used to tutor. I told Harrison about this already. Harrison looked so betrayed. He stormed off, taking Natalie with him, and she dared to shoot a smug smile my way. She'd won.
Don't worry about it, Lucy. Once Harrison sees the evidence, he'll understand why.
Stop it. It's over. I felt terrible. I ran away and found myself in the corner shop at school where Harrison and I used to go as kids. His face would light up when I bought him gummy worms, like they were the most precious thing in the world. I couldn't help it. I started crying.
I've never seen you break a sweat before.
Justin was towering over me in his basketball clothes. Ugh, just when I thought this day couldn't get any worse.
What's going on?
Harrison hates me. He thinks I'm overprotective.
I mean, you are though?
Now see, I'm upset.
I meant it in a nice way. You'd do anything for your brother. Even sell out my secret meal plan.
You knew?
I figured it out later, and that's when I realized you haven't got room in your heart for another guy at the moment. Not while you're still looking out for Harrison.
I thought you'd be angrier. I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible person.
Not at all. I knew you had to have a good reason. You're a good person, but it's not possible for us to move ahead.
Justin pulled his bag over his shoulder and started to walk away.
You know, if you had more faith in Natalie too, you'd probably find something worth looking for.
And with that, he was gone. But he'd given me an idea. I headed across town to the one place I'd find out who Natalie really was, her house. Natalie's mom opened the door and invited me in. The place was falling apart. We got to chatting about Natalie's home life, and then I realized how wrong I was about Natalie. I left calling Nathan. Hello? Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. I need you to do something for me. Consider it a payment for staring at my butt all day. I'll text you through the deets later. Gotta go. I rushed home and started planning the event. It took a couple of weeks to get everything together, and Harrison was giving me the cold shoulder and was dead silent at family dinners during that time. It'll all be worth it. I gathered everyone in the front yard of Natalie's house, including Natalie's mom and Nathan. And when I saw Natalie and Harrison coming around, hit the cannons! Confetti drifted through the air as hundreds of people started cheering and waving. What's all this? When I visited the other week, your mom told me everything about your dirtbag dad walking out on you and taking everything you had and then leaving you in this place. No offense, but it's held together with crazy glue. So I wanted to do something for you, and I put together a fundraiser, with your mom's permission, of course. I don't understand.
They're buying us a new house.
Natalie was speechless. The first time I had ever seen her without the smug, all-knowing smile on her face.
Who are all these people? I put the word out on my network about Natalie's situation. Everyone was more than happy to pitch in. I didn't even have to blackmail anyone this time.
I elbowed Nathan in the gut. Not the time. So, Natalie, I want to apologize. Natalie's eyes started to well up, and she ran around the back of the house. Harrison followed right after her, and I couldn't help but see if everything was okay. I found them sitting on the rusty swing set, Harrison comforting Natalie. Hey, I'm sorry if I stuck my nose where it wasn't wanted. No, not at all. I really appreciate it. It's just, I don't deserve it. The truth is, when I first started seeing Harrison, I knew you were rich, like mega rich, and I thought if I got close to you, maybe I'd get some of the things I knew Mom could never afford for me, like that phone.
And the ring?
No, Harrison just got that for me, and I wanted to wear it and feel rich for once, to not be looked down on because I don't have as much money as everyone else. Actually, that's something Harrison and I bonded over. He got picked on for having so much money, and me for not having enough.
I thought we had something deeper than that.
We do. Once I saw how amazing you were, I felt guilty, and I couldn't possibly think of asking for money, gifts, or anything. I just wanted you, your big, innocent eyes and your charming smile. Harrison and Natalie locked eyes, and maybe I should have seen it sooner, but they really did like each other. Harrison, I'm sorry I didn't trust you.
You just need to let me make my own mistakes sometimes and meet new people. You don't have to worry. I only have one sister, and that's special, no matter what.
Harrison gave me a big hug. I didn't want to let him go again.
Not so tight from now on, okay?
I'll try. I let go.
Room for one more?
Not now, Nathan.
Aw, come on. I got all these people here.
Oh gosh, I need to go thank everyone. Natalie and Harrison ran off, leaving Nathan and I on the swing set together.
You know, this fluff piece stuff never sells nearly as well as juicy gossip. How do you plan to make it up to me?
Well, maybe we can make some juicy gossip of our own. I put my hand on Nathan's, and he blushed. For once, his cool guy attitude had cracked, and I thought maybe I have another innocent guy to look after from now on. Hey there, I'm Christina. Hit that like button and smash subscribe to MSA for stories that'll make your head spin. But first, show your love for MSA with our awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. Life used to be all fun and games with my twin Nadia. We did everything together, watched cartoons, played games, and even wore identical clothes. We were so alike, even our parents got mixed up. But as we grew older, things changed. We started liking different things, and by the time we were in 5th grade, everyone saw that Nadia was way smarter than me. Mom was a university teacher, and she was always talking about Nadia's good grades to everyone and giving her extra lessons. She tried with me once, but when I didn't understand quickly, she just sighed.
Some kids shine, others don't.
It made me feel bad. Nadia's study sessions grew longer, and our playtime disappeared, like our matching outfits.
How about a cartoon break? For old time's sake. Can't. Mom thinks they're just a distraction now.
And then, Mom started giving me more and more house chores. At first, I didn't mind helping, but then I noticed she was doing it on purpose to keep me away from my sister. Leave your sister alone. She's studying. Go wash the dishes.
But I just wanted a little help with my math.
Ask your teacher for help. Nadia's busy, and those dishes aren't going to wash themselves. And after that, you can organize your closet. If you can't manage that mess, you're not going to get very far ahead in life.
You don't always have to be like that. It's all right, Christina, honey. Let's go do the dishes together.
Nadia and I were growing distant. Mom paid me no attention, and she and Dad fought a lot, mostly about the way she treated me. And I couldn't help feeling that I was the reason our family was tearing apart. Eventually, Mom and Dad split up, and I ended up moving out with Dad to a really dingy apartment.
Look on the bright side, honey. Adventures await us.
Adventures, huh? More like nightly mouse marathons and indoor rain.
This place just needs a little love, and you can choose the decor. Pink for your room?
Maybe black, just like my future. Surprisingly, I came home to find one wall in my room painted black.
Dark moments show us how the little things can shine.
He put bright flowers against the black wall.
Notice how the colors stand out now?
It's pretty, I guess.
You'll understand someday. Always look for the bright spots.
Positive thinking was tough, especially with school growing weirder by the day. Everyone at school thought of me as the other dumb sister. Even my teachers seemed to feel sorry for me. Christina, maybe put in some extra effort? You might surprise yourself.
Sure, I'll ask Mom for help. Oh wait, she's too busy with her star student.
I left the classroom upset when I heard Nadia's voice behind me in the hallway. What's wrong now? Just another day of me growing tired of being compared to you. It's not my fault. I just keep to myself. It must be nice not worrying about anyone else. I was walking off, but Nadia grabbed my arm. Hey, listen, I know you're upset, but there's something I can't tell you right now. It's why I am the way I am now. Please trust me. Or maybe you're just self-absorbed, and that's some stupid, mysterious lie you made up to make yourself sound more interesting. Well, it's not working, 'cause no not interested. Later, Nadia went to a fancy school for smart kids and things got quiet. I missed her a lot because even though we drifted apart, she was still my twin after all. And after that, I hardly saw her anymore. Even when I visited Mom's place, Mom was always too wrapped up in her own world, and I couldn't help but notice that among the family photos on the walls, there wasn't a single one of just me. On my 15th birthday, Dad had a big grin and said he had a surprise for me.
Guess what? I've got a girlfriend. She's Italian and she owns a pet shop. Let's go see it. Vanessa's super cool. You'll see.
We walked into the pet shop, and it was like a jungle. Instead of puppies and kittens, there were snakes and big bugs. Holy moly, what is this? Vanessa had a big snake around her neck and smiled.
That's just Ziggy, my whip scorpion. He's nice once you get to know him.
Vanessa was full of energy and made the scary animals seem cool.
And this majestic creature is Mr. Bean, the python. He's quite the gentleman.
I thought I was the man in your life.
Oh, you are. But Mr. Bean here is the silent type, and he never complains about my cooking.
The way they were flirting with each other was so cringy. On the drive back, Dad wouldn't stop talking about Vanessa, and it was too much. Dad, I like Vanessa, but I'm not ready for a new mom. He looked sad, but I had to say it. Next time he invited me out with them, I said no. It felt like everyone was moving on except me. Dad had Vanessa, Nadia was busy being smart, and here I was feeling stuck and unnoticed. Vanessa, the snake lady, started hanging out at our place a lot. One afternoon, she was trying to bake a pumpkin pie, and she dumped a whole bag of flour on the floor and then tripped over the cat. I couldn't help laughing, even though I was trying to ignore her. After some time, Vanessa plopped a piece of pie in front of me, raising an eyebrow. Truce? She asked, and honestly, it smelled too good to ignore.
Look, I know you don't like having me in your dad's life, and honestly, I never saw myself as a stepmom. I'm more like a free spirit, you know? But hey, your dad's got my heart doing cartwheels, so let's try to be friends, huh? I'm not like your typical stepmom witch type.
Does that mean you won't give me a hard time for eating junk food?
I'm the one offering pie for lunch, aren't I?
Okay, she was quirky, and she had a point. Later on, I found myself helping her cook, and Dad got all teary seeing us getting along. Turns out, Vanessa was kinda cool to have around, but I still felt a bit like I was on the sidelines of everyone else's game. One day in my room, I noticed the flowers next to the black wall looking sad, their petals falling. Time for new flowers. Fresh flowers had become my thing. They cheered out the room. At the flower shop, I met Mrs. Garcia for the first time. She was super cool, zipping around in her wheelchair, arranging bouquets with the biggest smile.
Pick whatever makes you smile, Christina,
she said, handing me the brightest bunch. I walked out of the flower shop, super happy with my new flowers. I wasn't looking where I was going and didn't see a bike coming. It knocked me over, and I blacked out. I woke up in a hospital bed, and Nadia was there looking super worried. She ran off to find Dad as soon as I opened my eyes. The doctor said I'd hit my head pretty badly and was out for 3 whole days, but they checked me over and said I could go home. Back in my room, something about my flowers caught my eye. They seemed cooler somehow. I grabbed a pen and paper and started drawing, really getting into all the shapes and patterns I could see. What's up with you? Did you know flowers are kinda like math? They've got these patterns that are all just cool. Nadia looked at my drawings and turned white as a ghost. No way. Here, try these math problems. Stuff that used to look like alien code suddenly just made sense. I even solved the complex equations. Did my brain just level up or what? We gotta tell Mom, like she'd care to check on me. She's not heartless, okay? She was actually worried. Don't defend her. You don't know everything. Then tell me. I told you, I can't. Ugh, then just go ahead and leave. I don't even want to know your stupid secret. Later, when Mom popped by, she barely glanced at Dad and Vanessa and came straight to me with a stack of papers. Time for a little test, Christina. After I finished, she examined the papers and just said, pack up. You're staying with me now.
What? Can we talk about this first?
No need. She's got a gift, and I'm going to make sure it doesn't go to waste.
Wait, you can't just show up and decide to take her. Where were you before, and why are you suddenly loving her now?
My God, I can't believe I'm even standing here listening to you, a nobody. I'm her mother. But if you must know, Christina might have acquired savant syndrome, and it's not something either of you can deal with. I can help her. She explained that sometimes a head bump can switch switch on a talent for things like art or math. She thought that's what had happened to me, and I couldn't help feeling excited. Could this be my shot to shine and get Mom's attention? I begged Dad, and finally, he said yes.
Better watch out, Christina. My cousin in Rome got that acquire servant syndrome. He became arrogant and a real pain. Then he bumped his head again and went back to being stupid. Not that you're stupid, but you know what I mean.
What kind of dumb syndrome is that, Vanessa? Did you come up with it while watching cartoons? I ignored Mom and ran to hug Vanessa before leaving. Mom enrolled me in Nadia's school, and on my first day, I felt nervous. But I noticed Nadia was popular, and people were also interested in me. When they wondered why I just started there, Nadia jumped in. She was sick and overseas for treatment. Come on, Christina. Later, I asked her why she lied. Mom's orders. Just play along, okay? That sounded weird, but I brushed it off because I had lots to do. Before long, I caught up with all the schoolwork and even started getting better grades than Nadia. That's when Mom finally said she was proud of me for the first time in my life. And late one night, I overheard Mom screaming at Nadia in the living room.
You call this a report card? Pathetic. All the years I spent working so hard with you, down the drain.
I'm trying my best.
Your best? Your best is a joke. You're nothing like your sister. If you don't smarten up, you'll be a nobody, just like your father.
Hearing this, I felt stunned. Why was Mom being so harsh with Nadia? And calling Dad a loser? That was just mean. I snuck into Nadia's room later and told her I heard the argument. Great, now what? Mom's on my case, expecting the best, and you're making it harder. You're doing all this for her? Yes, she's always pushing me, being super strict. If I don't do well, she gets really mean, and I can't deal with that. I didn't say anything before about how mean she is, because I thought I wanted to be the best too, and she was helping me. Now, it just feels like she's making me miserable. Mom was even tougher on Nadia than I thought, and hearing that shook me. And now, Mom was dragging me to these math contests too that usually Nadia competed in. I didn't want to stress out Nadia more, but I also wanted to shine. Was that so bad? And soon, I was winning the math contests with record-breaking results. People started calling me a genius. Reporters interviewed me, I got my pictures taken, and I even spoke at Mom's university. All that praise and validation should have felt good, but somehow I still felt empty inside. This isn't what I wanted. Ugh! That weekend, I needed to clear my head, so I visited Dad. On the way, I stopped by the old flower shop. Mrs. Garcia was there.
Hey, Christina, what's new?
How are you feeling now after the accident? And catching up with her, I spilled out my whole story. She was putting together a bouquet as she listened. Then she looked up and said, "You know, Christina, a flower doesn't worry about being the tallest or the brightest in the bunch. It just grows at its own pace. That's kind of like us too." Suddenly, it made sense. Being myself was enough, whether I was winning math contests or not. Dad, Vanessa, and my friends didn't care about any trophies. They just liked me for me. They always had. Mom was the one caught up in who was the tallest, brightest flower. But Mrs. Garcia saw something else. A garden where every flower mattered. Seeing Nadia so unhappy, just trying to please Mom, made me sad. I used to be jealous, but not anymore. And I decided that something had to change. I got Dad and Vanessa on board, and we cooked up a plan. We just needed the perfect time to kick it off. That chance came during a live TV interview with me and Mom. The host asked me what it was like growing up with a ton of books.
She loved it.
Actually, that was Nadia. She always had her head in a book and never got to have any fun. The crowd was shocked, and Mom got stiff. I wasn't the bookworm. My smarts came after a head bump.
You mean the illness you had?
That's just Mom's story. She didn't want to acknowledge she had a dumb kid, I guess.
Be quiet.
I won't, and I don't care about winning math contests. Nadia doesn't either. We're done trying to please you. With that, I walked off and went backstage to find Nadia. Why'd you do that? Mom didn't bat an eye when she separated us, ruined her marriage, and used you to become popular. She ignored me all my life, and now she's using me. Nadia, we deserve better. Aren't you tired of being Mom's puppet? Come with me. We bolted before Mom could stop us. Dad was outside, ready to whisk us away.
You can't take my kids.
They're old enough to choose. Or do you want to take this up in court?
Mom looked furious, but she stayed quiet, and we went home. Vanessa had a lovely dinner waiting, and it felt like a fresh start. And Nadia started helping Vanessa with the snakes, and it seemed to be her calling, working with those slimy creatures. As for me, I'm still figuring things out, but for now, I'm just happy with the good stuff around me. I was just minding my own business in the convenience store when suddenly a hooded guy jumped at the cashier and pulled out a gun.
Give me some cash. All of it. now.
Everyone started to panic, except me. I'd actually been waiting for this moment. Hey, idiot! Everyone gasped as the robber turned to me. I then walked up to him while slowly removing my jacket. It's so hot in here, don't you think?
Back off, sweetheart. I have a gun.
Not anymore. He tried to dive for it, but I immediately locked him in a tight grip and pinned him to the ground.
It's jail time, baby.
And that's how you catch a criminal. Hi, my name is Artemis, and I've always wanted to become a detective, just like my dad. Before I continue, MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. As the robber was being arrested, someone approached me with a proud smile on his face. My favorite police detective, Lewis. I'd met him during a Future Detective summer program for high school students last year, and we'd kept in touch.
You're really something else, kid.
Kid? He was just 5 years older than me, but he kept treating me as his little sister. And it was so annoying because I actually liked him. I learned from the best.
If you're free tonight, do you want to have dinner with me?
Would he finally confess his feelings for me? The anticipation was killing me. He took me to a romantic restaurant and my heart was racing.
I'll get to the point, Artemis. I know that you've been waiting for this moment too.
You bet I have.
We're having a big and difficult case right now, and we need your help.
Oh, I suddenly felt stupid. Tell me about it.
It's a gold smuggling case, and the suspect's name is Mr. Anderson. We need some hard evidence against him.
And how can I help exactly?
He has a son, and his name is Chase. He's a senior high school student, reckless, clumsy, and spoiled. He's looking for a female bodyguard, and she should be very attractive.
So, you want me to pose as his bodyguard while spying on Mr. Anderson, right?
Exactly. I need you to find where he's keeping all those gold bars.
Mission accepted, officer. Dad had trained me in martial arts since I was 2, and now I could finally put it to good use. Lewis prepared my fake documents for the application, and luckily, I was chosen. I was so excited about this mission, but little did I know that I was about to get involved in the biggest mess ever. I tried so hard to keep my cool when I finally met Mr. Anderson. His face literally screamed danger. I was secretly scanning my eyes around his office as we discussed the job.
Instead, the necklace trapped me. My body stayed here in a coma, but my spirit was locked inside. But when it broke, it lost its hold. My soul was released and returned to my body.
So, you were in this necklace all this time?
In a way, yes. I've been watching you, and you've been so brave, Kara. Although I got a bit freaked out when I saw you walking towards that red door.
Wait, you know about the red door? How? I never told anyone about that vision.
I know because I was there. That scream you heard was mine. And it wasn't a vision, Kara. The necklace was messing with your head. It feeds off your fears and uncertainties. And when it sensed your confusion about Ethan's haunting, it created the image of a ghost to prey on your emotions. It was all a trick to get you to walk through that red door willingly. And if you had, you'd be trapped just like I was.
So, you mean everything I saw in my visions was my imagination? But what about the stuff that came true?
The necklace has this strange power of showing you bits and pieces of the future, but never the full picture. It keeps you curious, making you rely on it to guide you. That's how it earns your trust and manipulates you.
I think I'm gonna lose my mind.
No, you won't, because I will never let this happen again. I'm done with these studies, Kara. I lost sight of what matters and nearly lost everything. I think I want to focus on my family again.
I'd love that too, Mom.
Great! Now that you're both reunited, maybe we can talk about my Bora Bora trip? No? Fine, I'll just sit here quietly.
We all laughed, and it felt like a new chapter had begun. The necklace was gone, Mom was awake and back with me. And as for Ethan, well, he's still clumsy as ever. But at least he's taking therapy, so he won't roll off another building and blame it on a ghost. Hi, I'm Janet. When I was 16, I fell in love, and it was magical. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. His name was Carter, and he was a dream come true. Every day I saw him, it was like the sun shined brighter.
I miss you, darling. My heart aches when you're not around.
I saw you 10 minutes ago, but it feels like an eternity.
Babe, you're my world, my inspiration, the air I breathe. Without you, I'm nothing. But with you, I feel like I could do anything. I love you so much.
You're so sweet, you make my teeth hurt. You're like cotton candy dipped in chocolate fudge with rainbow sprinkles. Every time Carter held me in his arms, I melted like a popsicle on a hot day. He made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. With him at my side, I was unstoppable. I was at the top of my class in school, I was captain of the debate team and class president, and Carter was my biggest cheerleader. Every time I reached a new goal, he bought me balloons and flowers and we'd waltz down the hallway.
Ouch, my foot.
Sure, we stepped on a few toes and a few grumpy people couldn't handle our public displays of affection.
Jeez, gotta roam for goodness sake.
But we didn't care. Our love was amazing. At home, it was just me and my dad, who was the head accountant at a huge company. He made a ton of money and worked really long hours, but he always made time for me. We played chess, watched movies, and I even cooked his favorite meals. Though one time his face turned green and he spent the rest of the night in the bathroom. Life was perfect, but a year later, everything changed. Dad started having problems with his boss, Mr. Saint. Mr. Saint owned my dad's company, and everyone in town loved him. He was filthy rich and donated a bunch of money to charities, but Dad hated him.
I can't stand that man. He's a crook and a thief. If they only knew what he does behind closed doors. He's a rotten criminal and he's bribed the police to look the other way.
No way, not Mr. Saint.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Carter is Mr. Saint's son. And of course, Dad has no idea that he's my boyfriend. Dad had to be mistaken. Carter was an angel. No way his father could be a criminal. Sure, Mr. Saint was a little stuck up. Pissed me off that he always tried to set Carter up with his rich friend's daughters. One time, Carter was on a date, and I jumped out of the bushes dressed like a zombie. I pretended to bite Carter, and then we chased his date down the block. Another time, I gave Carter a smelly shirt to wear. It stank so much that his date almost threw up at the table. Carter and I kept our relationship a secret. As far as our dads knew, Carter and I were just friends. Carter once even climbed through my bedroom window.
What's that noise? I swear I heard voices.
Oh, it was just me. Hey Janet, how you doing this evening? I'm fine, thanks for asking. I think I'll go to bed now. Jolly good idea. Good night, Janet. Good night. One day in the 10th grade, I competed for an internship at this huge tech company. We took a bunch of tests and had to give a big speech. My scores were the highest, and my speech got a standing ovation. But they gave it to some rich kid because his dad was friends with the CEO. The whole thing is rigged. That kid flunked the tests, and he slept through his own speech. It isn't fair. It doesn't make any sense.
Janet?
This is all wrong. The animals are running the zoos. The world has gone mad. All hope is lost. We're doomed. No one can save us. I had a bit of a breakdown. It wasn't my best moment. Carter felt really bad. He tried to cheer me up, but nothing helped. A week later, Carter ran up to me at school with an acceptance letter from the tech company with my name on it.
Your internship starts next week. I told my dad what happened, so he pulled some strings.
I was over the moon. Carter was the best boyfriend ever. But when I got home from school, my dad was furious and I felt horrible. I wanted to crawl into a hole. Maybe not a real one. I'm terrified of spiders. But the next day, my world turned upside down. When Dad went back to work to resign from the company, he was arrested and charged with fraud, theft, and embezzlement. The newspaper said he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from Mr. Saint's company. At the trial, the lawyer had a ton of evidence against him.
Guilty.
The judge sentenced my dad to 20 years in jail.
I didn't do it, honey. Mr. Saint framed me.
We have to do something. We can tell the judge or go to the press.
It'll only make things worse. Mr. Saint has too many connections. Promise me you won't tell anyone. He'll ruin your life just like he ruined mine.
My blood boiled at the thought of Mr. Saint getting away with it, but I promised my dad I wouldn't say anything. Soon, we lost our house, and I had to go live with my grandmother in a tiny apartment across town. After the trial, Carter came over to visit.
I'm so sorry about your dad. He seemed like such a nice guy. I can't believe he was a crook.
I was stunned. I wanted to slap Carter across the face for saying that about my dad. My dad's not a crook. It's your dad that's...
I want you to know that I don't care about your dad's crimes. Even if he did try to steal from my dad's company, I forgive him. But most of all, I still love you and I want us to be together.
I was about to explode, but before I could say a word, Carter put his finger to my lips.
Don't speak. I know this is all a lot, but we'll get through this together. I promise. Our love will triumph over it all.
Then he kissed me on my forehead and left. That night, Carter and his dad took their new yacht to some tropical island and he sent me a photo. Seeing Mr. Saint and Carter's stupid smiling faces on that dumb yacht made me so angry I could scream. I called Carter to dump him, but my calls wouldn't go through. Money was tight at my grandma's house, so I decided to get a summer job so I could stay at the private school for my senior year. I applied everywhere, but no one would hire me. They'd say they didn't have openings, but I'd hear them whispering about me behind my back. You can't hire her. Her father's a criminal.
He's a thief and a liar. She's probably just like him.
I wanted to punch them in the face, but I kept walking. Everywhere I went, people gossiped about my dad. After a while, I learned to ignore them. Eventually, I found a job at an old electronics store near the edge of town. My first day there, I met a boy named Vincent. Vincent was kind of weird at first. I'd catch him staring at me across the aisles. Every time I'd say hi, he'd walk away. And one time, I was walking home from work and I caught Vincent taking pictures of me with his phone. What's your problem?
I had a feeling it was you. Your dad's that crook that worked for Mr. Saint.
Vincent showed me a news article on his phone with a horrible picture of me and my dad from the trial.
What's the name of the jail he's in?
The jail is called Janet Punches Weirdos.
Never heard of it. Weird. Janet punches...
I'd had enough. I punched Vincent and shoved him to the ground. My dad is not a crook. He's innocent. That jerk, Mr. Saint, framed him. It was the first time I said it out loud. Vincent was shocked. Then he said something totally unexpected.
Join the club.
Vincent told me that Mr. Saint framed his dad for a crime a few years ago.
My dad was a reporter. He was investigating Mr. Saint. He spent months working undercover as Mr. Saint's butler. He almost had enough evidence to take him down, but before he could finish his story, Mr. Saint found out and planted stolen money in my dad's office. My dad tried to fight it, but Mr. Saint paid off the judge.
Vincent's dad made Vincent promise not to say anything too. I can't keep quiet any longer.
Neither can I, but what can we do? We both promised our dads we wouldn't say anything.
We can finish your dad's story and publish it anonymously. No one would ever know it was us.
Yes, I just got an idea. We can finish my dad's story and publish it anonymously.
Yes, I just said that. It was my idea.
Nuh-uh, it was my idea. I literally just said it 3 seconds ago.
No, it's my idea.
You're making me angry, Janet.
Fine. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not like I'm angry.
God, such a weirdo. That night, Vincent invited me to his house. Vincent found his dad's old laptop in the attic, but when he tried to pull up his dad's story, we learned that the computer had been wiped clean.
Oh no, it's not here. All the evidence is gone. It's all over. There's nothing we can do.
I can go undercover as Carter's girlfriend. I could snoop around his house and find the evidence.
You do that?
Yeah. Vincent stood tall like a soldier and saluted me. What are you doing?
It's just, you're my hero. You're so brave and selfless. I heard that Carter is the worst. He's a spoiled jerk. His voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard, and his brain's the size of a peanut. It's gonna be torture to pretend to be his girlfriend.
I didn't tell Vincent about me and Carter. Carter returned to town a week later, and I invited myself to his house. Every time I looked at Carter's face, I thought about Mr. Saint and what he did to my dad. Carter tried to kiss me, and I almost gagged.
Are you okay?
I must be coming down with something. Do you mind getting me some tea and maybe some soup? When Carter left the room, I snuck into his dad's study and snooped around. I took pictures of a bunch of secret papers and files and planted a recording device. Just as I was about to leave, I ran into Carter and Mr. Saint.
What is she doing here?
Oh, Mr. Saint, I'm so glad I found you. You saved my life. You're such a good man for exposing my dad and all the horrible things he did. How can I ever repay you? I know, I'll clean your study. I snatched a napkin from Carter and started cleaning. I knocked over an expensive vase, spilled water on the floor, and tossed a bunch of important papers in the trash.
She's so grateful, Dad. Isn't she the best?
I spent weeks at Carter's house, sending him on crazy errands so I could snoop around. Then, I'd rush over to Vincent's to show him what I'd found. We spent hours combing through the evidence. It was strange spending so much time with Vincent. He and Carter were so different. Vincent wasn't rich, but he was really smart, and his determination was contagious. Vincent and I wrote a bunch of articles that we posted online under a fake name, and before we knew it, the stories went viral, and the police showed up at Mr. Saint's door.
We did it! I can't believe it! He's finally going down!
Vincent pulled me into his arms, and my heart skipped a beat. What are you doing?
I'm not sure.
Then Vincent kissed me, and it was magical, but I was so confused. Vincent wasn't even my type. Suddenly, my cell phone rang and I pulled away. It was Carter, and he wanted to see me. I should go to get more evidence.
Good idea.
I raced out of there to Carter's house. I found him sitting on the porch, looking really sad.
I'm scared, Janet. They just arrested my dad. He might go to jail and we'll lose everything. All our money, our houses, and our maids. I don't know what I'll do. I don't know how to be poor. I don't even know how to use the toaster. What if I need toast, Janet? How can I eat a sandwich without any toast?
Carter cried in my arms, and suddenly I felt really guilty. Memories of our love came rushing back to me. I hated seeing him like this. We went to his room to watch MSA videos to cheer him up. Carter drifted off to sleep. Then I saw Mr. Saint in his study paying off the judge.
Drop the charges, and there's more where that came from.
I raced over to Vincent's, but when I got there, a bunch of strange men were searching his house. Then out of nowhere, someone pulled me into the bushes.
They're after me. Mr. Saint found out I posted the articles from my computer. They're destroying all our evidence. Tell me you found something.
I told Vincent about Mr. Saint and the judge.
I know that prune-faced man. He's the judge that put my father away.
Mine too.
We have to publish another article. This is the proof we need to get our dads out of prison.
It's too dangerous.
Danger is my middle name.
Your middle name is Simon.
Yes, that's my second middle name. But the third one is Danger, and the fourth one is Triangle. And forget it. Just text me the video and I'll finish this. I have to protect you. You're a delicate flower.
I'm stronger than you are.
You know what I mean.
I texted Vincent the video, then he kissed me and ran off. My heart raced as he disappeared into the darkness. But when I got home, something unexpected happened. I walked into my room and saw Carter standing there with a huge smile on his face.
It's over.
What's over?
My dad caught the guy that's been writing all those lies about him. He'll go to jail just like his lying father.
Carter turned on the TV. Vincent's face popped up on the screen. He'd been arrested. My heart sank. Then Carter got down on one knee.
Will you marry me, Janet? You're my rock and my sunshine. I couldn't have gotten through this without you. Our love saved me.
I didn't know what to say. At one time, I dreamed of marrying Carter, but the thought of Vincent rotting in jail made me sick to my stomach. I ran out of there and straight to the police station. I showed them my secret recordings and all the other evidence I'd saved on my phone. The police released Vincent, but when they went to go arrest Mr. Saint, he was gone. He'd left town without a trace. A couple weeks later, my dad and Vincent's dad were finally back home. It broke Carter's heart to learn the truth about his dad. I tried to reach out to him, but he refused to take my calls. I heard he and his mother moved away to a farm where Carter learned to make bread. As for Vincent and I, we fell in love. We studied journalism in college, and after we graduated, we became investigative journalists.
We make a great team. You're an excellent sidekick.
I'm not a sidekick, you're the sidekick.
You're standing by my side, and when we first met, you kicked me.
Actually, I shoved you and punched you in the face.
Details.
Hi, my name is Callista, and I'm from Seattle. Please like and subscribe. I don't remember my dad because soon after I was born, my parents got divorced. Mom got full custody of me since I was only a baby. She moved to Seattle for a fresh start and started working at a big law firm. But I never knew what happened to my dad. Growing up, Mom worked really hard to look after me and never really had any time for herself. And since she had no other family, I made sure I loved her enough for everyone.
Surprise! Happy birthday, Mom!
Oh, sweetie, you're the best daughter in the world. I love you so much. Once when I was 8, Mom took me to a picnic at a nearby park. As I was playing hide and seek with her, a girl came and sat right next to me.
Hey, what are you doing? Go away. There's only room for one person to hide here. Yeah, that's why you leave, because this is my spot.
Saying that, she elbowed me and I fell to the ground flat on my butt. Ugh! I grabbed her hair and she screamed. Minutes later, the adults came running. But instead of separating us, Mom freaked out seeing the man.
You? What are you doing here? Oh, Amber, it's been so long. Where have you been? I tried to reach you, but oh my God, is this Callista?
He suddenly lifted me up in his arms.
Oh, honey, this is your stepsister, Lisa, and I'm your dad.
My what? No, you're not. Get away from my daughter. Mom snatched me from his arms and took me back home.
Mom, what's happening?
That man was my dad? Why are we running away from Dad?
Don't call him your dad. He's a terrible father and he was a terrible husband. Just forget about him, okay?
She looked super mad and shut herself up in her room. The next apologized to me.
I'm sorry, Callie. I shouldn't have hit you the other day. Dad told me you're my elder sister. Do you want to be friends?
I shook her hand and we both smiled. Later, Dad took both of us for some ice cream and we all had a blast. But when he dropped me back home and I went inside, Mom went bonkers on me. Oh my God, do you have any idea how worried I was, Callie? I went to pick you up at school, but you weren't there. And now you're coming home with that jerk? And what's all this?
I'm sorry, Mom, but Dad came to pick me up at school and he got me all this.
Suddenly, she snatched everything from my hand and shoved it into the fireplace.
Mom, no!
He's trying to buy your love with all these gifts. He's not a good person, Callie, and he doesn't care about you.
Why do you say that, Mom? What did he do?
I can't tell you. It was awful. Just trust me, okay? He and his family are evil.
But Mom, Lisa is...
You think she's any good? No. Lisa and her mom are horrible people, just like him. And now he's back thinking he can just take you away from me? Mom burst into tears and fell to the ground. I went ahead and hugged her tight.
I'm sorry, Mom. I had no idea they were so bad and that you'd be so hurt. Please don't cry. No one's taking me. I love you the most.
That night, I snuggled into Mom's bed and slept with her, and she looked happy. But I couldn't stop thinking, what weren't my parents telling me? The next day, I was sitting in my classroom working on my project when Lisa came running to me.
Hey sis, Dad asked me to give you these cupcakes and we can hang out at lunch.
Go away, Lisa, and take your stupid stuff with you. I don't want anything to do with you ever again. I got up from my seat in anger, and somehow my chair hit Lisa, and she fell to the ground with all the cupcakes all over her. Everyone gasped, and Lisa looked so embarrassed.
You're so mean, Callista. I'm gonna kill you.
She leapt forward and pushed my project model to the ground, smashing it to bits. I grabbed her hair and we broke into a wild fight. The teachers came running and pulled us apart, and then our parents were called in. Dad was the first one to arrive, and he instantly hugged Lisa. What happened, sweetie? Are you okay? Mom was right. He didn't even look at me. He didn't care about me. And then Lisa told him I pushed her on purpose. That lying witch. Callista, how can you hit your own
She's not my sister and you're not my dad. Do you understand me? Just stay away from me.
I ran out of there in angry tears, and after that, even though Dad tried to talk to me, I completely refused to. But he still sent me gifts on Christmas and my birthdays that I always hid from Mom. For some reason, I just couldn't throw them away. Time went by, but Lisa was still there at school with me, and no matter how much I tried to avoid her, she'd somehow managed to always be in my face. In the 8th grade, we both joined the dance club, but when it was time to select the lead dancer for an upcoming event, the teachers chose me, and Lisa looked super pissed. A day before the competition, I was in the changing room when someone locked the door from outside and turned off the lights. What in the world? I tried to make my way around in the dark, but then I tripped over something and landed on the floor. Minutes later, Lisa and her nasty friends opened the door and they were all laughing at me.
Seems like you won't be able to dance now, loser.
You witch. I'll make you pay for this. Oh, ouch! I sprained my ankle pretty bad, and just like that, Lisa grabbed the role of the lead dancer, but I wasn't gonna let her get away with it. While Lisa was performing on stage, I cut the cable wires and the music stopped, and so did Lisa. Her performance was spoiled, and I'd even paid some kids to throw rotten tomatoes and eggs at her. Seeing her screaming and running off the stage was awesome. A few weeks later, our school had organized an adventure camping trip that I immediately signed up for. And I was so annoyed to see Lisa had too. But the worst was when the teacher announced the teammates' names. And mine was frickin' Lisa. We both ran to the teacher and begged her to change that. But she just wouldn't. It's either this or you go back home because nobody else wants to switch. Ugh, this was a nightmare. When we went to our tent, I dropped my luggage on the right bed, but Lisa picked it up and threw it on the left. What are you doing? If a wild animal comes in at night, the left bed is closer to the door, so he'll eat you first while I run away. Huh? Why should I get eaten? You get eaten. Saying that, I picked up my luggage and put it back, and she kicked me. I kicked her right back, and we got into a fight. And just like that, our tent broke down. The teacher glared at us and made us sleep under the sky. The next day, we had to perform a few tasks as a team. The first one was rope climbing, but as I was climbing, Lisa pulled me down by my foot and I fell to the ground. She giggled and started going up, but I grabbed a handful of mud and threw it at her face. She lost balance and fell right next to me. Of course, we were disqualified. With nothing to do, I decided to take a nap while Lisa sat by the lake. But all of a sudden, I woke up to screams. I went running and saw Lisa was in the lake struggling to swim, and everyone else was just watching. As I ran forward, someone tried to stop me. There may be alligators in that lake. Wait for the teachers. I just pushed her aside and jumped into the water, pulling Lisa out. The teachers came running and took us to the nurse, but thankfully, Lisa was completely unhurt, just really shaken. Later that night, Lisa came to the tent and just hugged me.
Thank you, Callista. If it weren't for you, I don't think I'd be here. Nobody tried to help me, not even my friends. But you did.
I couldn't let you torture the alligators in the water. And then we both burst out laughing. By the time we were back from the trip, Lisa and I had become good friends. Dad was there to pick her up after the trip, and Lisa told him everything. And then he walked towards me.
Oh, Callista, how can I ever thank you? You saved your little sister. Do you think you could give me another chance too?
Are you still not gonna tell me why you never got in touch? Mom won't tell me.
Then I can't either, sweetheart. But we can still get to know each other?
Ugh, what was the big secret? I'm not sure, but maybe. I'll try. The next week, Lisa and I spent time together in school, almost like besties. She even brought me cookies that her mom made especially for me, and I loved them. A few days later, she invited me for Christmas dinner at her place. At first, I was hesitant, but since Mom always worked extra shifts on Christmas, and I mostly spent them alone, I decided to go. When I reached there, everything looked so amazing. Dad and Lisa were putting the decorations on the Christmas tree, and they looked so happy. I went in, and Lisa's mom opened the door, and to my surprise, she was very warm and welcoming to me.
Come in, darling. We've been waiting for you.
Merry Christmas, Mrs.
Oh, just call me Mom, Aunt, whatever you feel comfortable with.
Dad came running to me and hugged me too.
I'm so glad you came, Callie. You have no idea how long I've waited for us to get together as a family.
I was really touched by their lovely welcome, and when it was time for gifts, I saw they'd gotten me the best presents ever. Later, when we sat down for dinner and everyone was laughing and talking, I couldn't help thinking that this is what a perfect family felt like, something I'd always craved for deep in my heart. But just then, the door flew open and Mom barged in.
How dare you people try to take my daughter away from me? Kelly, I know these people tricked you into coming here. Let's leave, now.
Mom took my hand and started pulling me out, but I pulled my arm away and stepped back.
Callie, what are you doing?
No one tricked me into coming here, Mom. I came because I wanted to. And these people aren't strangers. They're my family.
What are you talking about? Your dad never cared about you, and now these people have brainwashed you. Amber, that's not fair. You have your family. What do you want with mine?
Mom, stop. You brainwashed me. You always told me they were evil. But the last few weeks, I've received nothing but love from them. Today, I realized how happy it felt to be among family. And as much as I love you, I want this too, Mom. Why can't I have both?
Well, you can't. You have to choose. It's me or him. Are you coming or not?
But when I didn't move, she stormed off angrily. I felt unhappy, but I wasn't going to let her emotionally blackmail me. Mom refused to talk to me for the next few weeks, and I did the same. She threw herself even more into her work, and I'd hardly see her around. But then one day, I got a call from her office. She'd fainted and been taken to the hospital. I called Dad, and immediately he took me there. The doctor said she'd overworked herself and had a breakdown.
Just make sure she rests for the next few weeks and has nothing to worry about.
Before I went to see Mom, I turned to Dad. I need to know. Just tell me what happened between you and Mom, please. Dad looked at me and sighed.
I didn't want to be the one to tell you this, Callie, but your mom became a bit crazy. She would throw tantrums over the smallest things, and she didn't trust me at all. We were miserable and fighting all the time, and once we got divorced, she was so possessive about you. She just changed her address and numbers and wouldn't let me see you.
But
I'm still sorry because I should have tried harder for you.
So finally, I knew. I felt sad to hear Mom had been that way and how she had ended things with my dad. The next few weeks, I made sure Mom stayed put in that bed. Lisa helped me with all my schoolwork, while Dad made sure we had everything we needed. His wife even came over often to cook and clean for us, and I was so grateful that I didn't have to deal with all this alone. A couple of weeks later, I was reading by Mom's bedside when I'm Evelyn from Florida. Please like and subscribe. 12 years into their marriage, my parents had given up hope of having a kid when suddenly I came along. I was their picture-perfect miracle baby with Mom's auburn hair and Dad's green eyes. People fawned over my looks, and my parents marveled over my brains as I crossed milestones faster than other kids my age. Except as I was growing older, my parents started noticing that I wasn't really like other kids. I didn't want to play with them and preferred to be alone. I was obsessed with taking apart machines and building Legos and puzzles. I couldn't move until I was done with something I'd started. Well, you could try to move me, and then live to regret it. Once when I was 5, my parents and I flew over to Paris for a holiday. On our first night, as Mom unpacked my clothes, I noticed something was missing.
Where are my purple socks? The ones with the dinosaurs?
At home, I guess, but I packed other socks, sweetie.
But they're not the purple ones. I want the purple socks with the dinosaurs.
I drove my parents bonkers the whole night and the next day.
I want my purple socks.
I want my purple socks.
Why are you looking at this ugly lady? I want my purple socks with the dinosaurs.
I threw myself on the floor and screamed as everyone in the museum stared at us, and my parents carried me out. And that evening, we took a flight back to Florida, and I slept like a baby with my purple socks on. My parents thought I'd get better in school, but things just got worse. I didn't like sharing my things or having anyone touch them, and when other kids realized that, they only teased me more. But once in 2nd grade, the teacher announced we were going to the zoo, and I lost it.
It's not on the timetable. See? Where does it say trip to the zoo? We're supposed to have a math lesson. I'm not going. Everyone will stay here and we'll study math.
I refused to move from my seat as everyone laughed.
Why are you such a big baby? Go back to kindergarten. Grow up, weirdo.
But my teacher said I didn't have to go to the zoo and called my parents in. Later that day, they took me to the doctor, and after a series of tests, I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome.
What does that mean? It means that Evelyn processes information differently than other people, and changes are especially hard for her. But I can teach her ways to manage her emotions better.
I wasn't entirely sure what the doctor meant, but I knew one thing. I wasn't like everybody else, and I just didn't fit in. Once in 6th grade, I was having lunch at my usual spot outside when I noticed an older boy bugging this new girl in my class, Alyssa. It looked like he was stealing her lunch money, and I couldn't just sit and watch.
Hello, can you stop bothering Alyssa, please? Otherwise, I'll have to report you to the principal, and you'll get detention.
Oh, I'm scared. I'm shaking in my boots.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you that much. Wait, is that a mole on your hand?
Yeah? What's it to you?
I recently read about moles in a medical journal, and you should get that checked out by a doctor. Let me take a closer look.
No, back off, loser.
Please, I need to look at it. You could be really sick or dying. I'm just trying to help. Let me see it. I'm trying to save your life.
Oh my God, you're mental.
The boy ran off looking freaked out, and Alyssa was laughing like crazy.
That was hilarious. You're funny.
What's your name? Evelyn? And I wasn't trying to be funny. Well, I think you're a hoot, Evelyn. And thanks for scaring my idiot brother off. Actually, I stole his lunch money, and he was just trying to get it back. Let's go get some donuts, shall we? And that's how I made my first friend ever. And Alyssa was soon one of the popular kids. She was pretty and outgoing, and for some reason, she'd taken a liking to me. And when she invited me over to her birthday slumber party, I was over the moon. I picked out a model train set for her, and I couldn't wait to assemble it. Sweetie, maybe Alyssa will want to eat cake and play games first, so you'll have to be patient. Take a few deep breaths and count to 10 to calm down. Okay, fine. I'm just really excited. And that's okay, but it's Alyssa's party, so you have to let things go her way. I was able to keep my excitement in check and focus on having fun with Alyssa and the other kids, and it felt nice. Alyssa was my entry into any kind of social circle. And even though I knew other people still found me weird, she always had my back. In 9th grade, I got selected for a spot at a science summer camp for young geniuses. I was away learning all sorts of cool new things and came back home a week after school had started. I'd missed Alyssa and I was so excited to see her. Except the next day, I couldn't find her anywhere. I stopped a girl from class to ask where she was, when suddenly I heard Alyssa laugh. You dummy, you've walked right past me, twice. I just hadn't recognized her. She'd dyed her hair and was wearing bright red lipstick, and her clothes were weird. What happened to you? You don't look good. You know how we've talked about you being too blunt at times? You still need to work on that. But I have to be honest, you don't look like yourself. I know you don't like change, but it's good sometimes. Come on, I want you to meet some new friends. It turned out that 2 famous boy band singers, Jamie and Lyle, had joined our school, and Alyssa was suddenly BFFs with them. And now I had to hang out with these pop stars, and all the girls were dying to get close to them. Lyle joined the football team and got busy with practice, but Alyssa started inviting Jamie everywhere with us, and I didn't like it. He was always bragging about his tours and his fans and his bestseller albums. It was so annoying. Wow, that's so cool. Don't you think so, Evelyn? Not really. I think their music kind of sucks.
Well, I think your mom's cooking kind of sucks.
What? You've tasted my mom's cooking? When?
It was a joke?
Oh, Evelyn doesn't get jokes. I get jokes. That just wasn't a joke. The definition of a joke is a funny statement, like this joke I made up. Why is it bad to trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I giggled so hard I nearly fell off my chair, and Jamie looked amused.
Funny girl. Back to me now. No one's ever told me they don't like my music, especially teenage girls. Why don't you like it?
You have a good voice, but you don't really talk about real deep stuff. It's all about parties and dancing and silly nonsense. If I had the power to reach as many people as you do, I'd say something more meaningful. Jamie looked a bit taken aback, but then he smiled.
Thanks for being honest, Evelyn.
It took me some time getting used to Jamie, but weirdly enough, I did. He wasn't as dumb as he sounded in his songs. He was even curious about the project I was working on for the National Science Fair, which Alyssa hadn't asked about once. My dad's a smoker, and I hate it. So I decided to make this machine, which converts the hydrogen cyanide in cigarette smoke to hydrogen sulfide, which stinks like really bad farts. The smell immediately disappears once the cigarette is put out. I'll make smaller versions of the machine, which you can hide in every room, and the smoker can't find them. They'll just have to put out their cigarettes to stop the smell.
I never thought I'd find a girl talking about farts so fascinating. That's a clever invention, and you're pretty cool, Evelyn.
I couldn't help feeling pleased. No one ever called me cool before, but Lyle was a pain in the butt. Whenever he hung out with us, he made robot impressions while talking to me, which he found hilarious. And he was so bossy with Jamie and dismissed all his ideas about their songs or videos. Once when the 4 of us were getting smoothies, Jamie gave Lyle a song he wrote that was different from their usual style. Lyle read it, crumpled the paper, and threw it away.
Save this lame saving the world poetry for your philosophy class, Jamie. We sell pop music and no one will listen to this trash.
I hated seeing Jamie look so hurt. Jamie, I think you should release a solo album. You're a much more talented songwriter than Lyle, and even your voice is 100 times better. He's just holding you back.
Excuse me? You have no idea what you're talking about, so butt out.
Evelyn, I'm sure Jamie doesn't need career advice from you, and you were super rude to Lyle. Jamie wouldn't look up from the ground, and I felt angry. Alyssa grabbed my hand and we left. When we were far enough, she turned to me. You don't always have to say exactly what you're thinking. What are you trying to do, break up their band? Jamie and Lyle are famous. Their music is popular, and being friends with them makes us popular. Also, I'm kinda dating Lyle, so can't you just be normal for once? You always made me feel like I was normal, but you've changed now, Alyssa. Well, I've always been different, and that's okay with me, especially if it means I don't have to like stupid pop music just because everyone else does. I was so angry I wanted to scream, but I took deep breaths and counted to 10. By the time I got home, I felt a bit better, but when Mom asked me how my day was, I told her everything.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry, but you guys will make it up, I'm sure of it.
Except that we didn't. It stung that neither Jamie and Alyssa tried talking to me, and I didn't either. I kept myself busy with my project, and a month later, Jamie and Lyle released their new single. It hurt my ears listening to it, but all the girls at school went crazy for them, and they'd even perform the song in the cafeteria at lunch. One afternoon, I was putting the finishing touches to my machine in the science lab when I felt tired and took a short nap. Suddenly, I heard something next to my ear and woke up startled, knocking my head straight into someone's face. Ow! Gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's just you. It's all right then. I think you broke my nose. Why was your nose so close to my head?
I was just checking if you were alive.
Well, I'm alive. Thank you very much. You can leave now.
My nose is bleeding. Can you help me here?
I gave Jamie some tissues and held an ice pack on his nose.
So, what do you think of the new song?
I already told you. Your music stinks. You sound like an auto-tuned robot, and your words are still shallow.
Well, the whole world disagrees with you. We're #1 on the charts, and we're going on tour in a few months.
Then why do you care what I think?
I don't know. I just care. Look, I'm really sorry that I've been ignoring you because of Lyle, but the truth is, I've missed you, and the things you say matter to me, and your eyes are really green up close.
I had no idea why, but my stomach was doing something really weird. Then why don't you just take my advice and become a solo artist?
It's not that easy. I know I'm more talented, but recording songs takes money, which Lyle has. That's why he makes all the decisions. But I have been thinking about quitting the band.
Just then Lyle barged in with Alyssa behind him.
I knew I'd find you here. And I am so sick of you putting stupid ideas in his head, Evelyn. You don't know anything about the music industry or the real world.
And suddenly, he took a swipe at my model and sent it crashing to the floor. No!
What the heck, man? Are you crazy? Why don't you just worry about fixing your dumb machine and leave the music to us, Wally?
I felt rage bubbling inside, and I just leapt forward and punched Lyle's face. Then I ran off as fast as I could. I cried for hours over my project. The science fair was next week. My parents were fuming at Lyle and trying to console me when the doorbell rang. It was Alyssa and Jamie with my broken machine. Evelyn, I am so sorry. I knew Lyle wasn't nice to you, and I should have stood up for you earlier. I got so caught up with being popular, and I've been a horrible friend. Please, forgive me. I was just so glad to have her back that I hugged her tight. She and Jamie promised to work day and night by my side to help me fix my machine, and I felt together we could really do it. The next morning, my parents and I were called into the principal's office. Lyle's parents kicked up a huge fuss and wanted me to apologize, which made my parents even madder.
He broke our daughter's project. Do you have any idea how important that is?
She broke our son's face. That's the source of his livelihood. We want this girl expelled. You know who we are, right?
Why don't both parties apologize and we end this?
I can't apologize to Lyle because I'm not sorry at all. My entire life, people have mocked me one way or the other. They think I don't understand their jokes or the looks and whispers they exchange, and I always act like I don't. But punching Lyle was the first time I really stood up for myself, and I'm never gonna take that back. The principal checked the CCTV footage in the science lab, and it was clear that Lyle had wrecked my project first for no reason, and he was expelled. And a week later, Jamie and Alyssa were cheering for me the loudest when I won first prize at the science fair.
I'm so proud of you, Evelyn. And you were not kidding about how bad that fart smell is.
It definitely got my dad to quit smoking.
That's amazing. Also, I quit the band, obviously. I can't work with that jerk anymore. Time to go solo. But you'll help me with my songs, right?
Of course. What are you gonna write about first?
A girl who's gonna save the world. One crazy idea at a time.
You're talking about me, right?
Hi, my name is Laurel, and my dad's a famous Hollywood star and a crazy one. Even though he gave me everything a little girl could dream of, there was something I wanted more than anything else in the world. But be careful what you wish for, because I got what I wanted, and things got really crazy. But before all that, I have good news for you. My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. On my 5th birthday, when Dad asked me what I wanted for a present, I said I wanted a mommy.
What? Who taught you the M word?
Dad, I'm 5, not stupid. Everyone has a mommy. All I have is this stupid necklace.
But I'm your mom. I've looked after you ever since you were a baby. Why do you want a mom when I'm your dad? How about I take you to Disneyland instead?
I want a mommy.
You're being ridiculous. Besides, I don't even know who your mommy is.
What do you mean, Daddy?
I dated a bunch of women at the same time. I really don't know who the mother is. I just found you at my door one day. But I had the DNA test, and you are for sure my own daughter.
I didn't really understand what he was saying, but after that day, he started distracting me with the craziest trips and presents so that I'd forget all about the M word. As if! On Mother's Day, the kindergarten teacher told everyone to make cards for their moms. Well, hello! How rude! I don't have one. But I didn't let it bother me and decided to make a poster instead. Mom wanted for cute daughter a famous actor. My teacher thought it was really funny, so when I went home, I told my social media manager to post a picture of it on my Insta account. The next day, I woke up to Dad yelling,
Laurel! Why are there women outside with CVs to be my wife?
I ran to the window, and sure enough, there was a whole crowd of women outside the house. Dad had to call in security to get rid of them. He was really mad about my little stunt. But the next day, when I came home from school, Dad was sitting with a very pretty woman. As soon as she saw me, she threw her arms around me and started to cry. Who are you? I'm your mom, of course. I'm so sorry I left you. You don't even recognize your own mother now. I suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotions and hugged her back. Are you really my mommy? Where were you? I missed you so much. Even wear your necklace every day. Oh, darling. I saw your ad and I just couldn't stay away from you anymore. Dad told me Mom was his girlfriend when he started acting right after college. She'd been too poor to keep me, so she left me with him. But now she was back. Over the next few months, I was busy making up for all the time I'd lost with Mom. Since Mom was a struggling actress, we spent a lot of time watching movies and playing dress-up. But then things started to change. Dad helped Mom get a movie, and then another, and soon enough, she was too busy for me. But then one day when I was in the 4th grade, she forgot to pick me up. Again. And I felt really mad. I was about to walk back home in the rain when someone stopped me. Where's your mom, sweetie? I looked up. It was Miss Maisel. She had started teaching here just recently and was the prettiest teacher in the world. I don't know. She forgot to pick me up. Again. When we called Mom, her secretary said,
We're on our way to the Bahamas for an important shoot. Ask your teacher to drop you.
When Miss Maisel dropped me at my door, I told her to wait and meet my dad. He'll give you his autograph. And if you're lucky, maybe a kiss too. But when I came back with Dad, she was gone. That night, I stayed up making a thank you card for her. But when I went to school the next day, the other teacher said she had moved. I was bummed the whole day at school. But when I got home, I had the craziest surprise waiting for me. I could hear yelling and screaming from inside the house. No, you witch! You're a liar! Takes one to know one. I rushed in to find Mom and Dad fighting while a woman sat in the corner crying. The minute she saw me, she jumped up and hugged me. My baby! Look at her, all grown up now! I tried to push her away, but she just clung to me and started bawling. I'm your mama. Believe me, she's lying. You remember me, don't you? Both my moms started fighting, and I ran up to Dad. What's going on? Who's that? And why is she calling herself my mom? Dad said this was his college girlfriend and first true love, but they broken up just before he started dating my actress mom. Darling, tell her to get out. You know I'm Laurel's mom. Oh, please, it's me. Remember the love we had? Dad turned red and looked dazed and threw up his hands.
I don't care. You both stay. Let Laurel pick her mom. I already have a girlfriend.
With that, he barged out of the room and both the women turned to me with blazing eyes. I gulped and stepped back. Uh-oh. For the next few days, I was super confused. I had not one, but 2 mothers, and they were both determined to show me who loved me more. I suggested to take the DNA test, but Dad refused and said,
Well, your mom is the one who loves you more.
I started to feel that my dad was crazy and he was enjoying this, and things got really crazier. Every morning, I'd wake up to not 1, but 2 amazing breakfasts. My new mom owned a salon and whisked me off to manicures and makeovers, which made my old mom feel really insecure. So she was now taking me out to fancy cafes and shopping sprees. I was loving all this mom-daughter time. One day, when I was in the 7th grade, my old mom came to me and asked if I wanted to play dress-up with her. Mom, I'm not 4 anymore. I'm 13.
Yeah, you're right. How about we go to one of my parties?
Are you for real? Yes. Abso-freaking-lutely not. My daughter is not going to go to some adult party. What? No, I'm going with my mom. I am your mom.
No, you're not. I am.
Before I knew it, they were at each other's throats again. Gosh, will you two just stop? I'm getting really tired of this. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door. But on my very first day of high school, I saw someone I thought I'd never see again. Miss Maisel. I ran up to her, almost afraid she'd have forgotten me. But the minute she saw me, she hugged me tight. You just left. I thought I'd never see you again. Well, I'm back. And now you'll see me every day because I'm your principal. I don't know who says high school sucks, but mine had just started out pretty great. I was friends with the principal already. Everybody in class seemed to be really friendly too, especially the boys. By the end of the day, I'd been asked out by the captain of the swim team, Brad, and I wasn't complaining. I started spending a lot of my free time with Miss Maisel in her office, and she would sometimes help me with schoolwork. She was rather appalled when she saw just how bad my grades were. Don't your mom and dad say anything? No, my mom's and dad says I don't need to study a word. We'll see about that, Missy. You need to work harder and spend less time with that Brad. What was she, my mom? On the day of the prom, Dad asked me why I looked so excited. I'm going to prom with the captain of the swim team, Dad.
What? No, you can't date any boy. No daughter of mine is dating a jock and coming home pregnant.
But Dad, it's just a dance.
I said no. I'll be watching you.
And he wasn't kidding. He practically set up camp at the front door. As I was thinking about how to escape that evening, suddenly both my moms came into my room. Your dad's being stupid. Every girl deserves to go to her prom. We're going to help you, sweetie. Mom 2 gave me the cutest dress and great makeover. And then Mom 1 put her acting skills to good use. She went to the kitchen, let out a shrill scream, and pretended to faint. While Dad went running to her, I slipped out the door and ran off grinning. My moms were the best. When I walked into the hall, I instantly had boys swarming over and asking me to dance. Thanks, but I'm here with Brad, guys.
You sure? I think he's here with someone else.
Just then, I caught sight of Brad with his arms around the cheerleading captain, and he was kissing her. I pulled them apart and demanded to know what was going on.
What do you mean?
You're my boyfriend. Why is your face stuck to her face?
I don't know. I mean, I don't like you.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I mean, you're cute and rich and an actor's daughter, but I don't know. I like her better.
I was furious. Before I knew what I was doing, I grabbed a glass of punch and dumped the whole thing over his head. You horrible, horrible jerk! As I was busy pulling his hair, I heard Miss Maisel say, "What is the meaning of this, Laurel?" Immediately, I let him go and turned to her, angry tears streaming down my face. What's wrong? Just back off! What are you, huh? My mom? I rushed past her to the bathroom. I felt like such a fool. A minute later, Miss Maisel joined me. I looked at her and burst into tears as I told her everything. She told me I could do so much better than a dumb jock like Brad. Pretty boys can be a pain, really. Look for people who are kind. After a while, I stopped crying. She had a point. Suddenly, she reached into her bag and offered me a chocolate. That's my favorite. Thanks, Mom. I gasped. Had I just called the principal Mom? Could I be any lamer? But to my surprise, Miss Maisel suddenly hugged me. Think of me like your mom, always. Miss M, I have two Oops! As I pulled away, my necklace got caught in hers, and then everything came crashing down. The necklace she was wearing was the other half of mine. What the? Why do you have that? Oh, Laurel. Wait, let me explain. Oh no, don't freaking touch me! You! It's you! You're my mom, aren't you? You lying, horrible woman! I hate you! And with that, I ran home in complete shock. I'd seen her, my mother, and the two women who fought over me every single day had both been lying? As soon as I got home, I barged into Dad's room. They are lying! They're both liars and gold diggers, Dad! I saw her, my mother! She has the other half of my necklace! I told him everything, and both moms looked like they'd passed out. Dad looked furious.
I knew one of you was lying. That's why I let you stay in my house. But you were both lying?
They both burst into tears, telling me they loved me. I told them to save it and turned to Dad. It doesn't matter anymore. You were right all those years ago. Mothers freaking suck. You're my only family, Dad. Just then, the maid announced Miss Maisel was here to see Dad. As she came in, I looked at Dad to see his reaction. And to my shock, he jumped up and hugged her. What? He said she was the sister of his dead college best friend. Dad, it's her! She has a necklace! She's my mom!
Impossible! We never dated!
Of course we never dated, but you were with my sister for a while, and then you decided you guys were better off as friends, remember? Then she had Laurel, and after she passed away, our mom left Laurel at your door. Miss Maisel said after a while she'd come looking for me because she promised my real mom she'd look after me. But I thought telling Laurel would upset her, so I just kept a look from afar. That necklace was something I gifted your mom. That's why I had the second half. For a minute, Dad and I were stunned, unable to believe what we were hearing. My real mom was gone! I burst into tears. Suddenly, Dad, my two moms, and Miss Maisel hugged me, promising to be there for me forever. What was her name? Your mom's name was Sandra. I asked for her picture. When I saw her face, I could see how much we looked alike, and it made me miss her even more. Years passed. I moved forward from the loss of never knowing my birth mother, and forgave all the people who had lied to me. And today is my wedding. And even though my own mom won't be here to give me away, I have one crazy dad and 3 wonderful women who love me very much to do just that.
I turned the corner as fast as I could, but the scary men in dark suits were still behind me. I couldn't let them catch me. I had the fate of the world on my shoulders. Well, actually, it was around my neck in a butterfly locket that held the super secret code to a powerful weapon that had to be protected at all costs. Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a super secret. That's classified. Let's just say I have a special set of skills. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I darted into the subway and raced down the stairs just as the train slid into the station. The men were right behind me, yelling for me to stop. Sorry, suckers. Better luck next time. I hopped on the train, raced down the aisle, and bumped into the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen. His face screamed perfection. He had the body of an action star, and his smile could melt the polar ice caps. My special AI glasses analyzed him in half a second. His name was Nate. He was the quarterback of his high school football team, and his dad was a successful businessman. He seemed too good to be true. And then he opened his mouth.
Hey, sweet thing. Yeah, I know I'm handsome. I'm a perfect 10. No, an 11. Maybe a 12. I'm the best looking guy you've ever seen. Am I right?
Nate pulled out a marker and started signing his name on my arm. What the heck are you doing?
You don't want my autograph? I'm a famous football star. At least I will be in a couple years. Though the way you're looking at me makes me think I might be the man of your dreams. You're pretty cute, too. I mean, pretty and cute. Both? Get it?
Suddenly, I saw the angry men in black suits running down the aisle headed in my direction. The last thing I needed was to get caught with the necklace, so I pulled Nate into a kiss, distracted him, and quickly slipped it into Nate's backpack.
Wow, that was intense.
Well, what can I say? I'm an intense person. Oh, this was fun. See you never. Bye. Saying that, I just ran. Just as I'd expected, the men rushed past Nate and didn't give him a second look. I raced off the train and into the crowded station and got out of there undetected. When I walked into headquarters, Agent Mama Bear ran up to me screaming, "Where's the necklace?" I had to stash it with a civilian. A civilian? Are you crazy? What are you thinking? If Mr. X gets to him before we do, that poor civilian is toast. Hello, the bad guys were tailing my butt, and I didn't want the necklace on me in case they caught me. I was thinking on my feet, and it seemed logical at the time. The president should be thanking me. Actually, he should put my name in the super secret agent handbook. I knew you were too young for this mission. I can fix this. I'll just get the locket back. Fine, this is your last chance. Hold on, I can see you guys are confused. Mr. X is actually a criminal mastermind who stole a super secret government weapon, but he can't use it because it works on a code that's hidden in a butterfly locket that I stole from a secret underground bunker. And now Mr. X wants to catch me, take the code, and sell the weapon to a group of evil men that are up to no good. You get the drill, right? After getting my butt kicked at the headquarters, I went straight to Nate's house to scope things out. But his mansion was like Fort Knox. There were guards everywhere. I couldn't risk the mission, so I decided that the only way to get closer to Nate and his backpack was to go undercover. I'd pose as a high school student, find Nate, snatch his backpack, and grab the necklace. The whole thing would be a piece of cake. The next morning, Agent Mama Bear enrolled me into Nate's school. The moment I stepped on campus, I was on a hunt to find Nate. But every time I tried to get near him, he was surrounded by an army of lovesick girls. Nate, you're so strong and your muscles are so big.
I know. I go to the gym every day.
Your eyes are so perfect, Nate.
Thanks. I use a special kind of eye drops that Robert Pattinson used in his vampire movie. That's why his eyes were shining so much.
He winked. A couple of girls cheered and some begged him to take a selfie. I wanted to barf. A couple of hours later, I saw Nate alone at his locker. He had his backpack on, but it was zipped shut. so I crept over like a cat burglar and reached for the zipper. Just as I was about to open it, Nate turned around. Our faces were inches apart. He looked at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear I heard angels singing. Then some kid ran by and bumped into me. I lost my balance, fell forward, and suddenly my lips were on Nate's, and then we were kissing.
You really can't seem to get enough of me, do you?
That was a mistake. I have to run.
Not so soon. I'm not letting you get away this time. How about you be my girlfriend? We can kiss all the time, and you can stop playing this game.
I don't have time for games. You have something of mine and I need it back.
Did I steal your heart? Well, baby, you stole mine too.
Enough of this. You're wasting my time. Just as I was about to snatch his backpack and grab the locket, this rich girl named Pam walked up with her minions and 2 burly bodyguards. She was the spoiled daughter of a rich politician. Pam shoved past me so hard I almost lost my balance. Hey jerk, you pushed me. That's what I mostly do with garbage. Is this street rat bothering you, Nate? If she is, I can tell my guards to send her away.
She's not a street rat. She's a nice girl. We met on the subway.
The subway? Yeah, it's this thing underground. People use it for transportation. It's been around for over 100 years. Duh, I know that. It's just disgusting. How many times must I tell you, Nate? You shouldn't hang out with peasants. You could get cooties. Cooties aren't real. Yes, they are. My cousin got them, and she was in the hospital for a week. Nate, let's go. I'm allergic to poor people. If I stay near that girl any longer, I'll get a rash. Pam grabbed Nate's arm and whisked him away. Nate looked back at me and winked. After that, every time I tried to talk to Nate, Pam showed up and acted like a maniac. I saw Nate outside at lunch, but when I approached him, Pam started screaming and threw herself on the ground to get his attention. Nate, help! Monster ants are eating me alive! Of course, Nate fell for her act. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and held her in his arms like she was an overgrown baby. She was beyond annoying. Later, Pam and her band of minions ambushed me in the bathroom. Hey, subway girl, I'm getting really sick of you chasing after Nate. He's mine. Back off or else. You're the one chasing him like a lovesick puppy, and honestly, it's pretty pathetic. Get some self-esteem, girl. Oh, you're gonna regret that. Pam started jumping around like she was a boxer. I really don't think you want to do this. Ha! You're ugly and stupid. Can't you count? It's 3 against 1. Pam charged at me like a raging bull. I stepped to the side and she ran straight into her friend. The third minion ran up to me and I threw water in her face. She slipped on her shoelace and fell on top of Pam. Pam and her minions ran to the principal's office and told the principal that I'd attacked them. But my AI glasses caught the whole thing on camera and sent the principal a video of the incident from an anonymous email account.
Pam, your behavior is unacceptable, and I have no choice but to suspend you and your friends.
Out of nowhere, one of Pam's bodyguards walked into the room, whispered in the principal's ear, erased the email, and left.
On second thought, sorry, Pam. You and your friends did nothing wrong. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
What the fudge? Then the principal sent me to detention. And by the time I got out, the school day was over and I couldn't find Nate anywhere. God, I needed that necklace desperately. I checked his social media and saw that he was out partying at Pam's mansion, at a nightclub, and raced around the city in a limousine. Pam's bodyguards were stuck to them like glue, and her driver was guarding Nate's backpack like a hawk. I couldn't go near it without raising an alarm. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Pam's driver dropped Nate off at home. I was so tired from following them around all night that I could barely keep my eyes open. I parked my car to rest my eyes, but I must have drifted off to sleep because when I woke up it was morning and Agent Mama Bear was glaring at me from the passenger seat. I thought you were working. Here you go, as fresh as a daisy. I was working, I just dozed off. We don't have time for naps. You can't let Mr. X get that locket before you do. Anyway, I've got some fresh information. Agent Mama Bear told me that Nate's dad was holding a fundraiser at his house tonight. The mission was for me to enter Nate's house dressed as a maid, grab the locket, and leave. And Agent Mama Bear was my backup. We changed into our disguises and walked right up to Nate's front door. The guards let us in without a hitch. When the time was right, I went around the house looking for Nate's room and finally found it. I slid inside like a fast ninja and immediately spotted Nate's backpack. I opened it, searched for the locket, but it was gone. I panicked. How could this moron lose the locket? I turned the room upside down but couldn't find it anywhere. I glanced out the window. Nate was lounging near the pool, sunbathing his six-pack with a stupid smile on his face. Gosh, he's so cute. Nope. Get a grip, girl. I rushed down the stairs, and just as I was about to step outside, I saw a tired old woman scrubbing the floors, and then I saw Nate walk in. I immediately hid behind a pole to avoid getting spotted, while Nate walked over to the old woman with an envelope of cash in his hand.
Ma'am, please take this money and use it to go see the doctor.
I can't, sir. I have to work to help your father with the party. If I leave, he'll be very upset.
Don't worry about my dad. I'll talk to him. Come back when you're feeling better.
The old woman thanked Nate and left. I was shocked. I'd never seen him act so selfless. I was about to say something, then Nate's father rushed past me.
Have you lost your mind? No, it's where I left it this morning. This isn't funny. I saw what you did for that maid. You think money grows on trees? I swear you're as dim as a broken light bulb. Try not to embarrass me tonight in front of Pam's dad. And why haven't you asked Pam to be your girlfriend? By now, you should be engaged. Marrying that girl will make you filthy rich, and then you can invest a ton of money into my business. Dad, I don't want to marry Pam. She's a nice girl, but I'm not interested in her that way. I didn't ask you for your opinion. You're too simple to make good decisions. You just focus on throwing your football and staying in shape and getting that girl to fall in love with you.
Nate's dad stormed off, and the look on Nate's face almost broke my heart. I felt so guilty for treating him so badly before. I walked over and put my hand on Nate's shoulder. I don't think you're stupid. What you did for that old woman was really sweet.
You don't have to be nice to me. My dad will still pay you.
It's me, Grace.
Who?
Grace. We met on the train. Geez, we've even kissed twice, once by mistake.
Yeah, I know. Why are you dressed like a maid? I couldn't recognize you at all.
That was the idea, dummy. And why do you act all self-absorbed at school when you're actually kinda sweet?
Did you just give me a compliment? Must be my lucky day.
Well, not really, because I'm about to kick your butt too. I need that butterfly locket I hid in your backpack when we met. It's really, really important. Where is it?
What butterfly necklace?
I didn't have a choice but to tell everything to Nate. He heard everything and then looked at me in shock.
Why would you slip something that important in my bag? I'm literally the clumsiest person you'll meet.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking straight then.
Oh, did my good looks distract you from your mission?
Yeah, maybe. Can we talk about that later? I really need to find that necklace or my boss will have my head.
Wait. I think I saw Pam wear something like that a few days back.
Nate showed me Pam's Instagram account, and I immediately spotted the picture where she was wearing that butterfly necklace. I asked Nate to call Pam and ask her to come for the fundraiser wearing that necklace.
She should be here soon. Pam and her dad are the guests of honor. What do we do next?
We get ready to pull off the heist of the century. Okay, that might be an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Pam was really late, and we were beginning to think she wouldn't even come, but she finally arrived along with her dad and an entourage of guards. And thankfully, she was wearing the necklace. She immediately walked up to Nate, gave him a peck on his cheek, and my insides felt on fire. What the heck was this feeling?
Nate, this necklace is divine. I found it in your backpack when I was going through your things. I just had a feeling you might have a present for me.
Yeah, about that. That necklace is, dangerous. No, it's poisonous. It will make you break out in hives. You'll get pimples on your face. It will be totally disgusting and gross. You'll give nightmares to small children.
Pam yanked off the necklace and threw it on the ground. Before I could get to it, Pam's dad sprang into action, but Agent Mama Bear got in his way. Not so soon, Mr. X. You're busted. Grace, quick, grab the necklace and run. I did exactly that, but a bunch of guards got in my way. I grabbed a vase and hurled it at a guard, and then burst out my martial arts moves. I threw 5 spinning back kicks, an open fist punch, and a couple of elbows that laid the guards out cold. Agent Mama Bear called for reinforcements to haul Pam's dad off to jail. I had no idea what happened to Pam and her mom, except that they moved somewhere very far away. The president thanked me, Nate, and Agent Mama Bear for our spectacular service, and even named a special holiday after us. Nate's dad cried at the ceremony and apologized to Nate for underestimating him. I was promoted to a first-class agent, and Nate was invited to join.
Looks like you have a secret admirer.
More like a hater. We both know who this is. Oh my god. Just when I thought you couldn't look any worse, you show up in a full face of glitter. Is that a new makeup trend? For losers? I wouldn't know since I just had the perfect season. How was yours? Scored any baskets? Cheeky are we? But hey, look, you've ruined Jay's clothes too. Just like you're ruining his reputation by hanging out with him. Why don't we ask him?
Don't look at me. I just want to get changed. I am terribly late for class.
As Jay left, Heidi stared at me with death in her eyes. What is your problem? You've been after me since the day I came here. I want you to pay for what your dad did to my dad. What? What did he do? And isn't your dad like the mayor? Yes, he is. But your dad made him miserable in school. He was a bully, and I'm gonna take his revenge on you. Someone's gotta pay. I think you're confusing my dad with someone else, weirdo. I walked off quickly. This girl was crazy and just making things up. My guess was that she hated me mostly because I was close to Jay and she had the biggest crush on him, which she didn't hide. A few days later, while I was in the locker room changing, I heard Jay screaming my name. What's wrong? Why do you look like someone stole your Air Jordans?
It's not funny, Kayla. Do you really mean it?
How am I supposed to know? You tell me. Did someone steal your Air Jordans?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this note you left me. And I understand how you feel, but this is all just a bit of a shock to me.
I was so confused until I took the note from Jay's hand and saw that it was a love confession from me, and I didn't even write it. I had a feeling Heidi had something to do with this. But before I could say anything, I saw her walking out of the gym, so I just grabbed Jay by the collar and kissed him.
Wow, that was
weird, I know, but just play along. Heidi's watching us. I'm sure she's the one who sent you the note.
This is nonsense.
Look at the handwriting carefully. It looks like a first grader wrote that. I've seen her assignments, and trust me, she writes exactly like that. Besides, do you really think I'd write such creepy, cheesy stuff?
Yeah, but why would she do that?
She likes you. Isn't it super obvious? And maybe she thought this note would make you freak out. But the joke's on her. I'm sure her butt's on fire.
So you don't like me? And this note is just a stupid prank?
Of course. What did you think?
Yeah, of course. I was sure it was a joke too.
Just then, the craziest idea struck me. We could totally pretend to like each other to piss Heidi off. So for the next few weeks, every time Heidi was around Jay and me, I would hug him or loop my arms in his and pretend to be lost in love. Oh, Jay, your eyes remind me of basketballs.
Ew. How about this? Kayla, every time I see you, I feel everything is perfect. And I can stare at you all day, deep in those perfect brown eyes.
He was just being lame, but somehow it made my heart skip a beat.
How was that? Enough to convince her? Now, if we're done, let's go to class.
Yeah, totally. This continued for days, and I could tell that watching me and Jay together as a couple was burning Heidi to a crisp. She was so distracted by everything that her game was at an all-time low. And even the coach decided to bench her for the upcoming championship.
Don't you think we've gone too far? We should just let it go now.
But the fun's just begun. She's always been mean to me. Have you forgotten the days when she ruined my new shoes? Dad got them for me after saving for months. And what about the time she burned my jersey and the coach screamed at me? She deserves it.
But pulling a prank on her only makes you more like her. Think about that.
Jeez, relax. You don't have to go all Buddha on me. Besides, it's only for a few weeks. She can stay distracted, and I'll perfect my game for the championship. Only the best player will get to go to a college with the prestigious Stanford scholarship.
So that's what this is really about? You want the scholarship?
That's not what I meant, Jay. Yes, of course I want the scholarship because I'm not as rich. But
you know what? I get it. You're right. It was me who got mixed signals.
Mixed signals? What did he mean? I wanted to ask him, but before I could, he flung his bag and walked off. When I tried calling him that evening, he totally avoided my call and didn't show up to school the next day, or for a whole week after that. I left him a text, and all he said was that he was down with a bug. I was sitting in the cafeteria one day watching my favorite MSA videos, when suddenly, Heidi plopped her butt next to me. Trouble in paradise? Where's your boyfriend?
Who?
Oh, Jay. He's not well. Oh, but I saw him at the party last night, and he looked fine to me. Did he finally realize you're too trashy for him? Or maybe he finally got tired of looking at your dumb face every day. Who knows? I got up and left, but I felt bad about Jay lying to me. He said he wasn't well. Then why was he at a party? Or maybe Heidi was just lying to get under my skin. I had to confirm it, so I went to his place to check on him, but security told me he wasn't around. And the next day when Jay showed up, he totally blew me off. Hey, where have you been, and why aren't you answering my calls?
Because I didn't feel like it. Now, can you move? I'm trying to get some practice. The championship is coming soon? Oh, you would know that, since it's so important for you and your precious scholarship.
Are you still hung up on that? I said, I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean it like that. Is she bugging you? Is my coochie-coo honey bunny getting annoyed? Jay continued shooting as I stared at Heidi in shock and then burst out laughing. I don't know what's funnier, that dumb dress you're wearing or the fact that you just called Jay all sorts of marshmallow names.
Oh, I'll tell you. The funny thing is that you're out of the picture and I am Jay's girlfriend.
You're what? Oh, please tell me this is just one of your dumb pranks. Can you both take your crabby fights somewhere else? Some of us are actually serious about this game.
But you can't date her.
Really? Why not? What's wrong with her? She likes me.
I tried to think of a better answer than she's a witch, but just then the coach walked in and asked us to get ready for practice. And then there was never a good time. He was either busy with basketball practice or that leech Heidi was always around him. It made my blood boil. But with the championship coming up, I had bigger fish to fry. I started practicing day and night till my body was sore, and it really helped me to keep my mind off the whole Jay situation. One day before the championship, I was walking home when I saw Heidi and Jay outside a cafe. You have to stop looking at Kayla like some lost lover boy. You need to look happier being my boyfriend.
I'm only with you because I don't want to mess up Kayla's scholarship. I didn't know I had to look happy about it too.
Fine. It's not like I'm really into you either. I just want to make Kayla suffer for what her dad did to my dad. And I know she's hating seeing how close we are now. So you better keep up the act. Just remember, all my dad needs to do is place one phone call and no good university will take her in. She can kiss that scholarship goodbye.
Whatever. I'm here, right?
I wanted to slap the daylights out of Heidi, but just then Dad called and I had to rush back home. And I really needed to ask him what he did to Heidi's dad.
Oh God, that was such a long time ago. Yeah, I went to school with her dad and we used to bug him a lot. He was always trying too hard to fit in and getting everybody to like him, but he wasn't a nice guy. Maybe I wasn't very nice to him either, but it was decades ago. He's 10 times more successful than me now.
Looks like he's still holding on to a grudge and his stupid daughter is taking it out on me. I couldn't sleep the whole night thinking about the whole situation. Jay was my best friend, and that witch was blackmailing him into dating her because of my scholarship. I had to put an end to this. So the next day, I walked straight up to Jay.
Kayla, this is the boys' locker room.
You need to dump Heidi. I heard you two talking by the cafe last night, and I know she's blackmailing you with my scholarship. But Jay, you don't have to do this for me. And stop blinking like that. You're freaking me out.
I just don't know what to say. Listen, Kayla, the scholarship is important to you. And if I can keep Heidi off your back for a couple of days by doing this, then what's the harm?
I don't like it. I can't see you two together.
Why?
Jay looked into my eyes, and I could feel my body melting at his touch. What was happening? I wanted to say something, but it was like words had fallen out of my brain. Was I falling for my best friend? Just then, his teammates called him and Jay left for his match. I waited by the courtside to talk to him later, but as soon as the match was over, Heidi leapt onto him and I couldn't stop myself from pushing her away. What the heck? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch him? I know you're just blackmailing him into dating you, so please, why don't you save face and get lost? Jay, you don't have to date her for my scholarship.
But
don't be stupid, KK, or you'll end up losing everything. You can take away 1,000,000 chances from me, and I'll still make it because I know I'm talented, unlike you, who always gets everything because of your father's money. Oh, sweetheart, money speaks for itself, and right now, I can hear it saying that you've lost your chance of ever getting into a good college. Heidi stomped her feet and left, but I couldn't care less. I was about to confess my feelings for Jay, but before I could, the coach called me for the match. That evening, I played the best match of my life and also ended up getting the Best Player award. I had no idea if I'd get the scholarship, but at that moment, all that mattered was that I was happy with Jay by my side. A week after the match, I was waiting by the lockers when Heidi walked up to me. Hey, loser, I told you you'd never win this scholarship. Why do you look shocked? Oh, you didn't see the list yet? No. I'm shocked because you're still talking to me after I royally kicked your butt last week.
Yeah, and so what if she didn't get the scholarship? She did get selected for the nationals.
I turned around to see Jay smiling down at me. What? I got selected?
Yeah, and you'll be the team captain. Coach just told me about it, so I thought you should hear the news from me.
This is the best day ever! And you didn't even have to date anyone for this. Ugh, I hate you. I'm gonna tell my...
Dad?
We know. Heidi left red-faced as Jay turned to me.
So that was dramatic.
Not as dramatic as your whole, leave me alone, Kayla.
Oh, shut up. You act all smart, but you couldn't even figure out that I
like you?
You knew?
No, but I know that I like you too, and if I have to date someone, why not my best friend?
Not that easily. You'll have to take me out in basketball first.
You're on. Hi, my name is Cleo, and I'm possibly the clumsiest girl on Earth. Accidents just happen around me. I swear, it's not my fault, but that made me the most famous TikToker now. Please like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. My parents were really wealthy, and they liked their luxury. When I was 9 months old, Dad brought a rare vase from Thailand and proudly placed it on the table.
100 blind monks painted this. Took them 2 years.
In less than 2 minutes, I'd crawled straight into the table and toppled it over. I started clapping at the cool smashing sound, but something about Dad's face made me stop. When I started walking, I was like freaking Godzilla, destroying everything in my way. My parents packed away all their precious collector's items, covered the furniture with plastic wrap, and switched to paper cups and plates. But when I was 5 years old, I caused a disaster of epic proportions. One day, I saw the servants sneaking something into Dad's study, and I felt really curious. Later that night, I went down to have a look at it. It was just a dumb painting. As I was about to cover it up, I tripped over the cloth and went crashing straight into the painting, ripping a me-shaped hole through the canvas. Oh my God. The next day, Dad had invited hundreds of friends to our mansion for the unveiling of the painting.
It's such an honor that the great artist has let me borrow it. Behold the masterpiece. Holy moly!
The artist sued Dad, and he had to pay millions in damages. Luckily, money wasn't an issue, but Dad was still so mad. He thought I wasn't normal, so he whisked me off to the doctor who did lots of tests and scans and said there was nothing wrong with me.
Maybe she's just evil then. Maybe she's pretending to be clumsy and destroying our lives for fun.
You sound crazy. Our baby is not evil.
Your baby is a walking disaster.
But then one day, I discovered something that changed my life. When I was 8, Mom took me to the city for the first time. But we were in a really crowded place, and I slipped away from her. As I looked around, I saw a group of homeless children dancing in the street. I immediately fell in love with the way they gracefully moved their bodies. People were giving them money after their performance, but I only had my lollipop. So I gave it to one of them, and she was happy. From then on, I'd watch YouTube videos and teach myself to dance. Even though I was so clumsy usually, the beat of the music somehow made my body movements really coordinated. One day, I decided to show off my moves to my parents. Mommy, Daddy, look, I'm a dancer. Mom was thrilled, but Dad looked horrified and immediately turned off the music.
Good God, how can I unsee that? Don't you ever do that again.
What do you mean, Daddy? I'm a really good dancer, like Beyonce.
Who told you that? Your mirror? Drop this nonsense. You'll be running my company one day, idiot.
Who says she can't do both? She can take dancing lessons right now and learn about your company when she's older.
I say she can't because I pay the bills, and I don't ever want to hear the word dancing in my house again.
I was furious. As I was storming off past him, I accidentally tripped and knocked his phone out of his hand. The screen was smashed to bits. I ran off grinning as he roared. But he was right. He did pay the freaking bills. So I kept learning secretly, but I never mentioned it again. Everyone thought I'd outgrow my clumsiness, but it just seemed to get worse. And of course, in high school, something like this makes you the perfect target for bullies. On my first day in 9th grade, the teacher asked me to collect everyone's notebooks. As I gingerly walked up with the pile, I tripped. When I started picking them up, I didn't see the teacher kneeling down to help me, and I elbowed him really hard in the eye. Word of my clumsiness spread like wildfire. People had bets on when I'd fall or drop something next. If I was seen with any hot food or drink, everyone started running away like the devil was after them. Needless to say, I didn't have any friends, except this crazy rich jock, Hudson, who'd been acting like my boyfriend since the first time he saw me. One day, I was in the girls' bathroom when he suddenly barged in.
Baby cakes, I have a surprise for you.
He pulled me outside where everyone had already gathered to see his gift. Hundreds of iPhones arranged in a giant heart on the ground.
That's 365 iPhones, babe. One for every day of the year. I'll buy you more when you've smashed all of these.
Another time, he gave me a horse. Hudson, what am I gonna do with it? We're in a city.
But that's the one thing you don't have. And you deserve everything. Now go on, try sitting on it.
Erin, the most popular cheerleader, made a bet out of it, as always. Gather around, guys. New bet starting now. $1,000 if she falls off in the first minute. I was just getting onto the horse when it suddenly flicked its tail and knocked me over. To my horror, I landed in its poop. Erin was howling in triumph as cash rained on her. Keep up the good work, you stupid klutz. Make me richer. When I tried to get up, everyone suddenly disappeared, including Hudson. That jerk. But then, Erin did something that made me even crazier. She started a freaking dance club at school. While I was reading the dance club poster, I heard Erin behind me. Seriously? Don't even think about it. I only accept the best, and you can't even walk straight, dummy. Don't worry, I'm not interested. At all. Of course, that was a lie. It was my dream to dance with other people, like those kids on the street I'd seen years ago, but I could only dance by myself. One afternoon while I was walking in our garden, I tripped over a sunflower and suddenly a splash of water hit my face.
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I didn't see you. I'm Samuel, the new driver.
I looked up to see a gorgeous boy washing our cars with a garden hose, and he was shirtless. As he helped me up, I couldn't help wondering how hard his abs were. I stumbled on purpose, and my palms accidentally landed on his abs, harder than a rock.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Why wouldn't I be? Without another word, I ran off to my room. A few hours later, I was dancing away when I caught Samuel watching me through the window. How long have you been standing there?
You dropped your necklace. I just came to return it. But you were so great, I was mesmerized.
I swear his compliment had my stomach breakdancing. I started hanging out with him after that day, and it felt good to have a friend who knew my little secret. But the universe kept teasing me. Erin started dancing on TikTok and got 1 million followers in a week. Samuel kept encouraging me to make my own account.
I bet you're gonna have 1 million followers in just one day.
My dad won't like it. He doesn't get me. But from then on, I started filming myself whenever I danced in my room. Maybe someday Dad would come around. One evening, Dad took me to a company dinner and officially introduced me as the future CEO. Everyone raised a toast to it, but it just didn't feel right. As I made my way to the front for a speech, my dress got caught on something and ripped, exposing my underwear. Everyone in the room started laughing quietly, and I could see Dad's furious face. I ran out as fast as I could to the car. Samuel looked at my tear-stained face with concern.
Are you okay, ma'am?
I'm sure lots of people think I have the perfect life as a rich heiress, but I want things that money can't buy. I want to do what I love. I want to make my parents proud. And I just want to be normal. To make me feel better, Samuel took me to a dance club. I closed my eyes and just started dancing. Minutes later, I'd forgotten everything because I was in my happy place. When I opened my eyes, I saw Samuel looking at me and my heartbeat raced.
Ma'am, you're a goddess. I could watch you all day.
Suddenly, I pulled him in close. It's not ma'am, it's Cleo. Just then, I got a call from my dad yelling at me to come home immediately.
Your behavior is unacceptable, but I'll forgive you on one condition. Date the son of my biggest investor, at least for 6 months.
I thought about Samuel, but I knew Dad wasn't really giving me a choice. So I agreed. The next day when he introduced me to his investor's son, my jaw dropped open. Hudson?
Baby cakes!
Did you know about this?
Duh, I've always known who you are. You're not just hot, your parents are as rich as mine.
That very night, I was invited to dinner by his parents, and Dad had a list of instructions for me.
Don't disappoint them or else I'm going to lose billions. Think before you even breathe, Cleo. And no cursing. They hate that.
Unfortunately, thinking wasn't gonna help. Hudson had the scariest parents in the world. They were watching my every move. It was so nerve-wracking. I got clumsier by the second. I kept dropping my fork, and when I tried to pass his mom the water, the jug slipped from my hand. But then, the unthinkable happened. I dropped some soup on my dress and excused myself for the bathroom. As soon as I got up, I hit my pinky toe on the edge of the table. Holy piece of stupid They looked at me like I'd just killed their whole neighborhood. I was sure Hudson wouldn't want anything to do with me after that dinner, but Dad would be raging mad when he found out. But I actually didn't care. The next day at school, I was really surprised when Hudson walked over to me and put his arm around my waist.
Baby cakes, I don't care if my parents think you're a stupid klutz. You're too beautiful for anyone else. I have a grand gift to make you feel better.
He pushed a bunch of car keys into my hand.
20 sports cars for you, babe.
20 freaking cars? But I didn't even know how to drive. He gave the stupidest gifts ever. Just then, he kissed me and I pushed him away. I'm sorry, Hudson, but I can't force myself to like you. I like someone else. Also, you're really obnoxious. And with that, I threw the car keys at him and walked away. Of course, Hudson's parents backed out from the deal, and Dad went psycho. I told him what a jerk Hudson was, but he didn't care.
So, your mom married me, didn't she? It's actually because of that poor driver, isn't it? Well, I sent him back to his country and I told him to stay away from you, if he knows what's good for him.
I was shocked, and then I was furious. That's it. Keep your stupid house and your stupid company to your stupid self. I'm not giving up on anything for you now.
How dare you talk to me like that?
She's right. I'm not watching you bully her anymore either. Dad immediately kicked us both out of his mansion and cut off all our allowances. But Mom wasn't sorry at all and said she'd rather be poor than with him. We moved to my late grandparents' house. Luckily, I still had the horse and iPhones Hudson gave me, and I sold them all off to give us a head start. And I made my own account and uploaded my saved videos. To my surprise, I got 2 million followers over the weekend. Erin was smoking red. Next day at school, she came to me and said, "How is this possible? I can twerk and throw it back better than you." I guess my followers just disagree with you, Erin. Fine, let's dance to the same song. And whoever has more likes in 1 hour wins. Loser pays $50,000 and drops out of school. Challenge accepted. We did the dance, and I won by 100,000 likes. Erin's account was suddenly deleted, and I never saw her again. Mom encouraged me to do more videos, and I reached 20 million followers in just 4 months. She also started joining me, and I was mind blown by her moves. So that's where I got my talent. 2 years later, we started a dance studio where I taught little kids how to dance and to chase their dreams. And this seemed just right. But there was something missing from my life. Until one day, a handsome guy entered my studio, and when he took off his shades, I swear I almost fainted.
Can I get an autograph?
I can give you more than that, Samuel. We went out and sparks flew. Sam was charming, kind, and simple. Even my mom loved him. We started dating and even
My name is Prisha. I live in the United States, but I'm originally from India. Please like and subscribe. Back in India, I was so popular, and everyone thought I was pretty. Even the principal and the teachers adored me. Once when I was in the 2nd grade, I got sick for a week during the exams week, and the principal decided to postpone all the exams until I felt better. Life was great at school, but back at home, things weren't good. I had a twin brother named Aaron, and he was my mom's favorite simply because he was a boy. Once on our birthday, Mom organized a party for him only and made me serve him and his friends, and there was no party for me. Mom was so mean, but at least I had school, my happy place. That is, until the 7th grade when my family decided to move to the States. I had to leave my amazing life and friends, and I was so sad. I always felt like a freak in the States. My skin, my accent, my clothes, everything was so different from everyone else. To make matters worse, Mom wanted me to wear the traditional clothes, a sari, to school. But Mom, if you want me to keep wearing that, why did you leave India? This is a new country with a new style of clothes. Shut up, you useless girl. We left India because of your dad's job and I didn't have any choice. And you need to wear a sari to school because I said so. I won't have you dressing like an indecent woman. I turned around to leave and found Aryan standing behind me, laughing. And then Mom told him that she got a private tutor to teach him English at home. And why wouldn't I get a teacher, Mom? What would a housewife need English for? You only have to clean and cook. Don't talk to me like that, you idiot. What are you going to do, little girl? Scream for daddy? And then I jumped on him and pulled his hair till Mom pulled me away. Mom said I was a bad girl and she decided that she'd come to school on the first day to watch me. She wasn't kidding. I wanted the earth to swallow me as we walked into school together. Mom was even holding my hand. Some girl even came and held my other hand to help me walk. She thought I was blind. When I walked into the classroom, I met the snobbiest, meanest girl in the United States, Missy. Excuse me, this is my classroom and you're hurting my eyes with the curtain you're wearing. Take off these clothes right now. Even if it makes you naked, I don't care. Because my English wasn't good, I didn't say anything and just walked to an empty seat. But Missy stopped me. Hello, I'm talking to you. This is an American school. Change your clothes. It's not Delawi here. It's Diwali, ma'am. Huh? What are you talking about? Just leave, disappear, vanish. Go. Sit there, in the corner. I took my seat and some girls later came to me to say that I looked beautiful. I knew they were just being nice, and now with Missy around, my life would be hell. On the other hand, Aaron was having a blast. He became one of the popular kids in school only a week after we joined. He was so mean, he joined Missy in bullying me and didn't tell anyone that we were siblings. Once during a lesson, I needed an eraser, so I asked Aaron for one in Hindi. He pretended he didn't hear me, but I kept calling him until Missy said, "Oh God, why is this dummy talking to you in that weird language?" "Oh, no, it's because she knows I speak her language." And to Missy he said, "Tum queso, Hasina." Oh God, that's so sexy. I like smart boys who can speak languages other than like American. Please, be my boyfriend? Aaron got closer to her and kissed her. Ew! I threw my pencil at his head and he yelled like a little girl. I couldn't take this anymore. The very next day, with my savings, I went to a secondhand store and bought a few cool outfits. I decided to keep the clothes in my backpack every day, and before arriving at school, I would go into a public bathroom and change. But my only problem was Aaron. To my surprise though, he didn't say anything to me. And with my new outfit, Missy left me alone, and my life was getting better. That is until one day when Aaron came to me. "Wow, Prisha, you really look good. But I wonder what Mom would have to say about you dressing like an indecent woman." "This is not indecent. It's a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Can't you leave me alone?" Nope, I don't think so. I'm gonna tell Mom." I pushed him angrily against the wall. "What will keep your mouth shut?" Well. How about your weekly money? But that money is for lunch at school. You decide. Either you eat or you face Mom. What a jerk. He could dress as he wanted to go to school, but I couldn't? What an unfair world. I gave him my weekly money. I wasn't going back to being bullied for my clothes. One day I was starving and staring at a sandwich in the cafeteria when Missy and Aaron came over. "Hello, starving girl. Do you want that sandwich? I can give you money for it." You would? Thank you." As I extended my hand, Missy slapped it away. "Not so fast, loser. You'll have to do something for me. I need someone to carry my bag, and my amazing boyfriend suggested that you could work as my assistant. What a total jerk! But I needed money, so I asked her how much she would give me weekly, and she said only 50. "Oh, I want 200 weekly. Please, Aaron, talk to your girlfriend, or I will tell her about your sister and who she is." "Oh, OMG, I would love to meet your sister and your family, babe." "Oh, babe, trust me, you won't. Let's pay this loser $200. "Well, that's not happening. I'll only pay 100, and you, babe, you can pay the other 100. Aaron looked like he was about to explode. Now he was the dumb moron who would pay me to keep my mouth shut. Being Missy's assistant wasn't that bad after all. I actually gained popularity next to that dumb girl and made good money. But one day, Missy decided that we would all eat pastrami sandwiches. I don't know if you know this, but Hindus aren't allowed to eat cow's meat. They're sacred to us. But my stupid brother was eating it. Oh my God! I snatched his sandwich and threw both of ours away. "What do you think you're doing? Bring them back and eat them right now, or you're fired." "I will not eat this meat. You cannot force me. So, okay, I'm fired. Get out of here, stinky. Stinky you. As long as you have straight hair, you don't bathe for days. Your hair smells like trash, Missy. You're so terrible. Just go back to your country. Oh yeah, I'd love to, but then I'd have to take my brother with me, who happens to be your boyfriend. Aaron glared at me, but instead of being mad, Missy just pulled him close. Oh, it's so hot having an Indian boyfriend. Indian guys are the best. And they started kissing. Ugh. I just stormed off. Later that day, when I was in the public bathroom changing my clothes, Aaron was waiting outside. Hey, dumbhead. I think now you have to pay me so I won't tell mommy about your secret. Man, why do you always have to be so mean to me? I told you before, it's because you're useless and stupid. You know that's not true. Yeah, you know what? You're right. It's because you're the smart, likable twin. And since I can't be as smart as you, I'll ruin you. So give me my money now. No, I'm not giving you anything. I'm sick of you and Mom. She is just crazy. When I finished saying those words to Aaron, he turned white and his eyes widened. What? What? That's true. Mom doesn't understand anything. My brother pointed behind me. When I turned around, there she was, Mom. And guess what? She had heard everything and she was seeing me dressed in jeans. She looked like a bomb was about to explode. I don't know if she was going to have a stroke or if she was going to attack me, but instead, Mom only said 5 words. Take that off right now. With my head down, I just said, yes, Mom. Next day, Mom told me the craziest thing. I would be engaged to someone soon and marry them after graduation. I was speechless. Mom was awful. I just ran out of the house and walked for hours in the pouring rain. I felt defeated. I came home when everybody was sleeping. The following day, I had to go to school dressed as Mom wanted. And of course, Missy was bullying me over my clothes again. Wow, your clothes are so amazing. You don't mean that, do you? Of course not. Today's not Halloween, my dear. It isn't? So why do you have on that monster mask? Oops, you don't seem to like jokes. Do you see anyone laughing? A joke has to make everyone laugh. If not, it's bullying. Oh, shut up, you Dalawi girl. What is that even supposed to mean? But then Missy attacked me and everyone gathered around us. We were wrestling on the ground till someone pulled Missy away. And it was Aaron. Don't touch my sister or else, Missy. Missy and I were shocked and we both yelled, what? You heard me. And stop bullying her for the way she's dressed. You need to learn some respect. Oh my God, are you defending this witch? This witch is my sister, and there is no way I would let you talk to her like that, or to anyone. This needs to stop, and you have to apologize now. In your stupid, ugly dreams, you moron. And suddenly a boy yelled, yeah, you have no right to bully her for wearing a sari. Apologize now. And another girl said, not only to her, apologize to all of us for being a jerk and bullying us for stupid reasons. Everyone circled Missy and she started crying like a little baby. I'm sorry, just don't hurt me. I know you're apologizing now only because you're scared. But I swear, if we see you bullying someone again, me and my brother will make sure you regret it. Missy squealed and ran away like a little mouse. I thanked Aaron and asked him why he did this now. He said it was time for him to be man enough to do the right thing. After what Mom decided to do to you and marry you off, I knew I had to do something. You're my sister and you've always treated me well. I have to help you, Prisha. I still had another big problem, my engagement, which was a week from now. But I had a plan and Aaron was going to help me. I ran away that day and Aaron took my place. He dressed like me and covered himself with a veil and no one could recognize him. When I ran away, I bumped into someone and he looked at me with his eyes wide. I think I'm your fiancé. Oh, you're also running away? Well, yeah, obviously. I don't know why they're doing this to their own kids. Marrying someone against your will is the worst. His name was Karan, and we spent the next 2 hours talking. While back at home, people became impatient and asked Mom to hurry. So Mom just removed the veil and, well, she screamed when she saw Aaron. Everyone stared in shock and then frantically started searching for us. Everyone had left by the time I got home, but Mom was waiting for me, and she was fuming. Mom, I don't want to get engaged, and you can't make me. I love my Hindi origins, and I'm so proud to be who I am. But forcing me to be with someone I don't love is a red line.
Well, you don't decide that. You're only a stupid, useless girl, and you will have to—
No, that girl has grown up, Mom, and I won't allow you to control me anymore. I'm a real human being with real emotions, and you need to leave me alone or I will call child services. Do you hear me? Mom gasped as she attacked me. I pushed her away.
You're not my daughter. I'm ashamed to have a daughter like you.
Fine with me, and don't you ever try to touch me again. Hi there, I'm Saul from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. When I was only 2, Mom left Dad because his business was failing miserably, and she didn't want to be with someone poor. But growing up, Dad adored me and made sure I had everything. But over the next few years, he turned really lucky and his business was booming again. And just like that, we were richer than ever. We had a super big mansion, fancy cars, and butlers. On my 4th birthday, Dad said he had a big surprise for me, and I was super excited for it. But then he introduced me to his girlfriend, Linda. Aw, Saul, you're adorable, baby girl. Ew, she was so weird. But very soon I discovered that she was a witch too. The second Dad would turn his back, she would go all crazy on me.
You look like a filthy boy from a slum. And what's with your ugly hair? Ew.
But Dad wouldn't listen to a word against her. He was so blindly in love. Soon after they got married, and the first thing Linda did was transfer all of Dad's money to her name. A year later, she gave birth to Tanya, who was the cutest. But slowly, Linda started revealing her real face to Dad too. One day, while Dad was getting ready for a business trip, Linda went all bonkers on him. I have a night out with my friends, and you want me to take these good-for-nothing kids with me? You better stay home and do it yourself.
Don't talk to me like you're my boss. It's because of me that you get to enjoy all these luxuries. I work hard and I feed everyone here, so don't give me that attitude.
Oh, who says I'm not the boss? Saying that, she threw the property papers in his face and asked him to leave her house. This was crazy, but what Dad did was even crazier. He left us forever, and I had to put up with my witchy stepmom. Now, Linda would spend all of Dad's money on shopping and her parties all day long and not even care about Tanya. So I made sure to look after her, and over time, we grew quite close. One day, Tanya fell sick, and I asked Linda to go get her some medicine. But when she came back, her hands were full of shopping bags. And worse, she didn't get the medicine. Seriously, Linda? I can't believe you're doing this to your own daughter now.
Okay, I forgot. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a fever. It'll go away on its own.
But the important thing is, what will I wear for tomorrow's party? Whoa, this woman was something. Years passed and Tanya started going to school with me, but I was concerned about her grades. So I went to her room to help her with the upcoming tests, but Linda didn't seem happy about it.
Why are you trying to make her a geek like you? Isn't it enough that she has the biggest glasses on her nose?
For God's sake, let her be like me, growing up and finding a rich husband.
That's what smart women do.
Ugh, she was horrible, and Tanya was nothing like her. So I made sure to help her when Linda wasn't around. Then one snowy evening, I thought Tanya was outside having snow fights with the neighborhood kids, but what I saw left me shocked. I realized all the kids had ganged up on her and were throwing snowballs at her face. Take this, loser. OMG, he was so done. I ran out and picked up a huge chunk of snow and threw it at him. Don't you dare hurt my sister, dummy. I chased all the stupid kids away and took Tanya inside. A few moments later, Linda walked in, and I told her all about it.
So, what should I do?
And what did you expect, really?
Of course kids are gonna bully her for looking like a loser nerd.
Linda, are you crazy? You're her mother. Do something.
You want me to do something? Fine.
From today, she won't go to school and anywhere outside, and then there'll be no more problems. What? How could she do that? Tanya ran up to her room in tears, and I went after her. Don't worry, little sis. I'll get you out of here. But how? She'd ground me forever if she finds out. Well, then she will never find out. That's when an idea hit me. If I kept Linda distracted, she wouldn't care about us. I swapped Linda's shampoo with green dye, and the next morning, she looked like the freaking Grinch as she ran to the salon in her bathrobe. Tanya and I laughed our butts off and headed off to school. I'd find more ways to keep Linda busy. Later that day, when I went to the school cafeteria to have lunch with Tanya, she didn't show up for quite some time. Just then, I heard someone crying from under the table. I bent down and saw Tanya. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Come on out. That boy, that Jerry, he took my glasses and pushed me. I couldn't see anything, and everyone started laughing. So, I hid here.
Oh, God. I marched straight to the boy's table and pulled him up by his shirt. Let me show you who the real gangster is, kid. Whoa, easy, please. What's wrong? I turned around to see Sebastian, a new student who had just joined my class. This guy has been bullying my little sister, and I'm here to teach him a lesson. OMG, I'm so sorry. He's my younger brother, and I'll make sure to teach him better. It's just that we're new here, and he's having a tough time adjusting. But I promise, he won't do it again. He immediately grabbed the glasses from his little brother's hand and put them on Tanya. Well, that was sweet. Later during class, he apologized to me again, and I kind of felt I was too harsh with his brother. Hey, listen, it's just that I'm too attached to Tanya. I feel more like a mom to her, so I couldn't see her crying, and it's all right. I totally understand. Turns out, he and his brother were a lot like us. Their mother passed away long ago, and their dad was always away for work, and that connected us instantly. He also suggested that we all go sledding in the evening so that our siblings could get along. It sounded like a great idea, and the four of us actually had a lot of fun together that evening. But as soon as we reached home, I was shocked to find Linda all flared up in anger. You all think you're smart enough to play your little pranks on me? Well, now it's my turn. Tanya, you're grounded forever. No school, no friends, and finally, no sister. 'Cause Saul's moving to an orphanage right now. What? Why? You can't do that.
Mom, no, please don't say that. She's my sister and your daughter.
No, she isn't. Not anymore. I have signed off the papers and gave up her guardianship. Now she's an orphan. So, pack up your bags and leave my house, Saul, before I kick you out.
No, you can't make me leave.
I tried to fight her for Tanya's sake, but that evil witch made the guards throw my stuff out of the house, and now I had no other option but to leave the house and Tanya. While I was leaving, Tanya kept screaming at me from the balcony.
Please don't go, Saul. What will I do without you?
It was hard for me to see her in tears, but I promised her I'd come back for her someday. After that, I kept walking for hours until it started raining, and I stopped at a restaurant. Just then, the waitress came in and asked me what I wanted to eat. Well, I don't have any money, so I'm afraid I won't be able to order anything. But she sneaked me some hot chocolate from the counter and told me it was on her. She seemed like a really nice lady and even asked me if I wanted a job. A job? That'll be great. I didn't want to go to the orphanage, and this way I could earn some money too. So I started working there as a waitress. The lady also offered me a place to live, and I kind of felt like I'd found a new home. Days passed, and I even learned some basic tailoring and designing from the old waitress. Within a month, I was able to design beautiful dresses and sweatshirts out of old, rugged clothes. One day, while I was serving coffee to one of the customers, I accidentally spilled some over her dress.
Are you blind? That's a designer piece.
She seemed really mad, so I'd said I'd get her something to wear. I ran to the storage room where I had all my designs, and since I couldn't pick one for her, I carried them all to her. Oh my God, these are amazing. Who made them? I did. She looked awestruck by my talent and told me she was a world-famous designer herself. Her name was Angelica Martino. And then she offered me a job as a designer. This was freaking awesome. I couldn't believe my ears. I took this opportunity and followed her to Italy and joined her massive company. And within months, I was making more money than I'd expected. Honestly, I was quite happy, but I always felt that there was something missing from my life. Tanya. I told Angelica I wanted to visit San Francisco, but she wouldn't let me. I can't let anyone go just like that. We have business to do here.
And if you still want to go, you can. But then I won't give you any credits for your designs, girl. What? Why had she turned into a Karen? But I wasn't gonna take that rubbish from her. I stormed out of her office, taking all my savings and cutting up all the designs I made for the company so they couldn't use them. Yeah, and I could hear the witch Angelica's screams as far up as the plane. As soon as I landed in the city, I crashed into someone I'd never imagined. Sebastian.
Saul, is that you? Oh my god, I was so worried. I had no idea where you'd gone. Are you okay?
Suddenly, I burst into tears and told him everything that happened, and he asked me to move into his place with him and Jerry. I said yes, and he took me to his huge mansion, and seeing the brothers taking care of each other made me think about Tanya even more. So I went to see her the first thing in the morning with Sebastian, but I was super shocked to see her all alone. She ran towards me as soon as she saw me and burst into tears. Oh, Saul, where were you? I missed you so much. You said you'd come back for me, and I waited for you every single minute of every day. I felt so lonely without you. I missed you too, little sis. I thought about you every single day, and I'm so sorry that I made you wait for so long. But now that I'm here, I promise, I'm never gonna leave you alone, and I'll make up for everything. Then she told me that Linda had been living away with her rich boyfriend for months now, and she had left Tanya all by herself. She was unbelievable. I took Tanya with me to Sebastian's place, and I even filed a case against Linda for Tanya's custody, and she happily gave it away to me. Good riddance. After that, I opened my own fashion store. A few years later, Linda came back after getting dumped by her fraud boyfriend who took all her money and ran away. I raised you all those years, so I deserve half of the money from your fashion store. You can't say no. You didn't raise me, Linda. You just threw me out of my own house like trash. And now I'm returning the favor. Yeah, Mom, I prefer to see you homeless because you're the worst mother on earth. Just get lost. Oh, on second thought, why homeless when we can put her in jail? The right place for terrible people like her. We finally called the cops and filed a case against Linda. We won, and she was thrown in jail for years. And Tanya and I lived happily ever after. So I tiptoed my way to get closer when this homeless guy popped out of nowhere and my soul left my body.
Hey, honey, what's a pretty girl like you doing here at this time of the hour?
That's none of your business.
Oh, but it is. You look fancy. Got some money to spare?
And with that, the homeless guy charged at my bag, but I held it tight from the other end and started screaming for my life. Jason heard it, came running, and kicked the homeless guy's butt.
Have you been following me?
Not intentionally. I was just in the neighborhood and saw you from a distance, so I thought I'd say hello. What were you doing in that alley?
That's none of your business.
Why are you screaming at me? I didn't know that this place is so unsafe. Why are you always so rude to me, Jason? All I've ever done is be nice to you and get you tickets and try to talk to you. I have this giant, stupid crush on you that I can't even do anything about, and you keep screaming at me like I'm a baby. You don't find me pretty, right? That's the problem. Just tell me the truth, Jason, but please, just stop being so heartless.
Please, Masha, please don't cry. I'm sorry, I really am. I never meant to hurt you. You're very pretty. So pretty that my heart hurts every time I see you.
Really? You think I'm pretty?
I think that's a very well-established fact.
Then why were you at the game with that girl?
She was just a friend.
Jason wiped a tear off my cheek, and my body went numb at his touch. We laughed and talked for a little while before Jason dropped me back to my car, and the next morning, I woke up to a text from him that he wanted to take me out. I was over the moon to finally get a date with Jason, but I didn't tell Robert anything because I didn't want to jinx it till things got official. For our first date, Jason took me to a rundown amusement park that had been closed for years, and I was scared to the bone. Jason, I don't think we should be here. I've heard a rumor that this place is haunted. Years ago, some girl fell off that Ferris wheel and her body was never found. Can we go to some other place, please?
Oh, it's just a rumor. Now stay here and I'll be right back.
Don't leave me alone. But Jason was already running in the other direction. As I walked around the place, I felt a shadow behind me. Before I could react, something crawled up my legs and I almost peed my pants. Please don't kill me. I swear, I'll do anything you say. I'm just 18. I haven't even had my perfect kiss yet.
Masha, open your eyes.
Nope. I've seen a lot of horror movies. You're just trying to lure me into opening my eyes, and then you'll steal my body and walk the earth. I will not fall for your tricks.
Relax, it's just a cat.
I slowly opened my eyes and saw Jason holding a cat in his arms, and I felt like such a fool. Just then, Jason snapped his fingers and the whole park lit up. I was still taking it all in when Jason took my hand and looked me deep in my eyes.
So, you haven't had your perfect kiss yet, huh? Let's see if we can change that.
He leaned in for a kiss, and so did I, and it was unreal. I'd never felt this connection with anyone in my life before, and I knew it then that I was falling for this guy. I ended up having the best time on our date, and when he dropped me back, all I could think about was how I was lying to Jason. He was simply perfect, and I felt like a jerk to take advantage of him. I had to come clean to Jason before we took anything forward, so the next day at school, I decided to talk to him, but he was nowhere to be seen. I went to the library and heard Robert and him arguing.
You think you're so smart you can get away with anything, but mark my words, street rat, no one can outsmart me. Keep your empty threats and your money in your pocket, Robert. I'm not afraid of you anymore. That's because you haven't seen what I'm actually capable of. I will tell everyone that you and your family are staying here illegally. I can't stop you from doing what you want to, but I will not let you stop me from dating Masha any longer. Suit yourself.
I slipped away quietly before either of the boys saw me, feeling totally confused. Robert asked Jason to stay away from me when he asked me to date him, and Jason was living in this country illegally? I had so many questions and only one way to get my answers. I texted Jason that I was skipping school and asked Robert to see me at the beach house. He got there an hour later, and I was so mad at him, I flung a vase at him, but he ducked.
Are you trying to kill me?
Oh, I wish I could kill you, but before that, you need to answer my questions. What kind of cruel, twisted game are you playing with me and Jason? Oh yeah, I heard you two arguing in the library.
Then you also heard that he's staying in this country illegally. You know his dad is a fraud and currently in jail?
That's not what I asked.
Fine, I did what I did because I was tired of living under your shadow.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember as kids? No one even looked at me. All that people talked about was the pretty little Katie. I was always the ugly twin brother. I was good at studies, brilliant at sports, but no one cared.
Robert, I know what happened to you wasn't easy, but it's not my fault. I also had my share of insecurities.
Like what? A chipped nail or a bad haircut? I had to work for everything, but all you did was bat your eyelashes and drop a few tears. Do you know how annoying it is to always be second to someone in your own house? For once, I wanted to see you struggle, so I told Jason not to fall for your tricks. In return, I paid him money and kept his secret. Everything was going perfectly until Jason actually fell in love with you, and now he will pay.
Robert, please! Jason's innocent. Whatever he did, he didn't need to be a part of our mess. Just leave him out of it.
But he is a part of our mess because you love him. And now I will take him away from you. I've already alerted the authorities that he's living here illegally, and soon he'll be deported. You can say your final goodbyes if you want.
You disgust me, Robert. I hate you. I ran outside, but I had no idea where Jason lived. The only address I had was of his aunt's cafe, so that's where I went. But unfortunately, it was shut. I tried calling Jason's cell phone, but it was out of reach, and there was no other way to get in touch with him. I felt like someone had punched me in my gut, and I couldn't help blaming myself for the situation he was in. I tried tracking Jason for a while, but it was useless, and eventually, I went back to my old life, but everything had changed. I got no pleasure in spending money. If anything, I wanted to do something more with my privilege. Dad was proud of me, so he helped me open up a small charity for immigrant kids looking for a good education. Then one day, I was organizing a camp in Mexico when I heard a familiar voice behind me.
I left for some months to find you as a totally different person?
Jason, that's really you? I can't believe it.
Neither can I, Masha. Or should I say, Katie?
I know you must hate me for what I did, but I had no idea Robert could do something so twisted. And when I finally knew the truth, it was too late, and I lost you, and
Katie, stop. Robert actually did me a favor. A lot of people lost money because of Dad, and they threatened my family. That's why me and my family settled in a new country illegally, but we were always living in fear. After we went, things had settled down, and I could finally live in peace. I'm studying law now and planning to fight for Dad.
I don't know what to say, except I'm proud of you and I'm sorry. Losing you made me realize that all that matters in life is real love and friendship. So if you give me a chance, I'd like you to know the real me, new me.
I like the sound of that. Cup of coffee then?
Will you make one for me?
Let's not push it.
Guys, I learned that stupid people like me realize that they love someone only after losing them, and never before. Hi, I'm Lena. Before I tell you my story, please click like and subscribe. My mom used to be a supermodel, but after I was born, she gained weight, became a stay-at-home mom, and then Dad left us when I was 3. She'd just be weeping all day and stuffing her face with ice cream. Whenever I cried, she'd give me ice cream too. But as time went by, I was still eating like this while Mom got over her depression, lost those extra pounds, and jumped back into modeling. One day, I was imitating her poses in the mirror, and she came in laughing. Mommy, what's so funny? I'm gonna be a model one day, like you.
Oh, poor baby. Why are you so dumb? Modeling isn't for everybody.
We'll find something you're good at.
But I doubt that.
That was mean. But when she left, I sneaked out her high heels to practice my catwalk, and moments later, I broke one. I glued it on and put it back. Mom started going away for work, so she hired a nanny for me. Years passed and eating just became a way to cope with my feelings. Whenever I was sad or stressed, I'd just stuff my face. And by 8th grade, I was plus-sized. I was smart and got good grades, but everyone just mocked me over my weight. I even changed schools, but things didn't get better. Because here, I was invisible, and it felt awful. Until one day, Freya, the most popular girl, came and sat next to me. Hey, you're the new girl, right? Your hair is so pretty. She started sitting with me every day.
Look, babe, you should try it out sometime. I'm sure Rubina would be happy to help. The vein on Elena's head looked like it was gonna pop. During recess, we joined tables in class and were about to share the food we'd brought. Suddenly, I found myself tripping and falling face forward. I stared around in horror. Everything was on the floor, and I was a mess. Claire helped me up, but one look at Elena's smug face, and I knew she was behind it. I was so furious and embarrassed, I just walked out. I grabbed my things from my locker and decided to go home. I just walked a block away from school when I heard someone call out to me, "Jack." "I'm so sorry for what happened, Rubina. I just wanted to make sure you were okay." He hugged me and I cried some angry tears into his shoulder. I pulled away, but he was still holding me by the waist. "You're the girl from the trail, right?" "Yes, yes, yes!" I knew it was you. I couldn't forget those green eyes, like deep pools covered with algae. You know, the green stuff. "Jack, you're really bad at this." He laughed too, and he leaned in to kiss me. The universe had conspired to make this moment happen. I gotta fix things with Elena first. I'll call you soon, okay? I almost skipped with joy on my way home. You know how rare it is to find your soulmate? This was fate. And then I got struck by lightning. I had no idea that most people survive being struck by lightning, and I was one of them. I opened my eyes and there were lots of lights and people talking around me, and a guy with a really worried face. I slipped away again. I woke up and had no idea where I was. This wasn't my room. Where were all my boy band posters? "Oh, thank God you're awake. How are you feeling?" Blank. "That's what I'm feeling, stranger. Who are you? And where am I?" He looked shocked, and he told me that lightning had struck me yesterday, and he explained that he was my boyfriend Jimmy, and I was at our apartment. Had this lunatic kidnapped me? I was beginning to freak out. I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in and told him I needed to see my parents. I heard him talking on the phone to someone. I turned to the mirror, and I screamed. Why did I look so much older? OMG, were those lines starting to show under my eyes? And what was that? A white hair? Just then, I heard a knock on the door and a familiar voice. "Open up, Rubina, it's Ferial." I opened the door and my sister hugged me tight. She also looked so much older than I remembered. What had happened to the hot model? She remembers you. She doesn't have any idea who I am. Okay, I was feeling sorry for this dude because he looked really hurt and he seemed nice, but what was going on? Rubina, what's the last thing you remember? I remember kissing Jack and going home from school. They took me to the doctor, and after much questioning, it turned out that I had lost all my memories for the last 10 years. I was stuck feeling like I was still 17 because I didn't remember anything from my life after that. But I was actually 27 now. The doctor said my amnesia could go away on its own, but they couldn't be sure. Betrayal decided to take me to her place since I didn't feel comfortable with Jimmy. He looked really sad as he put my bags in her car and said he'd come and see me soon with picture albums. Maybe those would help jog my memory a bit? I had so many questions. Where were Mom and Dad? Betrayal told me they'd gone out of business 2 years ago and had decided to move back to Pakistan. I was devastated by that news. I loved that restaurant. Betrayal said she'd left her boyfriend many years ago and fixed things with Mom and Dad and moved back into our house. She was still living there after they'd left. Of course I remembered this place. This was home. The door was opened by a very silky 13-year-old girl. Betrayal introduced her as her daughter, Sidra. Mom, I know who she is. We meet like every weekend. Yes, sweetie, but Auntie doesn't know who you are anymore. Her brain's gone a bit mushy. The next day was just as crazy as I tried to understand what had happened all these years. Apparently, I'd gone to med school and graduated with flying colors, and I had my own clinic now. That was so lame. I was supposed to be a chef. I talked to Mom and Dad on Skype, and they said they'd come and see me as soon as they could get a flight. By the way, Mom, do you remember me dating a guy called Jack in high school? I don't remember, Baita. The word Baita means kid in my language. It's something Mom will probably keep calling me, even when I'm a grandma. Maybe you kept it a secret from me? That was entirely possible. I said the connection was dropping and hung up. What had happened to me and Jack? Hadn't he broken up with Elena after that magical, life-changing kiss? Jimmy came by the next morning with a pile of photo albums. As he walked me through all the birthdays and trips, I could see him looking at my face, hoping I would remember something. He really had such warm, kind eyes. I felt awful disappointing him. Why don't you leave these here and I'll look through them again? He smiled sadly and said he'd come again later. Oh, I almost forgot. Here's your phone. You forgot it the other day. Yes, that's what I needed. And I found a Jack on my phone. My hands were shaking as I dialed the number. Turned out it was Jack the plumber, who'd fixed the pipes in our place last month, apparently. Great. I didn't have Claire's number either. I wanted to catch up with her, and if anyone knew what had happened between me and Jack, it would be her. I searched for both of them on Facebook, but they didn't seem to have accounts. No one uses Facebook that much anymore, Aunt Rubina. I've been telling you since forever to make an Insta account. Why was this 13-year-old weirdo calling me Auntie? Then I remembered that I wasn't actually 17 and that she was my niece. Whatever. Fine, if you insist, set up this Insta account for me. She rolled her eyes and took my phone. A few minutes later, I had a profile on Instagram, and we found both Jack and Claire there. I sent them both invites and spent the whole day checking my phone. Thank God Sidra had shown me this awesome channel, my story animated. I laughed and cried over the stories all day while I waited. As I was about to go to sleep that night, I got a notification. Jack had accepted my invite. How is it possible that he was even cuter now? And I couldn't see any wife or girlfriend. I left him a message saying I'd like to meet. Almost instantly, I got a reply. Hey, never thought I'd hear from you again. I'd love to catch up. Meet me at the Starbucks on 5th Avenue? How was I going to sleep tonight? Just then, I got a WhatsApp message from Jimmy. Good night. I started going through all our previous conversations, and it seemed like he really loved me. It made me feel kind of warm and fuzzy inside, but I couldn't remember that feeling of loving him. I woke up feeling so excited about meeting up with Jack. I had to decide what to wear. Yuck. Why did being 27 mean that I only had boring clothes? Where were the ripped jeans and cute crop tops? I remembered Betrayal saying that some of my old stuff was in the attic, so I went up hoping to find something there. And I did. This was perfect. It was the dress I was wearing the day Jack and I kissed. He'd loved it, and maybe I'd get lucky again. Okay, so I had to beg Sidra to zip me up while I held my breath, but I still looked good. My heart was racing as I walked into the coffee shop. He looked up and smiled, and I was spellbound again. He got up and kissed me on the cheek and said I hadn't changed at all. I really haven't, Jack. He asked why I'd wanted to reconnect after all this time, and I told him my whole crazy lightning story. I'm just trying to remember things. What happened between us? He looked really surprised that I'd forgotten everything. Well, I broke up with Elena and asked you out, and we dated for a year. It was really special. He said when I was going off to med school, we'd decided long distance was going to be too hard, so we went our own ways. I felt heartbroken. How could I have possibly let my soulmate get away? He took my hand and said he'd felt so good hearing from me. He wanted to see me again. And of course I said yes. Maybe this was fate's way of letting us have another chance. He walked me back home, and just as he was about to leave,
He turned around. I've been wanting to do this again for so long. And he pulled me in for a long kiss, leaving my head spinning. As I snuggled up on the couch to become Jack's cyberstalker, I realized Claire still hadn't added me. I looked her up on Google and found out where she worked. She was a partner at some big law firm. I called her workplace and the secretary put me through. A few seconds later, I instantly recognized Claire's voice as she asked who was speaking. "Hi, Fancy Pants Claire, it's Rubina. Remember your best friend?" Suddenly, there was complete silence, and then she just hung up. What on earth? The doorbell rang. Someone had sent a bouquet of white lilies for me. I'd always loved lilies. I read the note. "Hey, would you like to come over to my place for dinner tonight? I'd like you to get to know me again. Let me know. Jimmy." Man, this was getting confusing. I mean, Jack had just kissed me and asked me out, and here was my real boyfriend, and he was just so sweet, and it was just dinner, right? I texted him and said I'd be there. When Jimmy opened the door, I couldn't help thinking he looked really cute all dressed up. And here I was in Cedra's t-shirt. We walked out to the balcony to have a candlelit dinner for two. This was definitely a date. When he placed the food on the table, I cried out in surprise. "OMG, how did you know that's like my favorite thing in the world?" "Of course I know. I learned the recipe from your mom ages ago." Boy, did he know how to make his way into a Pakistani girl's heart. It was just really fun and easy talking to him. I didn't even realize how quickly the time had gone by. "Want to dance? I don't know if you remember this, but you love dancing." "I always have." As he pulled me close and we slow danced under the stars, I could feel my heart racing. Why did he smell so nice? I kind of really wanted him to kiss me. Trying to distract myself, I said that it was really weird that my best friend Claire seemed to be avoiding me. He suddenly stopped short. "You mean Claire from your high school? You've told me about her. You guys haven't spoken to each other since you graduated." I was really surprised. "Why?" "You said you caught her and your boyfriend kissing at the graduation party." I pulled back horrified. "What?" I told Jimmy I had to go and ran out of there before he could stop me. I cried all the way home. How could my best friend who knew everything do this? How could Jack? The next day I stormed off to the car dealership he told me he owned. He looked really surprised to see me. "Hey babe, I thought we were meeting I slapped him hard on the cheek. "You kissed my best friend and you tried to fool me because I couldn't remember stuff?" "Babe, listen, that was such a long time ago." "Well, what about the ring on your finger now?" All of his employees were staring at us in stunned silence. "I wish I'd forgotten you even existed. Goodbye, Jack." The stupid boy I'd met on that stupid trail was always a scumbag. When I got back home, I tripped over a suitcase and cried out in joy. Mom and Dad were here. As I sobbed and hugged Mom, I thought she smelled like my favorite things in the world, cinnamon and jasmine. Suddenly I felt dizzy, like my mind was spinning out of control. What was happening to me? It felt like my life was playing out before me. I remembered the graduation party, the first time lightning struck me, and my time at med school. And I'd come back. And on the plane ride home, I'd met Jimmy. They say lightning never strikes the same place twice, but it had. It struck me twice. When I was 17 and when I was 27 years old. The first time nothing happened, but the second time it had hit me, I'd lost all my memories of the last 10 years. But now I remembered everything, and I remembered that I'd found my real soulmate. And he was not a stupid high school crush. He was the real deal. And I had to marry him before he ran away. I told everyone I had to do something really important, and I rushed out. I just had to make one stop on the way. Jimmy looked really surprised to see me at his door. That night when I got struck the second time, I was going to ask you to marry me. I kneeled on the ground and I said, "Jimmy, would you marry me?" And I handed him the ring I bought before I lost my memory. His jaw dropped open and he said, "You remember me." And he just pulled me in tight and hugged me. He said in my ear, "There's nothing I want to do more than marry you, Rubina."
People call me the queen of entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the queen of hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her. You have a beautiful voice, my baby, just like an angel. I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir. Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things. Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie. Are you nervous, Ari? No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kinda made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Kat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, cause if you don't, who else will? When I was born and my father, the chief of our fishing village, looked at me for the first time, he was furious. He went purple in the face and said,
I come from a long line of first sons, and this girl ruined it. You should have given me a boy.
Mom tells me that as he said this, I grabbed a lock of his hair and pulled it. Immediately, he pushed me into my mama's arms and left the room saying,
You've brought shame to me.
I am Maria, and I live in a small village in the eastern part of Brazil. I was the eldest child in my family, and I had a younger brother, Carlos, whom my dad worshipped. He was so proud of him only because he was a boy. But the important thing is that my father was the chief of the village, which means I'm a princess, and I freaking hated it. My parents never wanted me to go to school. But guys, before I continue my story, please know that My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, tell your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. I was always walking around in dangling pieces of gold jewelry and such heavy clothes. Mom was always ordering servants to do my hair or to paint my face and hands and feet, but I never finished any of these beauty sessions. I would always give the maids one of my gold accessories so that they would let me leave. Then I would sneak off to the river where there would be small groups of young boys learning how to read and write. I used to hide in the bushes and listen to the teacher, and that's how I learned how to read and write when I was only 5. Of course, my parents had no idea. When I was 8, my dad thought that all of my mom's hard work had paid off, and I looked really pretty.
Yes, you're still a shame, but thank God at least you're beautiful. I can brag about that.
Then Dad made a new law in the village. If anyone ever wanted to see me, me, the princess, they had to pay money because, according to him, having a princess is something special, and having a beautiful princess is a blessing that should be paid for. Dad then decided to increase the security of our house and made sure that my face would be covered when any of the village people wanted to visit me to get blessed. People would come to kiss my hands and touch my arms to bring them good luck. One day, a huge, scary-looking woman came and put a piece of paper at my foot and then started saying things like, "Oh la la lol, chonke ton affexe le 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 boo." I looked at her in disbelief and snatched the paper. It said bad things about me, wishing the worst for me. I yelled, "Dad, she wants me to disappear, and you too. She is using black magic to make her daughter the princess." Dad almost fainted and kicked the woman out. He kissed my forehead and said, "Good job exposing this insane woman. Wait, how did you know how to read the paper?" I tried to come up with a lie, but I failed. "You're only a pretty face. No more than that. Do you understand?" And then he left. Next day, I found out that there were even more security guards everywhere. But 1 year later, I found a new way to continue learning. I demanded some of my visitors to bring me books and stories if they wanted to get my blessings. The women agreed to do that instead of paying. Of course, soon enough, Dad realized that the income had decreased, and he went ballistic. "What are you up to, idiot?" "I just want to learn." "Why? You're a princess and have a pretty face. Isn't that enough?" "Dad, there is nothing you could do to stop me from learning. I'll always find a way." "Don't make me do something that I will regret, Maria." "No. I'm not scared, and you need me more than I need you." Dad looked defeated for a second and left the room. He got back a minute later. He was holding a brush and some colors and white paper. "Here, a moron from the capital city gave me this present. He said this stuff is used to make art. I'm sure it's something stupid, but a useless girl like you might have fun eating it, or I don't know what people do with these things." "Dad, no, I don't want this." "You don't have an option." And with that, he left. I put the present aside and never used it until one day, when some of the women ran to kiss my hand, she accidentally pushed the colors aside and they fell down on the white papers. What I saw there made me freeze. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was, I didn't have words for it. And from that day, I started to draw things. I drew myself, my family, and even the women who used to visit. I didn't tell anyone, especially Dad, that I enjoyed drawing because I was sure this jerk would take away anything that might make me happy. Until one day, a young lady came to visit while I was drawing my own picture. I couldn't hide the painting in time, and she was able to see it. She froze. She looked really, and I mean really shocked. My God, what is this thing? I've never seen such a beautiful thing in my life before." Then she got on her knees, put her hands around her head, and started crying. "How could this be so beautiful and real? Oh God, I need to tell everyone." And she ran away before I could stop her. Soon enough, more women were coming and looking at my portraits and got the same reaction from everyone. "This is new. This is a miracle. This is God's hand." And then she bowed, and other women did the same. Soon enough, the entire village knew about my paintings and came to see my work. I had no idea what was going on. I knew I was doing something new. The entire painting idea was new in my village at that time. It reminded me now of the people's reaction when they saw TVs for the first time. They said it was witchcraft or magic. People took time to process and accept TVs, radios, or any new invention. And the same thing was happening with my paintings in my village. Of course, I now know it's called painting. Back then, we called it marking the paper. But my people didn't panic or get scared. Instead, they fell in love with my portraits, and they never left my house. Dad was furious and came pushing through the crowd, yelling at me. "What do you think you're doing here?" "Just taking your advice and having fun with your present." "And look what you did. People can't stop talking about this. They don't go to work anymore. They just sit around my house all day, asking to see your stupid papers." One of the women shouted, "Don't call her work stupid, or else." "Yes, it is stupid. It's something new. Something we never knew about before in this village, but that doesn't mean it's anything special. And don't talk to me like that. I'm your master. You should worship me, not a useless girl like her. And for what? Stupid papers?" "Papers? Have you even seen my papers, Dad?" "No. And I'm not even interested. I'm your dad, but they are being too dramatic just because you're their princess and they want to please you. They just want your blessings. That's why they're overreacting. And to answer your question,
No, I don't want to see anything here.
Then I held the painting of his face and showed it to him. Even if it was yours, Dad? Suddenly, Dad looked like he was about to have a heart attack. His lips started shaking and his eyes teared up.
Is that me? What is this?
It's... I know, Dad. I'm still looking for that word. Then Dad sat down and asked everyone to bow, and so they did. I just looked at them, and everyone was silently bowing. I waited for them for a minute or two to stand up, but they didn't until I said, "You can stand up, everyone," and they obeyed me. At that exact moment, I knew that I was given great power. I ruled the village. I wasn't sure, though, if Dad was being honest or not. I found out later he was only faking it so people would believe him, and that would give me more power. And to be honest, I did enjoy all the attention. People were making sure I was always comfortable and happy. They even divided the shifts among each other to take care of me. They built a huge palace for me and my family and would give us everything we needed. As I got older, people fell more and more in love with my paintings, and they were certain that I was a miracle child. So by the time I was 14, I took advantage of it. I tried to make changes. I ordered that all girls be enrolled in school, and I changed different laws to achieve equality between women and men. All was perfect. The people loved me and made me their queen, and Dad didn't even protest. That is, until one day, my brother came to my room and sat next to me. "Hey, want me to draw you now?"
They are ugly.
"What are they?"
Your papers. There isn't anything special about them.
When did you start speaking nonsense?
Nonsense is what's been going on with everybody in this insane village. I never liked your work. I was just a kid and saw everyone being hypnotized, and I acted the same way because I thought it was the right reaction.
If I were you, I would keep my opinion to myself.
No.
Carlos, don't be stupid. They love me and love my work. What do you think they would do to you if they hear your honest opinion?
I'll make sure to end this. I promise.
And with that, he left. The next day, my brother was standing in the village square yelling at everyone, and people started to gather around him.
People, it's time to get your sanity back. What's happening here is bad. It is dangerous. Listen to me, my people. I'll save you. I'll enlighten you. I'll free you. The papers of the princess are nothing but art, and art doesn't control people. Art is beautiful, but don't give it more importance than it deserves. Free your minds.
Are you out of your mind, kid? How could he talk about our princess like that? Let's teach him a lesson.
And in seconds, hundreds of people were around Carlos ready to kick his butt. But I yelled, "Stop!" Everyone froze and did what I asked. "No one touch him. Carlos, I command you to leave right now." Carlos looked terrified and left the place running. Then to my people I said, "My faithful people, I apologize, and I promise this won't happen again." Then people started cheering and clapping. That night, everyone gathered in front of the palace and they partied until the morning. The more I painted, the crazier people got. They stopped going to work. Children didn't go to school. Women wouldn't stop getting pregnant. They wanted more children to name them after me, to honor me. It was chaos. And for the first time in my life, I realized I had messed up. I had ruined my own village. I ran to Carlos. "What should we do?"
We? Like you and your people?
"No, like me and the only sane person in this village."
Say it again. Who is the genius?
"I didn't say genius." "Fine, you're a genius. Help me." He looked straight into my eyes and whispered, "Run." "And where should I go?"
"I mustn't know, or they will make me tell them where you are."
That night, I gathered my stuff, my paintings, and a lot of money, and I left. The next morning when I got to the capital, I entered a small store to get some food. When I got to the cashier to pay, I thought for a second, and instead of paying, I held one of my paintings to show him. He looked at me in silence.
"Are you okay, kiddo?"
"Can't you see this?"
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, what's the word?"
"It's okay-ish. Maybe with a little practice, you'll get better. Aren't you going to pay now?"
I realized at that moment that the big city was something else. I settled down and started taking painting classes. After a few years, I met someone and we got married and had 5 children. 20 years passed since the day I left my village. One day, I got a phone call saying that my dad had passed away. When I got there, I was scared people might gather around me or go crazy, but nothing happened. I got curious and stopped to ask some people if they recognized me, but they shook their heads until I met an old lady who came running to me and said, "Our princess." "You know me? Why aren't you bowing?"
"Why?
Oh, you mean because of the paintings. They weren't anything special, honey. You were a princess.
and we wanted to please you. We just wanted your blessings. So why did no one look for me after I left? Why would anyone? Listen, we loved you so much and we respected your decision to go. We had overreacted to your art and it got out of control. We never wanted you to leave, and people never stopped mentioning you. Even our young kids know you. Is that true? Yes. Watch this. Hey, everyone. This is Princess Maria, the just beloved queen you've all heard about. Then people started gathering around us. Kids were running to hug me, and women started kissing my hand. Oh, Princess Maria, we love you. Our children love you. I hugged them back, and with teary eyes I said, I love you too, all of you. Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy. Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me? Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot, but I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him. How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks, leave him alone. I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it.
Mom needs that surgery soon.
So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No. Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time. and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so...
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
Hi everyone, I'm Lexi. Like and subscribe to get the gift you've been wishing for. Growing up, my parents were always super supportive of me and gave me everything I ever wanted. Even though they were self-made millionaires, they still made sure I understood the importance of hard work. But I was kinda bad with money. I had a spending problem, not on myself, only on my friends. I loved to treat my friends with nice things, like picking up the tab at restaurants, and they'd always act so grateful. Little did I know, their niceness was all because of my money. But it all came crashing down one day, and that's when I saw their true faces. When I was 13, my friends asked me to keep watch outside the library, and 10 minutes later, there were loud noises. All of them ran, and I was caught with a bag that had a bunch of firecrackers in it. But I didn't do anything, I swear. Believe me. She got tricked again? She's so dumb. I'm standing right here. Miss Cole, please. But none of it worked, and I was sent to detention for an entire week. At first, I was keeping to myself in detention because the kids were all mean. But one day, I was doing my homework when I heard a voice. It was the kid who usually sat there. You have to do it this way. Here. Oh, thank you. You look familiar. Do we know each other?
Wow, we're in all the same classes. I'm Zach.
Never mind. Sorry, I've been so busy with my friends that I haven't had the chance to meet anyone new.
It's fine. Heard they threw you under the bus again. Listen, you've always seemed like a nice girl, despite how naive you are. And Lexi, your money's the only thing your friends care about. Don't be fooled by them again, just because they act all nice to your face.
They're barely even nice to my face anymore, to be honest. If they were, I wouldn't be here in detention. That evening, I thought about what Zach had said, and I had to admit, he was right. During that week of detention, Zach and I became friends. That was almost 3 years ago, and our friendship has only grown stronger since. A couple of months before high school, Zach had a major glow up, and all of a sudden, everyone wanted to be my friend for a whole new reason. But for me, he was just Zach, my best friend. I realized the reason I liked Zach so much was because I felt so comfortable around him, and he was so kind to me. Unlike my old friends, he didn't care about money and always split the bill when we went out. He also never let me buy him expensive gifts. He didn't see me as the rich Lexi, but as Lexi, a bro of his. What a weirdo. Zach was such an amazing friend, but little did I know that one day, he would be the one to turn my world upside down. Once, when I got the highest grades in 10th grade, Zach threw me a surprise party with my parents. It was totally awesome. So many huge celebrities were invited, including Iris. I loved her. The party was a blast, and I had an amazing time. Can this day get any better? Turns out, no, it couldn't. But it could get weirder. I was in for the biggest plot twist of my life, like the twist at the end of the movie The Sixth Sense. As I was walking up to my room after seeing off my friends, I heard my parents arguing, which was really weird because they hardly ever fought. No, we can't tell her. What if she leaves? She's my baby.
But she has a right to know. We should have given her the letter when she was younger, but we kept putting it off. We can't keep her in the dark forever. It's time. She should know about her real family.
Mom? Dad? What are you talking about? Honey, we can explain. Before they could stop me, I snatched the letter off the table, and then my entire world crumbled. Is this real? I'm not your daughter?
Of course you're our daughter. You'll always be our baby girl. But it is true that we are not your biological parents.
How could you keep this from me?
Lexi, we're sorry. This is not how you were supposed to find out. We wanted to tell you sooner, but your mom, birth mom, left that note when she left you and your brother at the orphanage.
Brother? I have a freaking brother? What else haven't you told me?
Sweetie, please, calm down. You look pale.
I think I need to lie down. That was a lot of information for me to take in. 16 years of me living here, and I find out now that I was adopted and have a twin brother who was adopted by another family? I was furious at my parents and refused to talk to them for weeks. When Zach tried to force me to talk to them, I told him everything. How could they do this?
You're angry right now, but you have to remember, your parents never let you feel like you weren't their own. The love they have for you, it's real, no matter what it says on a piece of paper. When you calm down, you'll realize how lucky you are. Not everyone is this lucky, Lexi. I know I would give anything to have a family like yours.
That made me feel sad for Zach. His parents had split when he was 10, and it had been just his mom and him ever since. And I realized Zach was right. I forgot how much my parents actually loved and cared for me. I rushed to them and apologized. I was determined to find my brother. From the letter, I knew his first name was Mark. I just needed a last name. So I called the orphanage every day to ask for my brother's last name, but they didn't budge. I even asked my dad to make a big donation. Might as well use all this money for some good, but it didn't work. Looks like money can't buy everything, huh? Zach then had the most brilliant idea. He suggested we both volunteer at the orphanage and snoop around for the details. Oh my god, I love you. And your amazing brain. Sorry. Volunteering gave me a new perspective. All these little kids without parents, I was just like them when I was their age. I hoped they'd be lucky enough to find great parents like I did. Of course, I didn't let that distract me from my mission. After a couple of days, I found my way to the file cabinet and searched, jotting down all the last names of every Mark that had ever stayed there. But trying to contact each of these Marks was more tiring than I thought it would be. Most of them thought I was trying to scam them. It wasn't until Zach pointed out that I realized I could just look for the date of birth for each of these guys, cause duh, we were twins. I know, you don't have to say it. Zach, oh my god, there's 2 of them. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna contact the families right now.
Lexi, wait, take a deep breath. You don't want to just call them and drop the news. Hey, I might be your twin. How about you let me do it? I'll look into it, and before you know it, Mark will show up.
I agreed with him, but I couldn't help feeling anxious for days. What if Mark is in another part of the world? What if he has no idea I even exist? Or worse, what if he hates me? I couldn't eat or sleep properly because the entire thing stressed me out. My parents were sweethearts, though. They tried to calm me down and distract me when we suddenly heard the doorbell. I rushed to open it, only to find Zach standing there with a confused look. Did you find Mark?
I'm still looking, but this guy showed up. Are you Lexi? Wow, it's so crazy to finally meet you. You look just like I expected. I'm getting goosebumps. I'm Mark, your twin brother.
What? I couldn't believe my eyes. My twin, my own brother, was standing here in front of me. I cried and hugged him. You know those heartwarming reunion videos on YouTube? Never thought I'd be one of those people. We had the same hair color, the same eye color. We even laughed the same. But he was much taller and had an English accent. Turns out his adopted family had taken him to the UK, and he came all the way from there to look for me. He showed me the adoption certificate.
My parents told me the truth a year ago, and since then, I've been trying to find you. And a couple of weeks ago, I finally got your address and had to come right away. I had to see my sister. Look, I even have the birth certificate and my adoption papers from the orphanage.
Oh, I'm so glad. You have no idea how much I've looked for you. Mark stayed with us for a couple of weeks, and we did our best to make him feel at home. I showed him around my school, got along with Zach, and best of all, I got to introduce someone as cool as him as my brother. All the girls at school were even drooling over him. It was probably because of the accent. He told me all about his life, the UK, and his projects and fundraisers that he started in order to help as many people as he can. He was like the perfect brother. I was so caught up spending time with Mark that I was losing touch with Zach. Whenever Mark wasn't hanging out with me, he was with Zach. It was like they were long-lost twins, honestly. Zach was always asking Mark questions, and my brother seemed to enjoy talking to him. Are you in love with my brother?
What? No, why?
You keep following him around like a lovesick puppy. What's going on?
It's nothing like that. It's just something doesn't smell right about him.
Is that jealousy I'm detecting? Don't worry, Zach. There's one girl always on your side. Me, your best friend.
No thanks. But seriously though, something's off.
I know, I've kind of been MIA. I've just been trying to make up for lost time with my brother. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you, Zach. But Zach continued to follow Mark more than usual, even at home. One day, I caught him snooping around Mark's stuff, and I confronted him, asking why he was so obsessed with him.
Because I don't trust him. I don't want you getting hurt.
Zach, I finally have my brother after years. If you care about me, just let this go, please.
But I'm not lying.
Over the next few days, Zach stopped coming over, and Mark and I spent more time catching up. It was stressful fighting with my best friend, but at least I was having fun with my brother. We went out to fancy restaurants and on expensive shopping trips. Mark offered to pay, but I insisted every time. I was so happy to finally have him in my life that I figured buying him nice things was the least I could do. Well, he was always talking about the fancy cars in our garage, walked in and out of Dad's walk-in closet, and was so excited to see his watch collection. Apparently, he was a huge fan of fancy watches. And weirdly, he knew the price of everything. Like once he saw a painting by a famous artist at home and told me he could guess the exact price. And he did. I did find it a little weird, but I was just focusing on the part that I had my brother back. A couple of days later, as I was relaxing and enjoying my weekend, Zach stormed into the house. Before anyone could process what was happening, Zach punched Mark and the two boys were in a full-blown fight. It took all of Dad's strength to pull Zach off of Mark. What is wrong with you? Have you completely lost it?
Lexi, you're not Lexi's brother, Mark. You're a con artist, and I have proof. Look, he's been doing this to a bunch of rich families. He finds families that have a missing son or brother and pretends to be them, just to scam them and use all their money. Someone from the orphanage tipped him off about you, and he jumped on the chance to scam you. That is nonsense. I am your real brother, Lexi. Believe me, he's just trying to get your money. Oh, that's rich coming from you.
Both of you, shut up! Zach, you're unbelievable! I asked you to let this go!
For the last time, he is not your brother. I am.
Of course you are. You're not just my best friend, Zach, but I also see you as a brother figure. But you're obsessed with Mark. This has to stop, please.
I meant your real, biological twin brother. That's me, not him. I know it sounds insane, but
it does sound insane. This has gone too far now. I just can't.
Lexi, you're my best friend. You have to believe me. You know I wouldn't lie about something like this. The day you showed me the names of the adoptive parents, I was shocked because my dad's name was there. Henry Duckstein. That was the name of my adoptive dad. After my parents divorced, I took my mom's last name.
Yes, last name. The paper said my brother's name was Mark.
Exactly. This man is an imposter.
Shut up!
My adoptive parents named me Zach. I confirmed with Mom too. That's when things started to shape up, but I didn't want to get my hopes up until I had proof.
And did you find proof?
Got a DNA test done. It's a match. Lexi, you're my twin sister. The moment I got this report, I came here right away.
I felt like my mind was racing. It was a lot to take in. Why? How could you? I trusted you.
Come on.
Before the jerk could spew more lies, I gave him a tight slap that definitely rang his ear. He looked like he was about to run away, but then Zach and my dad tackled him. Moments later, police were at the door. Zach had reported this imposter Mark before coming over. He was arrested, and I was left too shocked to understand what the heck just happened. It took me a couple of days. Okay, I'm lying. It took me a couple of weeks to come to terms with the reality, and once my head was clear, I went straight to Zach's, my brother's place. And the moment he opened the door, I hugged him tight. I can't believe I was so blind. I'm sorry for not listening to you. I love you, Zach. You're the best brother, best friend, best everything a girl could ever ask for.
It's all good, Lexi. I'm always here for you, no matter what. I mean it.
Brother and sister share a strong bond. When they're together, they can win any battle. Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door.
Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed.
Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, We'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home.
Take me back. This is whack.
I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch.
Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister.
Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross.
She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her.
Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on.
Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled, but we have to learn to accept her.
Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills.
Girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school.
Public school? No!
Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat.
Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she is our maid.
No, she is our maid.
Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah. After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer, just a bit, because we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news.
We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that?
The baby came and my parents were so happy. A beautiful little boy.
Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam.
I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat.
Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere?
I played with Sam every day.
You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands?
Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter. When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time. That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance. But it's not my fault.
I told you so.
Told me what? That the brat was a bad idea. It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here. You can't just leave me with this thing. Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door. No, get away. Leave me alone. Help. I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy. I can't take it. Please, come back home. I thought you hated me. I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet. Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby. Please, I'll do anything. Just come back home. Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say when I ask. No way. I'm not your maid. You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant. That's even worse. Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl.
Are you crazy? I can't take this.
Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold mom's ring to his friend. I'll give it to you for $50. $40. Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead.
We came because our parents have leukemia.
Oh my God. No. She means anemia. No, I think I meant amnesia. They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled. Get out! Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things.
Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes.
Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me. Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV. Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes.
Get them, my pretties.
A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house. So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before.
Thank God. I hated being poor. Now I can go to a fancy college.
Only the best for my daughter.
A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh shoot, I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother.
So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow?
Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date.
Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then.
He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow?
Sounds like a good place to start.
Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guy started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. Are you okay? What's going on?
I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself.
Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave.
Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change.
Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him. You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine. Have you seen his face?
He said he got hurt during football practice.
Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood. You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today? I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine. And my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself. Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision. What? You're going to California? That's across the country. I need you here, Les. No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change. Leslie, please. You're all I have. You've got Mom and Dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore. But you're my big sister, and I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time.
Hey there, I'm Sandra from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I live in Rome, but I couldn't see anything of this beautiful city for years. Ever since my dad ran away when I was only 8 years old, my mom locked me up in my room for no reason. You should have been home 2 minutes ago, young lady. Your bracelet doesn't match your school uniform. I told you to brush your teeth in circles.
Phew. She never told me why Dad went away or where he was. Not even if he was still alive, but I can tell she loved him very much. Maybe she locked me away because I reminded her of him. I don't know. She barely looked at me when having breakfast in the morning, and when I came home from school, she immediately found a reason to send me up to my room.
And stay there.
I began to blame myself for Dad's absence and Mom's bad mood. Maybe I made so many mistakes in the past that he couldn't take it anymore and he just ran away from us. I was so insecure that I didn't talk to anyone in school. And when somebody talked to me, hey, what's up? It took me so long to think about the right answer that people thought I was mocking them and eventually stopped talking to me at all. My mom didn't have to send me up to my room anymore. I went there all by myself and stayed there the whole day. Maybe Mom was disappointed, but now she just dropped breakfast on the floor in front of my room and disappeared into her own room to work at the computer. I never felt so sad in my life until one day I spilled my tea on my bed and took away the mattress to blow dry it. What's this? It was a poem, and my dad wrote it for me. I just couldn't believe it. The poem was quite sad, but I felt happier than I ever had before. I danced through my room and read it over and over again until I knew it by heart. Only when I bumped into the mattress, stumbled over the teacup and fell, I realized I was gonna be totally late for school. So many mistakes, again. No, I'm sorry, Dad. I panicked, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the house to catch the next bus. With my head hanging down, I got on the bus, which obviously was empty because everyone was in school already. I just slumped down on the seat, mumbling to myself. I was startled when I heard someone play a cool jazz tune on the saxophone. I turned around and found that the bus actually wasn't empty. On the last seat in the back was a girl, maybe 2 years older than me. She had sliced and slashed her school uniform into a punk outfit, just lounged around in the bus like she was home and played her saxophone, all while being late. Awesome! I just couldn't take my eyes off her. Then she looked at me and stopped playing. What's up, sis? Why did you stop, miss? The girl smiled. I couldn't believe what I just said. Did I just rhyme on the fly? Did I inherit this skill from my dad? I guess I wanted to appear cool to her, but I immediately turned red like a tomato. But she just laughed it off and told me how funky I was. Nobody ever told me something nice like that. I'm Romana, by the way. Just call me Rome. How cool is this? I was just blown away. By the time we had to get off the bus, we had already become friends. She was such a great inspiration. I even cut my hair and changed my look, and my confidence increased a lot. I started to set the clock so I would be awake before my mom. I prepared my own breakfast and just left a note on the table before leaving. Don't you worry, I'll be back in a hurry. I don't know if Mom was happy to finally see me grow up a little. I don't know if she was able to be happy at all.
But from then on, she stopped blaming me for everything and sending me to my room. She even looked at me from time to time. She never smiled, but I didn't care because I had a new friend, a new look, and people in school started talking to me again.
You, changed a lot.
And it's not even all I got.
Do you know who that was?
I guess a boy without any flaws.
Well, you see, Miss Rossi, I found a poem in my bed, and when I read it, my mattress was like, attacked me, and I was only feeling comfortable talking to people when rhyming. It was my only skill, and I desperately wanted to avoid being a nobody again. I didn't even realize I scared off the most popular boy in school, Valentino. When did the Roman Empire end? In 476, it was totally spent. I just couldn't let it go. 2 weeks passed, and people stopped talking to me again because it was impossible to have a normal conversation with me. And when I tried talking to others, hey, what's up in the cup? They just ignored me. And there I was, back in my room, being a nobody again. And I really didn't like Mom's sad, I knew it all along face. I watched some MSA videos on my phone and didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Sandra! Sandra! When I rushed down to open the door, I was very happy to see Rome, the only person I could talk to in a normal way. And don't you dare play that horrible instrument in here. She came to ask me what was wrong, so I told her about the poem and about my dad I knew so little about. You gotta confront your mom, sis. Ain't no other way. Well, you just met her. Listen, if I had a mom, I'd talk the living daylights out of her. I was shocked and asked her what she meant by this. Rome told me she was raised in an orphanage and never knew her parents. She told me that she was even bullied for being sad, that she got used to being all alone, and all she had was the jazz music coming out of the nurse's room, who didn't care about the orphans. Now she's living with an elite foster family who never approved of her playing the saxophone and doesn't treat her like a daughter at all. Want to know why I play the sax all day? I was so sad, I couldn't even nod and just looked at her with tears in my eyes. Because it's my only friend, and it tells me beautiful stories. But you got me now, Rome. Gotta go, sis. Just talk to your mom, okay? Now Rome had tears in her eyes, too. She stood up and left my room. Before she left the house, she used her saxophone to wake up my mom, who had fallen asleep in front of her computer. Mom was furious and stormed into my room, thinking Rome was still there. Didn't I tell you to— Where's that crazy girl? I mustered all my courage, handed her dad's poem, and asked her to tell me everything she knew. She read the poem, looked at me with a stern face, then told me to come down to the living room with her and made me sit on the sofa. She went to the basement and came back up with a huge box in her hands. Without saying a word, she dropped several thousand letters on the floor and looked down at them with her arms crossed and her lips pressed together. My dad wrote a letter every day for 7 years, and not one of them was opened. I took them to my room and opened them all. Reading them took me 4 days straight without any sleep. My mom didn't even make me try to go to school. The letters were full of beautiful poems, dried flowers for Mom, and cute little drawings for me. He wrote how much he missed me, asked my mom to let him come back, and apologized for running away. But none of the letters mentioned the reason why he ran away. My head was spinning when I finished. Where are you, Dad? I had to ask my mom, and I felt so bad for Rome. I didn't call her the whole time. But before I could even grab my phone, I fell asleep. The wonderful smell of fresh blueberry muffins woke me up in the afternoon the next day. Rome was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding them under my nose like smelling salt. I am so glad you're alive, sis. Rome told me my mom had let her in to make sure I was all right during the last 4 days, but I wouldn't even notice her peeking into my room. I hugged Rome tight before gobbling up 3 muffins in 2 seconds. You should consider taking a shower. You know, now that the muffins were gone, I realized they smelled a lot better than I did. Suddenly, my mom stepped into the room. You should consider taking a shower, you know. It was just impossible to keep myself together. I leapt up and grabbed my mom by the shoulders. For the first time in years, my mom embraced me and didn't let go until I calmed down. She did love me. Where is Dad? Why didn't you open the letters? Why didn't you show them to me? Why didn't you let him come back? I gotta go practice, ladies. When Rome had left, Mom told me that Dad always dreamt about being a successful poet. He used to read his poems to her before they went to sleep, and Mom loved it. But his dream never became a reality, and we were slowly running out of all the money we had saved. So I told him to stop writing and get a job or care for you so I could get a job. But he just said everything was going to be all right and kept on writing. Until my mom threw him out and got a home office job to pay the bills. She was sending me to my room not because she hated me, but because she wanted to get her work done to earn the money we needed to keep our little house.
He hasn't sent a letter for almost half a year now.
I didn't know what to think of my dad anymore, but I loved his poems and just had to see him. All his letters had his address on the back. To my surprise, Mom agreed to go see him. We went to an old apartment building and took a deep breath before knocking on his door, but nobody answered. When we knocked a second time, an old lady opened the door. She told us that she had moved in a few months ago and knew nothing of my dad. I was devastated, and when I saw Mom's sad, I knew it all along face again, I was furious. I ran home and locked myself up in my room. When I was right in the middle of crying my heart out, a message from Rome arrived on my phone. Got a surprise for you, sis. Make sure to be taking that shower. I showered for ages as if I was trying to wash off all the sorrow I felt. After that, I met Rome in the park. She just had to take one look at me to know that I didn't see my dad. Instead of greeting her, I just sat down on a bench and stared at the ground. You can come out now. From behind a large tree, Valentino suddenly emerged carrying a book in his hands. He walked up and stood right next to Rome. I thought they were together now, so I couldn't think of anything better than, "Congratulations," and looked down at the ground again. Don't be silly, sis. I don't date younger boys, duh. But we are kind of together. I didn't understand what was going on, but it did sound interesting. We formed a hip-hop trio. You know there's only two of you, right? And you will be the singer. Did you know that Pretty Boy here is a great drummer? This was all too much. I didn't know what to say. I just lost my dad forever. My confidence was crushed once again, and now I should become an artist? A rapper? Performing on stage? Life's too short to hide away, sis.
But we need to know if you still got it.
When Valentino opened the book, I realized it was that new bestseller we were supposed to read for school until tomorrow. A book I forgot to even get because I was too busy reading poems and going through all the emotions in the world.
I'll read something, and you'll rhyme on it.
There was no rhyming challenge that could ever put me on the spot. So I stood up from the bench, took on a battle pose, and commanded Valentino to begin.
Fixed by occluded revelation,
but freed from the flow of speculation. Wow, did I say that? Reading all my dad's poems must have made me even better. Rome and Valentino were super excited and both hugged me tightly. While Rome laughed, Valentino blushed a little and tried to cover it up by giving me the book along with the summary he wrote. As I took it and our hands touched, it was my time to blush, which made Rome laugh even harder. Things went kind of smoothly after that. Valentino, Rome, and I became very close. Every day in the afternoon, we would meet in the band room of the school to practice our show. I still miss Dad, but my friends and the music helped me to get over it. And I thought, if he stopped caring about me and Mom, he just doesn't deserve us. When the school year was nearly over, it was finally time for the concert. My knees were shaking when we stepped onto the stage to perform open air for the whole school.
Time to shine, sis. Got your back with my beats, Sandra. You'll do great.
I looked for my mom and found her right in front of the stage like a real fan. She looked back at me, arched her eyebrows, and pointed to the man standing next to her. My heart skipped a beat. It was Dad. He must have kept an eye on me the whole time. Our show was a great success, and the freestyle encore blew everyone away. It turned out that my dad was the author of this best-selling book we had to read for school. He published it under a pseudonym so he could have a quiet life with us. After the concert, he showed me and Mom his beautiful new house in the countryside. When he offered us to live with him again, my mom put her arm around my shoulders and finally smiled.
We'll think about it.
Mom! Well, she knew she couldn't do this to me. And when Dad showed her the home office room he already arranged for her with all the latest technology stuff in it, she just played hard to get for a second and then happily agreed. Valentino and I helped each other out in school and eventually became a couple. It was Rome's final year, but our band still exists. We still couldn't decide on a name for it, though. When Rome's stunning performance even made it to the local news, her foster parents threw her out because it finally became clear to them she'd never be a doctor or a lawyer. As Rome didn't know where to go, I asked Mom if she could live with us. Living with a runaway husband and 2 crazy girls? Glad I have my own room. I forced us all into a big hug, saxophone included. And that was my story. Thanks for watching. Ciao from Sandra. Alright, here's a weird one for you. I accidentally
accidentally became a teacher at 14. Yep, you heard that right. I taught my own classmates for weeks. Growing up, my parents were super intense about my education. They were both professors at the local university. Dad was a professor of mathematics, and Mom was head of psychology.
60% of kids without a master's degree are said to be clinically sadder than those without.
They were basically prepping me for Ivy League school from the ripe old age of 5. Mom, can I play in the sandbox?
No, honey. The sandbox isn't going to help you get into a good college. You need to master your ABCs first.
But no matter how hard I tried, I just wasn't good at school. I just didn't see the point. What would I learn there that would help me achieve my true passion? Dancing. Ever since I was young, just the sound of the garbage truck backing up would make me bust a move.
Honey, are you feeling okay?
One morning, while I was choreographing a new dance for the school talent show, my parents stormed into the room like two furious prosecutors ready to deliver a life sentence.
Becca, turn that noise off right now.
I froze mid-move, 1 foot in the air, and held up my harmonica bottle like it was Exhibit A. It's not music, it's my water bottle. Excuse me? Yeah, see? The bottle you guys gave me? It has a built-in harmonica cap, so technically I'm hydrating and being a musical genius at the same time, which honestly is pretty productive if you ask me.
Wait, it does what?
I took a deep breath and blew into the cap. A loud, shrill whistle-like note filled the room. Ta-da! Best present ever!
Becca, put the bottle down. We're serious.
I sighed, but placed it down.
We're very disappointed. You flunked 3 classes and now you have to repeat the 8th grade. And as punishment, we're sorry, but you can't compete in the talent show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's it? You're not angry?
Nah, I'm used to it. No good grades, no talent show, no future, no husband. I'll be outside, digging my own grave.
Becca, don't be so dramatic.
I picked up my harmonica bottle and played a slow, tragic tune. A funeral march, if you will. Too late.
Ugh, Becca, we're serious. You need to get your priorities straight.
Oh, I have priorities. Dance, talent show, become TikTok famous. Academics are like, 6th on the list.
Well, they better move to 1st, or else.
Fine, but I'm keeping my grave plot, just in case. To make things way, way worse, all my friends were all moving up without me. When I started 8th grade again, for the 2nd time, I was totally ridiculed.
Becca, how about you? What's 6 times 6?
220?
I think we need to send Becca back to 3rd grade.
Ha, idiots. Laugh it up now. Just wait until I'm your teacher. First lesson, Advanced Apologies 101. Homework, begging for mercy. I was miserable, but as I was walking home from school, I heard my favorite song playing, like it had come from the heavens. I followed the noise to a brick building. When I looked through the window, I saw a group of teenagers my age with their own totally distinct styles, taking turns showing off their individual dance routines. They looked happy. I rushed home, ecstatic. Mom, Dad, I've seen the light. I found my calling. I need to join a modern dance class.
Becca, sweetie, how about you find your calling in algebra first?
Ugh, algebra doesn't call anyone, Mom. It's like a spam call. Modern dance is my destiny.
And your grades? What about those?
I'll get my grades up. Straight A's. I'll even tutor other kids. Just let me dance.
Fine, but if your grades don't improve, we're canceling everything.
Yes, thank you. I won't let you down. Unless it's a backflip. Then I might.
Becca.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Thank you. Now all I had to do was figure out how to pull the grades thing off. I just needed to find Jeannie. Jeannie was a bookish girl who was made fun of at the talent show last year for her terrible choreography. But one day in the bathroom, I caught her practicing a TikTok dance.
Oh gosh, I didn't know anyone was in here.
Look, I know you want to become a good dancer. Redeem yourself from last year's dumpster fire, right? Well, I have a proposition for you. I offered to teach Jeannie how to dance in exchange for letting me copy off her tests. Class was a little intimidating at first. Everyone seemed poised and confident, and I'd never shown anyone my routine before. But when the instructor put me on the spot, something primal kicked in. I just went for it. I had no idea if I was any good or not. And then, as I was mid-spin, I fell onto the floor. Hard. I was mortified. After class, I got a tap on my shoulder. It was a boy from class, and he had a sly smirk on his face. I totally thought he was gonna make fun of me.
I like your moves. They're very personal, full of emotion, deep.
Wait, really? Before I could say anything else, like, thank you, I heard a loud beep Come on, honey, let's go. Mom seemed to be in a salty mood when I got into the car. Did you have fun at class? So much fun. Good, because it's your last class. You've been expelled. You're grounded for the summer. What? Your math teacher caught you peeking over at Jeannie's desk. She questioned Jeannie, and she told her everything. We're so disappointed in you. I don't know where we went wrong. Jeannie, that traitor. Remind me when I become her teacher to give her detention every time she gets a correct answer. Guess who's staying after school forever, Jeannie? When we got home, I locked myself in my room crying. My dreams of dancing were crushed. That summer, I was so depressed I couldn't even bring myself to practice dancing in my room. I had all but given up on my dreams when I bumped into none other than Freddie at a pizzeria, scarfing down my sadness with a full pie to the face.
Hey, I know you.
Hi.
Dance class, right? You never came back.
Yeah, it was a family emergency.
Well, the next class starts in October. Hope to see you there.
Now I had to transform into a good, studious learner, or my parents would never let me join the class. So the night before my first day at my new high school, I gave myself a little makeover. I grabbed a pair of scissors, chopped off my hair, replaced my contacts with glasses, and laid out my most scholarly outfit. The next morning, my parents' jaws dropped.
Is that my daughter under those clothes?
Yep, I've decided to take school seriously. You're right, it's important for my future.
Oh my gosh, honey. We've been waiting 17 years for you to say that.
But I've only been talking for 14 years.
Oh, we know. You started talking later than the other kids, but better late than never.
And I only took 2 steps inside the school before I heard the principal calling my name.
Miss!
Yes, sir?
You must be Miss Rosen, the new teacher. I thought you didn't get any of our voicemails that we couldn't find a substitute for a month. So glad you made it work. Your CV is impressive, and we're excited to have you as the homeroom/English teacher for grade 9.
Wow, I must have overdone the scholarly look, but the bell rang before I could respond. Sorry, gotta go. Don't want to be late for class. I walked into homeroom feeling intimidated, and now old. All the kids knew each other. They were talking about their crushes and summer jobs and all the usual stuff, but then I heard them talking about something that put a pit in my stomach.
So did you get through the summer reading list?
Yeah, duh. I'm not gonna be an idiot like my mom. I want to get into a good college and marry a successful doctor.
Wait, are you taking algebra or calculus?
Summer reading? Calculus? I was in way over my head. I hadn't prepared for any of this, and I only had 1 month to get my grades up before dance class enrollment. I took the only seat available, which was right next to them. Hi, I'm...
Nice mom hair.
Seriously, my grandma has more fashion sense than you. You look like you could be our teacher.
I had to stay studious. Wait, suddenly, I had an idea. If I looked so much like this teacher, I stood up and confidently strutted to the front of the classroom. That's because I am your teacher. Yep, Miss Rosen. Why not play into it, right? I was just doing a little social experiment to see how you kids act when the teacher isn't around. And I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with a few of you. The bullies' faces went pale. Now everyone, take your seats and pipe down while I take attendance. I shuffled through the desk, but I couldn't find the attendance list. Miss Rosen must have had it. You know what? Why don't you tell me your name so I don't pronounce them wrong? I had no idea what I was doing, but it occurred to me that I'd have better luck giving myself good grades if I was my own teacher, right? Plus, I'd have access to all the test answers. I only had to keep it up for a month. Couldn't be that hard. Okay, class. Today, I want you to think about your favorite book from the summer reading list and tell me what spoke to you about it. Be specific. I had the students opening up, talking about literature, and having a whole dialogue with each other. And all I had to do was sit back, ask some questions, and let the students take over.
Exactly. I agree with Anne. I liked the plot. I just didn't connect with the main character.
Why don't you think you connected with Holden Coford?
Caulfield?
Yep, that's the one.
Because he's a spoiled, selfish weasel.
You sure you're not talking about yourself, Jeff?
That's extra homework for you, miss. Now, let's unpack why you feel the urge to insult Jeff.
You suck at teaching.
Okay, detention. Wow, it felt good to have power, and I actually felt like I was kind of good at this. Soon, I was borrowing my mom's clothes, kicking on the makeup, and saying things like, no running in the hallways. It was awesome. Don't worry about Becca's absence. I've already been in touch with her parents, and she'll be back to school in no time. I'm handling it. I brought straight B's back to my parents. Didn't want to be too suspicious and get A's. And when they called to confirm I was doing well and not cheating, I answered. She's a wonderful student, Miss Baker. She really applies herself, and she's improving every day.
Oh, that's such a relief. You know, she always was a troubled student.
Well, maybe if her parents... you're doing a wonderful job. She's brilliant.
When I got home, Mom and Dad were actually smiling. We heard you're doing excellent in school, so...
We're letting you join dance class.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. When I got to the dance studio, I was ecstatic to find Freddie mid-stretch. And when the teacher paired us up as partners, I thought I'd be thrilled. But I just couldn't keep up, and I felt like I was slowing him down.
I think you're naturally gifted. You just need more technical practice. How about we train outside of class? Competition is coming up soon, and I need you in top form.
How could I not agree to that? Soon, Freddie and I were spending so much time together. My heart was beating out of my chest every time we would dance. Everything was going according to plan. Teaching by day, dancing by night. But suddenly, my teacher responsibilities started picking up, and I had to lie to Freddie about why I couldn't attend our private practices. I have a parent-teacher conference that I have to attend. As the student, of course. I suck at math. The truth was, I had to grade papers and accompany the students on field trips and host office hours and actually meet with parents about their stupid kids. I was so tired, and I could tell Freddie was getting annoyed with me. Then one day at school, standing in front of the class, I saw a familiar face seated in front of me. Freddie? I heard we had a new student. Freddie, is that right?
Fred, yeah.
Did he recognize me? I couldn't tell, but soon I was so distracted by him finding out my secret, I had a hard time keeping up the charade. And Freddie was being so weird and quiet. In dance class, he was charismatic and lively, but here, he sat in the back of the room all alone. I couldn't tell if he was hiding my secret or what. It was starting to get to me. I couldn't even look him in the eyes when we danced.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, Obs. Is everything okay with you?
Yeah, you just seem different.
Nope. I'm exactly the same as I am. Not the same as who you think I might be, but...
Okay, distracted then.
I promise you, my heart is in this. You have to believe me. I want us to win.
Yeah.
At school, I started to put on heavier makeup and frumpier clothes to improve my disguise. I was so worried about Freddie. I didn't even know what I was talking about in class anymore. With a shaky hand, I wrote something on the board. Okay, where does the comma go in this sentence? The bully came up to the board and confidently drew a comma in. Correct!
No, it's not. I was testing you. You don't even know basic grammar?
Everyone in the class was snickering at me. I felt like I was the dumb student again. What? Of course I do. Are you guys hot? Is it hot in here? I took off my cardigan, and suddenly, Freddie's expression changed. He was staring at me, and then I realized my birthmark. I had a diamond-shaped birthmark on my shoulder. He was the only one who'd seen it. I have to go to the bathroom. I stormed off, exposed. Then I heard someone call behind me.
Wait!
Freddie rushed towards me, staring me in the eyes. He pulled off my glasses, which could have been romantic, but nope, not like this.
Becca, is that you?
I turned even redder. I was speechless.
I can't believe it. It is. What's going on? Is this a joke?
Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. My parents wouldn't let me dance unless my grades went up, and then I found out I looked like this new teacher who was sick, and so I just pretended to be her, and I guess I kinda got carried away.
That is crazy.
Please don't tell anyone. The competition is only a week away, and I need to show my parents I'm good at this so they'll let me go to dance school and not their alma mater.
Here I was, just excited to spend more time with you outside of practice. But for you, it was always about winning the competition.
I'm sorry, and that's not true.
I won't spill your secret as long as you do something for me. Parent-teacher night.
No! I couldn't go to parent-teacher night. My parents would be there. But Freddie was right. I owed him. He'd spent so much time trying to help me, and all I did was hurt him. Freddie is wonderful. He's making so many friends. Everyone loves him.
Really? That's surprising. He got into a bad fight in his last school because some football player was making fun of him for being a dancer. He broke the guy's nose.
He did?
Yes. We told you in the beginning of the semester, Ms. Rosen.
Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. We're here for our 5 p.m. with Miss Rosen.
Oh my gosh, I was about to have a parent-teacher conference with my parents. I quickly powdered my face, pushing my hair in front of my face, trying to obscure myself. Yes, come in. I'm sorry. We'll pick this up later.
So, how is Becca doing?
Oh, Becca, she's an absolute dream.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Would you mind pushing your hair out of your face and looking towards us?
Oh, I'm a little sick.
so I don't want to get you ill.
No, that's okay. Just, it's a little rude not to be looking at us while you're talking. As I turned towards my mom, head tilted down towards the table so she couldn't see me, my glasses fell off. Mom picked them up and handed them to me. When I reached for them, I saw her eyes go wide. She was staring at the frayed sleeve peeking out from underneath my blazer. It was her frayed shirt.
Becca, I thought you sounded familiar.
Before I could respond, Freddie's mom burst in.
Ms. Rosen, when you're done, I'd love to reconvene about Freddie.
Totally.
Miss Rosen, ha!
Lady, this is my dog. As my mom was finishing her sentence, I was literally diving headfirst out the window.
Becca, come back here.
I landed in the grass and sprinted away as fast as I could. When I finally arrived at the dance studio, I was exhausted and busted. I yanked off my teacher disguise, revealing the leotard underneath, and rushed into the competition.
Becca, we're about to be on. Did you talk to them? How'd it go?
Yeah, all good. They totally bought it.
Freddie, you were in on this, weren't you?
Oh yeah, they totally bought it.
I whipped my head around to see Freddie's mom, boiling red, but not redder than the faces of my own parents who were right by her side.
Becca, you are not dancing until you explain yourself.
The music was starting. The spotlight was on us. I'll explain. Just dance. I locked eyes with him, desperate. He was fumbling at first. I could feel his nerves. Freddie, don't worry about them. This is for you. You got this. And then we didn't miss a step. Freddie was amazing. When it was over, I couldn't hear my parents screaming. I was overwhelmed by the applause and the glimmer in Freddie's eyes.
You really pulled through. I'm impressed.
I'm so sorry for lying. I really love spending time with you, even when we're not dancing. But especially when we're dancing, I saw him hiding a smirk. And that was enough of an invitation for me to lean in and kiss him. As our lips touched.
Becca!
You tricked my son into going along with your charade so he could say he gets along with his classmates? You know he punched someone?
Buzz killed. He was provoked. He shouldn't have punched them, but if someone insults your passion, sir, how would you feel? Freddie might not get on well with others at school, but here, in this place, he's the coolest, most adored guy. This is our family. This is our school. Freddie grabbed my hand, squeezing it.
Yeah, and Becca is such an incredible dancer. She may not be good at academics, but she has a passion. All she needs is her parents' support. Plus, she is a good teacher. She taught me what it's like to fight for what you care about, no matter who tries to tear you down.
I suddenly saw my mom's face soften, just a little.
I guess that's something. And you did have good stage presence. I guess if dancing is your passion, I won't get in your way. As long as you have a backup plan.
Wait, really?
As long as you have a backup plan.
I couldn't believe it. I finally got my parents' approval. Sort of. I hugged Freddie, and he grabbed my shoulders and kissed me like our parents weren't right there. I was on cloud 9. The rest is history. Freddie and I started dating, and I officially enrolled in school as a student. I finished the semester with all C's, under the perfectly boring teachings of the real Miss Rosen. But I got to keep dancing, and the following year, Freddie and I got into Juilliard. After a brief stint touring as a background dancer for pop artists, I got burnt out and wanted to spend more time at home with our new family. So I fell into my backup plan. All right, kiddos, don't hold back. I want to see those moves. Teaching dance classes to middle schoolers. And when my daughter told me she wanted to be a dancer, I freaked out for a minute. Who would want to have their daughter be a dancer? Oh, I guess my parents were right.